for the first paper session this morning. Our first presenter will be Cynthia Lamb. Presentation is Lost in Translation, The Inevitable Gendered Language in Ursula K. Le Guin's The Left Hand of Darkness. After that, we will be followed by Chris Leslie, The Gendered Performance of L. Taylor Hansen, followed by Sinchan Chatterjee, Science Fiction and Post-Gendered Maternity, a care ethics-based reading of Ursula K. Le Guin's The Left Hand of Darkness. And finally, we will have Marlene S. Barr on Naomi Alderman's The Power as Jewish Feminist Power Fantasy. Each of our presenters will have 10 minutes to present. I will give you a warning when you're at the 1 minute. And then we will have a 10-minute Q&A at the end. If you missed it when Juanette said it before, if you can please try to ask your questions through the Q&A feature. Sometimes questions for presenters get lost in the chat, but please feel free to use the chat if it's when we figure it out to talk with each other for general conversation. So without further ado, I'm going to turn this over to Cynthia Lamb.
Thank you. Good morning. It's a great honor to be first presenter and share my research with all of you. My topic is about the inevitable gendered language in the left hand of darkness. In my complete paper, I covered 5 main points: the criticisms of left hand of darkness and the Green's responses, and then second, an introduction to the traditional Chinese and Japanese language. Third, examples of the translations of the original text. Fourth, how gender subversiveness has gone missing in the translations of less gendered languages. And finally, how the role of translator can compensate the limitations of the target language and help the readers understand the worldview of the story more accurately. Today, I'm going to give you a gist of part 1, 3, and 4. I focus on the most common criticisms of left hand of darkness, which is over Le Guin's insistence on using masculine pronouns he, him for the infamously ambisexual Guineans. Le Guin initially took a defensive stance against her critics, claiming to use he as a sufficiently neutral or generic pronoun in English, for if she was to invent another by her terms, it would destroy the English language. Le Guin's response is intriguing, as she therefore suggests that some languages are inherently more gendered than others. She continues this view of gendered language in the afterwords of Left Hand of Darkness, saying that English has a truly ungendered pronouns only in the plural. He, she, and it are gendered, they is not. So is the English language indeed the only cause of the inaccurate depictions of ambisexual society as in given, or can the interpretations of Givenians be resolved by reading the book in other languages? As Le Guin puts it in her retort, she envies languages such as Japanese, as they actually consist of a he-she pronoun. For this very reason, I turn my exploration of the subject to the widely translated versions of The Left Hand of Darkness published in both Japan and Taiwan, for both Japanese and the traditional Chinese languages are considered to be genderless or less gendered language system linguistically. The purpose of this work shall be to explore and examine if less gendered languages can truly achieve a more accurate depictions or interpretations of an ambisexual society. If the problem of inaccurate depictions truly lies in the core of the gendered languages, as implied, a closer inspection of the words as translated shall either unveil a solutions or provide valuable insight into the cause. Le Guin's instinct that languages may affect the delivery of a story is not mistaken on her part. Many marked words in English, especially those used by our protagonist Jenny I, are completely neutralized in both in the Chinese and the Japanese translations. One obvious example is the concept of Cameron Sun, which is commonly mentioned in chapter 8 to 10. And due to the unique biology of the Givenians, they develop sexual organs and sexual drive for only a few days of every month, which is known as chema. A Givenian in chema has the hormonal changes to become either male or female without any predisposition to either. So a Givenian individual can be both a mother to a child and a father to another. Being trapped in his use of gender dualism, Jenny I uses Chimerin son to describe the children of the flesh. In the traditional Chinese and the Japanese translations, Chimerin son is instead translated as the child of Kema. The degendering of the noun shows a more accurate interpretations of the actual biology of the Givenian and puts a more apt descriptions of the phenomenon of Kema. While both the Japanese and traditional Chinese translations do away with gendered language in the interpretations of Left Hand of Darkness, the latter is arguably even more precise and conscious when it comes to depicting the bisexuality of the Givenians. Specifically, in Chapter 2, the plot depicts a collection of North Kahidin half-tales, a love story between two brothers. The translator tactfully replaces and describes the relationship with a less common but synonyms of genderless term. The first part of the word refers to a brother or sister by blood, and the second part of the word literally means hands and feet, which is often employed as a metaphor for siblings. Nevertheless, it can be argued that even with accurate interpretations, queer reading may not necessarily be enhanced. Due to the nature of genderless language, the gender subversiveness of the English language can sometimes become quite bland or disappear into the background. The particular phrase in the novel that Le Guin is especially fond of, the king was pregnant, in chapter 8, which is also famous for being out of place in terms of gender language. How can a king, in many instances referring to a man, get pregnant? These conspicuous semantic contradictions, although misleading with its gendered language, contrastingly remind us of not only the bisexuality of the Givenian, but also demonstrates the limitations of the English language. It forces us to rethink how some words are either necessarily or unnecessarily gendered. In the traditional Chinese translation, it is phrased that the king or the monarch is pregnant. Linguistically, in Chinese, the term is not essentially gender specific. While it is true that it is commonly associated with males, and the Chinese language has another marked word for the female variations, it is not for no other reason than historically there being more kings than queens. As a result, the sense of gender mismatch coming from the king was pregnant does not strike Chinese readers as significantly, thus weakening the interpretations of the Givenians and bisexuality and androgyny in this instance. A further example of the weakening of queer reading as found in the Chinese and the Japanese translations can also be found within the same chapters. When Jenny I arrives in the planet, the commissioner said, treat him as he were pregnant. The constant semantic contradictions and misfit once again emphasizes the stark biological contrast between the Ukumen and the Givenians. Much to the queer reader's dismay, the queerness of these particular scenarios loses its strength in the Chinese translations. The pronoun here can be generic and without gender in the Chinese language, especially in Taiwan, which can be applied liberally regardless of identity. Chinese readers can simply understand the sentence in the most logical and common sense, that is, treat her as if she was pregnant. And the gender inclusivity of the pronoun in this sense can still leave the door open for Chinese reader to second guess its applied context in this scenario, yet it completely disappears in the Japanese version. This is one example of how third-person pronouns are not always present in the Japanese language, for it relies heavily on context. The translation literally means treat them as you would treat someone who is pregnant without any gender indicator. To Japanese reader, this sentence alone is as natural as it can be in the real world. I would like to address on the role of translator too, but I don't want to take over the valuable time of other presenters. To briefly conclude, it is evident from the two different translated versions of the novel that the problem still persists, even if we use less gendered language systems. As long as the story itself is being narrated by an outsider who is so far removed from the Gavinian society, the viewership will always be through a gendered lens. Perhaps this is the reason why Le Guin refuses to rewrite the novel with new pronouns and still stand by it after years of revisiting the story. Instead, she creates a short sequel to the fiction's Coming of Age in Kahai, in which she avoids the gendered pronouns issues entirely, partly by narrating the story in first person. As such, this is her final answer to all the criticisms regarding the gender of pronouns. The solutions will never be found through the employment of other language systems, but only through the perspective of an insider. That's all for my presentations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was fantastic. So next up, we have Chris Leslie, the gender performances of L. Taylor Hansen.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry that I was unable to make a recording of the longer presentation. I will try to get it done in the next day or two and put it up on my blog, chrisleslie.info. Today, I'm going to skip through things pretty quickly just to stay within the time limit, so I apologize for that. So I'm interested in considering the legacy of L. Taylor Hansen, who, hey, why? Who was singled out a few times for being a person who concealed their gender. Eric Devine, in his book Partners of Wonder, says that it's not true that so many people concealed their gender. Leslie F. Stone and C.L. Moore made it clear that they were women, and says that only L. Taylor Hansen concealed their female sex. And Devine goes as far to say that Raymond Palmer, the editor of Astounding Stories that published a bunch of Hansen's nonfiction articles, conspired with Hansen to conceal their gender, and in correspondence with Palmer's son, I did find out that his parents never knew about Hansen's true gender, and it seems a little bit overstated. Fan historians like Sam Moskowitz have made very clear statements about Hansen trying to conceal their gender, and encyclopedist E.F. Beeler is quite rude about Hansen, saying that Hansen wasn't really a great author, but the question of her, quote unquote, her identity has rendered her interesting. Lucille, which is her name at birth, was simply a shy authoress. Some people have also considered that maybe Hansen was having a psychological crisis. There's a very straightforward quote in Frankenstein's Daughters by Jane Donnerworth. Hansen was caught in a paradox of authorship and gender. She writes, Hansen was undergoing a crisis of writerly authority as well as a probable social crisis. And this is Donnerworth's explanation of why Hansen used male pronouns. And it certainly is true that Hansen presented themselves as a man throughout their career. There is a photo with Hansen's fifth story in 1930. In personal correspondence with Palmer's son, there's a note about how this photo came to be. Hansen said that they wanted to start writing science fiction, and Hansen's husband at the time, Fred, said that he would have to send in a picture. And so Hansen went out the next day where his husband was working and called him and snapped the picture and sent this picture in that became the photograph that looks like a man that goes along with the stories. It is a little bit troublesome, though, that Hansen always used male pronouns throughout his career. In the 7 science fiction stories from 1929 to 42, and in the 50 science nonfiction stories for Astounding. And then in 3 publications that came after that about anthropology and geology, while Hansen was working on a postgraduate degree. And throughout all of these, Hansen uses a male pronoun to refer to themselves. And this, to me, is an important insight into Hansen's work. When we read stories like Hansen's The Man from Space, we find the story begins with a bunch of fraternity brothers who aren't really that smart. And so although they have the privilege of going to school and studying science, they don't really seem that clever, in contrast to the superhero men we're used to seeing in Amazing. The Prince of Liars, the frame story, is about gentlemen scientists arguing about relativity. It turns out that their science is much outpaced by ancient Egyptian science, and a dispute among elite white men is accompanied by the denial that white masculine science is superior. And later, when Hansen was working on degrees in anthropology and geology, the nonfiction articles also sort of take on this masculine culture of science. I like these comments in Hansen's article, A Scientific Jigsaw Puzzle, that talks about the rich population of Indigenous Americans and how when they present this information to colleagues, they often just say that the Native Americans were savages. And Hansen is offended, somebody who admires the early culture, and Hansen likes to report their revenge when they take them to the history archives and show them the documentation that the astronomers of the indigenous people were actually quite good at what they were doing. And so again, even after the science fiction stories were finished, after Hansen has been outed by the fan community, they're still going into this world and with a sort of pugnacious attitude. And even as late as 1963, we can find Hansen's referring to himself as a he. There's an encounter with the Chippewa chief in this book, He Walked the Americas, and very clearly refers to himself as he. Toward him came the college student, which is Hansen, the one of the tribe adopted by blood rights. The only time that Hansen refers to himself as a woman is actually just with a picture. So in the last publication of all their research in 1969, the Ancient Atlantic, it starts out the byline Elt Taylor Hansen and does not make any contradictions all the way through. But the last page of the book has a picture, a sketch of a woman dated 1942 with the caption L, meaning Lucille Taylor Hansen. And this is sort of a clever way of trying to defy audience expectations. And it's sort of a clue to Hansen's public persona of enjoying making people shocked that this renowned scholar is actually a woman. And so for that reason, I sort of I'm unhappy with Ackerman, Moskowitz, Bleeler, their unwelcome pursuit of Hansen and their gleeful violence of outing Hansen's supposedly true sex. And even people who are more sympathetic to early women in science fiction like Jane Donnerworth and Eric Devine talk about Hansen as if they were engaged in some sort of subterfuge in order to get science fiction stories published as if it was some sort of great prize. Hansen is a scholar in anthropology and geology, does not really need science fiction publications. And so considering how important gender performance was to Hansen's fiction and nonfiction, I went ahead in my book, From Hyperspace to Hypertext, and used the masculine pronouns to refer to Hansen, reflecting their presence or his preference. And these days we know enough to respect an author's choice, and I think it's an interesting case of sort of gender discontinuity. So that's all I have for today. Like I said, I'll try to get a longer version with some more details and a video recording later.
Thank you, Chris, so much. That was great. So panelists, video seems to be working now if you do want to turn on your video. So our next presenter is Sinchan Chatterjee on science fiction and post-gendered maternity, a care ethics-based reading of Ursula K. Le Guin's The Left Hand of Darkness.
Hi, can you see me and hear me? I'm here.
Yes, you can see you.
All right, yeah. So I'll begin. Let me just take a moment to share my screen and see if that's possible. Yeah, can you see my screen as well?
Yeah.
All right. So my paper is titled Science Fiction and Post-Gendered Maternity. It's a care ethics-based reading of Ursula K. Le Guin's The Left Hand of Darkness. So in this paper, I will analyze Le Guin's science fiction, The Left Hand of Darkness, using some key concepts of the feminist philosophical lens of care ethics in order to underscore the notion of maternity as envisioned by the author. Employing Sarah Ruddick's concepts delineated in maternal thinking in the context of Le Guin's work, this paper will attempt to question whether maternity itself, and not just gender, when approached through the feminist theoretical standpoint of care ethics, may be understood as a performative act or a set of performative acts, to use Judith Butler's concept. Written in the second half of the 20th century, The Left Hand of Darkness foreshadows a world where the very concept of gender does not exist, and all individuals are therefore genderless and ambisexual, to quote Le Guin. In this world, the king is depicted as one who is able to become pregnant and conceive a child. In an attempt to bring about a total erasure and a complete erosion of the categories of gender, the text marks a paradigmatic shift in the popular perception of gender, advocating a move away from, as Heilborn points out, sexual polarization and the prison of gender. In the queer post-gender society of Gethenians, who, as Le Guin writes, do not see one another as men or women, one is respected and judged only as a human being, and not on the basis of arbitrary societal constructs like gender and sexuality. Yeah. The people inhabiting this land are not men or women, but men-women. In Le Guin's fictional universe, sexual roles are also purely contingent and reversible, and hence, the mother of several children may be the father of several more. In her novel, parental caring is not just the prerogative of women alone. Le Guin notes how, in Gethen, no one is tied down to childbearing. Furthermore, as the protagonist Chen Li believes, the distinction between a maternal and a paternal instinct is scarcely worth making. The parental instinct, the wish to protect, to further, is not a sex-linked characteristic. Sarah Ruddick also raises the issue in the preface to her book, Maternal Thinking, where she observes, nor is there any reason why mothering work should be distinctly female. Anyone who commits her or himself to responding to the child's demands and makes the work of response a considerable part of her or his life is a mother. This radical understanding of motherhood destroys the gendered notion that only women can be mothers. Ruddick's idea of maternal work or maternal practice practically serves two purposes. First, it shatters the myth of naturally loving and caring motherhood by focusing on the labor put into acts of mothering. Secondly, it establishes motherhood as a work or a role rather than a fixed identity. Just like in Le Guin's text, Radic also challenges the cultural conditioning and social expectations which would not accommodate motherhood in the narrow, limited notions of masculinity, shattering the lines of gender along which care and care had traditionally so rigidly been stratified. Moreover, the idea of work also problematizes the mother's relationship to their children. Radic identifies maternal practice as a relation and a response to quote her, the reality of a biological child in a particular social world. Hence, the link between gender and motherhood is systematically severed, as now it is no longer only women who can perform the role of maternal caring, but also men, criticizing how mothering has historically been romanticized and reduced to an almost natural instinct for women, much like Le Guin does through her work of fiction. Radic debiologizes care by noting how maternity is not really a biological impulse, but a role that mothers have to consciously perform. This also enables Radic to formulate birth giving and motherhood as two distinct acts. She further questions the naturalness of the mother child relation by introducing the concept of choice and commitment to participate in an ongoing process involving an organized set of activities, to quote Radic, and the renewal, the conscious and constant renewal of that choice. Mothering is no longer seen as an instinctual urge that the biological mother feels for her child. Instead, the commitment of care is an ethical act. It is a commitment that mothers, as social beings, make to their children as biological beings. Thus, the very idea of the figure of the mother is revolutionized by Radic, just as it is reimagined in Le Guin's science fiction. A cohort of feminist philosophers, critics, and theorists have recognized uh, the how the issues of reproduction trends to drive an apparently unbridgeable gap between the two genders, and how reproduction puts not just physical and emotional strain on women, but also a socio-cultural pressure. The question of mothering has been further problematized by popular discourses in media representations, films, and advertisements, which reinforce the patriarchal division of gender roles by valorizing the archetypal figure of the all-effacing, benevolent, selfless mother persona, especially in the contemporary Indian scenario. Motherhood is thus a role that is historically imposed on women, sometimes even without their own will. Thus, the question of maternal caring as a strictly gendered, exclusively female labor ensures the perpetuation of this gender divide and sustains the hegemonic discourse of patriarchal heteronormative domination. In A Cyborg Manifesto, Donna Haraway provides an alternative solution to the tyranny of reproduction. She proposes the birth of a post-gender world, a post-biological and post-corporeal civilization, where women will be emancipated from the restraints and biological obligations of childbirth. In such a hypermodern world, characterized by radical technological innovations such as artificial insemination, parthenogenesis, cloning, and artificial wombs, the burden of reproduction no longer has to be borne by women alone, just as in the world of Gethin. Reproduction becomes a gender-neutral activity. Similarly, in Ursula Le Guin's utopian realm, the arbitrary social construct of gender is entirely eradicated as a concept from the sexless world of post-gender subjectivity. The age-old essentialist dualisms, which reinforced a hierarchical mode of thinking and ordering discourses in Western thought, have been, to quote Haraway, cannibalized and techno-digested. In her nonfiction, The Language of the Night, Le Guin spoke about the harmful impact of classifying gender in terms of binaries. Our curse is alienation, she writes, the separation of yang from yin. In the world of Gethin, this curse has been lifted. The yang, or the masculine element, and the yin, or the feminine element, have been reconciled and united in the Taoist sense, establishing perfect harmony and concord throughout the land. As Barbara Brown argues in her essay, The Left Hand of Darkness, Androgyny, Future, Present, Past, the unification of all these dualities, the acceptance of these ambiguities, prepares both Jen Lee and the reader to accept the central thematic unity of the sexual hermaphroditism of the Gathenians. To conclude, therefore, Ursula Le Guin's text, when read through the feminist philosophical perspective of care ethics, not only deconstructs the gender binary, but also debiologizes the idea of maternity as a gendered activity. Her work thus marks a departure from the traditional structuralist mode of thinking about gender and motherhood as unchangeable markers of identity to a post-structuralist conception of mother and maternal identity as essentially fluid and provisional roles. So, thank you.
Thank you. That was fantastic. All right. Our last presenter up is Marlene Esbar on Naomi Alderman's The Power as Jewish Feminist Power Fantasy.
Thank you. Good morning. I want to talk about how women yield power in terms of feminism. And I'm going to discuss how Alderman shows that female biology is not women's destiny. The power overturns the logic of patriarchal popular culture by imagining a future in which the powerful female body is literally electrified rather than sexualized. Extrapolating from the real ability possessed by electric eels, Alderman's novel takes place on an alternative Earth where women suddenly develop skeins attached to their collarbones, which allow them to channel electricity through their hands. The women use electricity both to protect themselves and to cause bodily harm and even death. Their bodies become more powerful than men's bodies. The entire world shifts from patriarchy to matriarchy as a result of women inflicting the same physical violence against men that has been used against them. Alderman describes how three major protagonists respond to this change. Roxy, an unusually physically strong member of a British Jewish crime family. Ali, a sexualized, abused, mixed-race girl from the United States who becomes a religious leader named Mother Eve. Margot, a powerful American senator. And Tund, a young male Nigerian journalist who reports on the New World Women Rule. The Power articulates what I call Alderman's complaint, a Jewish feminist version of eloquent rage, which echoes Philip Roth's title, Portnoy's Complaint. Alderman's complaint has three components: challenging the gendered beauty ideals inherent in the Western superhero tradition, showing the limits of early feminist science fiction's penchant violently to avenge the harm men have done to women, and articulating the atrocities Christians have inflicted upon Jewish bodies. Naomi Wolf describes the beauty myth as the tendency in modern Western culture to celebrate a very specific feminine ideal. Someone who is tall, thin, a blonde, and has a face without pores, symmetry or flaws, someone perfect. Alderman posits genre-specific versions of Wolf's description in The Power. She asks why female superheroes most focus on their hair and makeup. She questions why they should worry about the design of skin-tight superhero suits instead of concentrating solely on crime fighting. When the women of Alderman's world begin to explore their newfound powers, they also start to recover the story of previous female superheroes who functioned outside beauty myth tenets. As Alderman's female journalist tells viewers, ancient Israelites worshipped God's sister Aneth as a female superhero, asking if they knew about what she, quote, was the warrior, that she was invisible, that she spoke with lightning, that in the oldest text, she killed her own father and took his place. She liked to bathe her feet in the blood of her enemies, unquote. Naturally, her male counterpart quickly attempts to turn Aneth into a joke, saying, quote, that doesn't sound much like a beauty regime now, does it, unquote. And yet it is precisely this model that women will eagerly embrace as they begin to create a new world order without the input of men. Alderman's celebration of intellectual and physical strength echoes the feminist speculative writers who began their careers in the 70s. Indeed, Alderman wrote The Power under the mentorship of Margaret Atwood. Like Atwood, Alderman constructs her terrifying future societies by carefully researching and extrapolating from the past. Atwood famously said that all the atrocities perpetrated against women described in The Handmaid's Tale are based upon historical fact. Alderman reiterates a similar set of atrocities against women throughout The Power. She emphasizes that the women of her world are drawn to their newfound powers because they allow them to stop the cycles of rape, sexual slavery, and child abuse in which they were previously entrapped. But Alderman's novel departs from its feminist predecessors in its pessimistic assessment of violent responses to patriarchy. This is particularly evident in her description of Bespara, the new women's country located in the former Eastern European region, which a Putin-like female despot controls. Although Bespara's leader speaks of freedom and autonomy, she earns the respect of female peers by publicly humiliating and mutilating her male attendants. She also encourages the rise of all-female mountain cults that protect Bespara in exchange for the freedom to enact violent revenge on the men who have oppressed them. For Alderman, the women's superpowered bodies cause the loss of their humanity. They have become electrified monsters, reduced to acting as mindlessly as electricity itself. Her condemnation of this so-called feminist utopia seems clear when Tund reports from Bespara on a building bombed by a terrorist group called Male Power and finds a pregnant woman trapped in the rubble named Joanna. Here, it seems, Alderman suggests that new nonviolent feminist science fiction protagonists need to replace the cycles of violence 1970s feminist superheroes, such as Joanna Russ's violent jail perpetuate. Women subjecting men to the same horrific treatment they experienced only leads to the death of the very feminist futures they seek to establish. Thus, Alderman proposes a new answer for feminist science fiction, which involves remaining human and humane by respecting the diversity of human bodies. Do I still have time?
You've got 3.5 minutes still.
Okay, thank you. But it is not just the women of Bespara who fail to create a truly feminine utopia. Two of Alderman's main characters fail similarly in their professional and personal lives. Senator Margot watches her brothers making believe they are spacemen. She decides that she didn't need a gun or a space helmet or a lightsaber. In the game Margot played when she was a child, she was enough by herself. And yet, after male colleagues thwart her political plans, she justifies the violent use of electricity to secure her rise to power. As Margot becomes absorbed in the world of politics, and she is increasingly skilled at using the tactics of the men who came before her, she makes a disastrous decision that leads to the death of her daughter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all 4 of our fantastic presenters today. We have a little over 10 minutes to do Q&A. So we invite people to add your questions to the Q&A. If for whatever reason you can't, we might be having issues with that. You can also, we will allow you to put it in the chat as we deal with this. Yeah, or if the panelists have questions for each other either, yeah. Now's the time. Okay, so we have one question coming in from Josie Garza Medina. And this one is for, this one's for Marlene. Is Alderman making a comment on the negation of holistic acts of femininity when women take on the violent reins of power of the state in the name of false feminism? I'm thinking of the electric powers as a symbol for use of electricity as torture device by female fascists at Ravensbrück, Abu Ghraib, and Guantanamo Bay. I'm going to put this in the chat so that you can see that too, because that is quite the question. So yeah.
I think that Alderman is speaking against the all-female separatist utopias of the 70s and trying to have a more holistic version of feminism where violence is not the answer, because there's a resolution at the end of the novel. And I think that she is trying to say that women are not limited by biology when she pictures women's bodies becoming electrified. And I wrote this paper before the current situation, and I have to say that electrified women's bodies are a defense mechanism. It's a defense mechanism, because I traveled to Israel and I was surprised to see young people walking around armed with guns. And the other day I saw young Jewish women in Los Angeles at a gun range. So I have a new reading of this novel now before I wrote my paper. So to answer the question, I think that Alderman in the novel is trying to see a more nonviolent solution because of the resolution at the end, which is almost like a Shakespearean play in that people come together after violence. But the new situation in the world, in reality, is negating that vision because it has become necessary for Jews to arm themselves.
I see that Lee has her hand up. I don't know how to allow people to speak. Oh, you got it. Okay. Lee, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was actually going to put this in the chat, but thank you. That was so interesting. And this question is not fully formulated, but for the papers on Le Guin, which are really so interesting and fascinating, I was curious if either of you know, I mean, you mentioned, Sinchan, you mentioned Taoism a little bit, and of course we know her interest in the Tao Te Ching, and that she actually published a version, right? So I was just curious, has she written it all on, I mean, I know she's written on the Tao, but on specifically the Chinese language as something that has influenced her as well? I mean, do you know much about, because of course of her interest in Taoism, I'm just wondering, since you brought up these, translators from Chinese and Japanese, has she said and written anything specifically about these translations or responded? That's my question.
To be honest, I don't have a broad overview of the overall oeuvre of Le Guin, but Cynthia brought it up.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, I was asking Cynthia too. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry for both of you. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for your questions. The Chinese translation is very interesting because the translator actually addressed on so many criticisms on the gender issues, and to respond to those criticisms on behalf of Le Guin, she actually used quite a lot of tactics to emphasize the special sexuality in the Givenian society. For example, in the pronouns, sometimes when we can use generic pronouns, she opt not to use generic pronouns when Jenny it is associating some negative qualities of the Givenians to feminine qualities. So in that case, they would use like gender pronouns for female on purpose. And another tactic that she used is to use italic form for the pronouns he, she, or the generic pronouns, to emphasize that they are different from our understanding of gender. And I think it also comes to the background of the translator, because the Taiwanese translator is actually a graduate of gender studies. So she's more aware of the whole situations. But comparatively, in Japanese version, it's just more stick to the original stories. That is only a literal translation in most cases.
Right.
I hope that answers your questions.
Yeah, and I was just thinking also, I don't know if you can still hear me. Yeah, I was just thinking also, I've thought about this a little bit. her Le Guin's own background in German, which is yet another language, unlike English, that you have to gender everything, right? And other Latin rooted. So to think about, her own sort of moving away or wanting to move away from that's her parental, her father's language, right, of the German. And so it's interesting to think about those connections as well. But yes, thank you so much.
You. And it looks like we have one more question in the chat. This one's for Marlene from Joanne Orabek. Are there any ways that vengeance can be expressed in functional and useful ways in the novel? Bottling up the need for vengeance can be unhealthy.
I think that vengeance is unhealthy both in the novel and in reality. Vengeance only leads to more violence. And I think in reality and in the novel, there should be peaceful resolution.
Thank you for that, Marlene. Are there any last minute questions? We have a couple minutes left. Oh, we got one more in the chat. This one's for Cynthia. Do you think it's better to stick to the original gendered language of the story during translation or approach it based on intent of the author, like the Chinese translator you noted?
Thanks for the questions. It's an interesting one. I personally think that both have their good points. Both for the Chinese translations, it can help us to understand the worldview better, more accurately. But at the same time, it's like limiting the reader's ability of their own capacity to explore the worldview on their own. But and I think we also have to see the publication's time of the original work and also the translated works, because the translated ones is more of recent publications, and that is after so many recent discussions of the pronouns and the gender issues. But at the time when Le Guin first published the novels, it was like a very good experiment on asking what if we have we abandon gender altogether. So the original work is more can better reflect the nuance and also the originality back in the Guin's time. So I think it's different. So I don't know if that can that satisfies you.
Thank you. So I think we're at a good stopping point, so we can continue to be on time and start things on, start things being on time and not behind schedule this morning. I just want to say a big thank you to our 4 presenters this morning. This was a great way to start off our sci-fi symposium, such interesting topics. I hope you all will stick around and join us. I believe we have a break until 10:10, and then we start our next session.
Please excuse me before it's over. I just must say hi to Chris, who is my friend in real life. Hi. I just couldn't.
Nice to see you.
This is like a real life friend. I haven't seen him in years. And since all the questions are done and all of the professional stuff is done, I just have to say, as a human being, even though this is Zoom, hi, Chris.
Hi.
Thank you for allowing that. Thank you.
Thanks, Kel. Thanks, everyone. So during the break times, we'll be putting the current panelists back to attendee, promoting the next set of panelists. And as Kel said, we'll get started at 10:10. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Bye. Bye, Chris.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So for this next session, starting in just 1 minute, Professor Lucas Kwong will be your moderator. All of the panelists currently here have been promoted. You should have the ability to share your screen and your video. Please let us know if you do not. And currently, I believe one member of this session has not yet logged in, so we may have additional time that we can fill in. But I will communicate with you in the chat, Lucas, if that person appears. Okay, Lucas, whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Hi, everybody. My name is Lucas Kwong. I'm an associate professor of English at City Tech, and I'm very happy to be introducing this second paper session. So if you were present for the first session, you'll know this, but just in case for newcomers, I will be introducing each speaker in turn, and after that, each speaker will deliver their talk. And then we're going to open the floor for discussion. You can chat with anybody, both panelists and attendees, by using chat at the bottom of the screen, or you can pose observations or questions by clicking on Q&A. You can also click raise hand during the Q&A, but the chat Q&A feature is preferred, since it can be difficult for us to catch raised hands on the participants list. So without further ado, let's get started. Our first presenter is Alicia Matheny-Beeson, Assistant Professor of English at West Virginia University at Parkersburg, and she'll be presenting on considering the intersections of class and gender through utopia.
Thank you very much. So I'll go ahead and begin. Many utopian women writers at the turn of the century explore how women's status related to marriage, motherhood, and work intersect with their class. They often describe female protagonists who successfully undertake profitable and satisfying work, while also maintaining or developing a romantic relationship that sometimes leads to having children. Their movement into the workforce can raise questions about who would care for the home. Utopian texts often address these issues by explaining new methods of domestic labor and childcare that are more communal and thus lessen women's home-related workload. For instance, in Lena Jane Fry's self-published Other Worlds, a story concerning the wealth earned by American citizens and showing how it can be secured to them instead of to the trusts, which was published in 1905, she writes from her experiences as an overwhelmed mother with an absent husband who is critical of monopolies that increase difficulties on everyday people. Her novel depicts an antitrust society established by the Vivian family that builds and shares wealth amongst the community. Individuals who express interest in childcare receive extensive training for the position, transferring the responsibility from families to professionals. The novel highlights the fragile status of women and mothers in a capitalist society, thus highlighting the intersection of gender and class, as well as the need for systematic communal support. Fry's novel contributes to the field of utopian literature by American women in the early 20th century, including others that speak to the challenges of capitalism, childcare, and women's work. Though Fry's novel differs in several key aspects. Other Worlds focuses on a family rather than a female protagonist, emphasizing the impact of a changed society on men and women of various ages. Additionally, it creates a wider societal change initiated by a small group, rather than a small community change or the impact of a societal system already created within the novel's world. Additionally, Fry's explicit attempt at the close of the publication to recruit her readers to help her build a wealth-producing and distributing society in our reality differentiates it from other utopian works of the time. Otherworlds is perhaps the only known work of its kind fully self-published by the author, unless the works published in Charlotte Perkins Gilman's Forerunner are counted as such within the era at the turn of the century. Fry's work to self-publish the novel and the attempt to recruit members indicate her determination and conviction to publish her ideas that work against trust and ultimately aim to benefit families, especially mothers. Through the narrative, Fry highlights the increased possibilities of women associated with the society, as well as the risks for women if they exist outside of it through the Vivian sisters. Scorus Vivian plays a critical role in the new society's creation. Additionally, Scorus, along with her sister Helen, work for their own income. Scorus is an artist employed by an illustrating firm, and her sister Helen had a position in a large department store. They lived together in the flat they had shared with their brother Tom before his marriage and balanced their jobs with aiding the colony through gardening interests in the city. Even when they eventually moved to the newly developed community, they do not stop working. Scorus still did drawings for illustrations, and Helen was doing well at writing for magazines and the society paper. They prioritized their work, focus on ways to assist their surrounding community, and remain open to romantic possibilities. Passionate, skilled, and hardworking, Helen and Scorus align with the new woman of the progressive era. Fry celebrates this new type of womanhood, demonstrating how it can be transformative for not only a woman's socioeconomic status and her sense of self, but also the surrounding community. The Otherworld's character most critical to the discussions of the economic hardships on women is Mira, whose marriage demonstrates some of the institution's worst potential outcomes. When she is 16, Jack Moberly lures Mira away from her family, who served as a source of emotional and financial stability. 6 years pass, Myra bears 3 children, and Jack has become bloated and reckless with drink. Mira's domestic and motherly responsibilities increasingly overwhelm her. Twice, Mira receives assistance from strangers when she was most in need, but her situation remains the same, suggesting that charity and kindness from individuals is not enough. Mira needs a revised societal system that offers more continuous, substantial support. Through Mira's situation, Fry argues that a community like the colony, who distributes its resources and supports its members in a myriad of ways, is just what Mira requires. Mira decides to take her and her children to a nearby colony, a branch of her family's society over 2,000 miles away from where they initially started their alternative society. The narrator's descriptions of the misery and helplessness she experienced on her own are sharply juxtaposed with her life in the colony, where she lives comfortably among green fields and is free to earn a living. Her children are in a much better position because the 2-year-old stays in the nursery and the other children attend boarding school. She can attend to her business while her children receive premium care and support from professionals employed by the colony. And she sees them when she's not working, but they don't reside in the same home. And so that system was controversial at the time and probably still today, but Fry argues that the system is a benefit to all. Mira eventually leaves to join her own family and their colony. The sisters commit to economically support the children into adulthood, and the broader community of the society offers resources for the family's well-being. Through this narrative, Fry asserts that a community with systemic support for childcare and other needs, combined with the help of family, creates an ideal scenario for women's flourishment. The colony is in part a utopia because it provides options for careers, housing, and more that suit each member. The society resists the assumption that the female adult is solely responsible for purchasing the food, preparing meals, and cleaning the kitchen. Instead, the family can choose between preparing meals in their own apartment, cooking food in a shared kitchen, or obtaining already prepared meals from the cook. Not surprisingly, most choose the last option because it offers convenient, well-prepared food. So there's a division of labor to people who are professionalized in each of those fields, which is an idea that Gilman was a proponent of at this time as well. Fry presents her version of an ideal society that provides families with options for their domestic circumstances, including services that lessen the workload, particularly for women. The society also bestows gender-neutral honors and titles on its citizens that they maintain even after marriage, and they could choose if they wanted to keep their own name, create a combination of last names, or take one person's last name. All of these freedoms in turn impacted their romantic relationships. Fry argues that if women can be economically self-sufficient, they can marry purely for love, further contributing to their overall well-being and the common good. Fry demonstrates her desire to implement her ideas in early 20th century America when she encourages her readers to write to her. At the end of the text, she includes a notice that explains, quote, "There are a number of people in Chicago who are about forming a wealth-producing and distributing society," end quote. She invites anyone wishing to join them or learn the particulars concerning said society to write to her address, which she provides. Though information about any attempts at colony creation have not been uncovered, an article about Mrs. Lena Fry published in the Chicago Daily Tribune in 1913, 7 years after the novel's publication, suggests that the society did not successfully launch because she is living alone in a bleak setting. However, her notice reveals that she does not just want to present a fictional tale about an alternative world, but actually establish a society in Chicago, making it distinct from other utopian texts. She was so passionate about the topic that she decided to self-publish the novel, and though the book's main purpose is the propagandist argument about an alternative society, couching it in novel form softens the radical suggestions and humanizes the political ideas by showing how they impact individual characters. Through Fry's descriptions of characters from diverse backgrounds and various ages, readers can likely relate to someone in the story who benefits from the society. The closing note demonstrates that Fry explicitly intended her novel to persuade readers to help her build an antitrust society. Through this recruitment attempt, Fry uniquely attempts to bridge the gap between utopian literature and utopian practice. Lyman Tower Sargent says there are 3 faces of utopianism: utopian literature, utopian practice, such as intentional communities of the 19th century like Fruitlands and the Oneida Community, and utopian social theory. Fry contributes to this genre through her vision of a colony system that originates with one family and grows into communities across the nation that provide social and economic support for its members, especially women and mothers. And for Fry, that was largely to counter the actions of trusts. However, Fry did not want her colony concept to reside only in the thought experiment of a novel. Rather, she wanted to create the better future by immediately establishing a community with other interested individuals, thus blending these spaces of utopia. Lena Jane Fry's Other Worlds describes a society that profits everyone, not only economically, but also personally and socially. Though the antitrust propagandist argument dominates Fry's novel, her society also considers ways to revise domestic life and childcare, encouraging more communal systems of support. Fry argues that women's experiences, especially as wives and mothers, intersect with their economic security, and her novel proposes alternatives that offer more support and flexibility for women. This novel offers a critical contribution to the utopian works of the era, attempting to offer a scalable model for more supportive, integrated communities that could be initiated by a small group of people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that was a really thought-provoking presentation about the potential for utopia. And we're going to continue talking about this topic with our next few presenters. So next we have Professor Srishti Chakraborty, scholar from the Department of English at the University of Delhi, as well as an educator at the Heritage School, where she teaches English literature to high school learners. And she's here to discuss her paper, Transforming Fiction, the Cultural Pitfalls of Patriarchy and Gender Subjectivity in Soumya Rajendran's Dystopia, The Lesson.
Good evening. It's evening here, so just give me a minute before I share my screen. I hope it's. I'm just wondering if you can see it. Okay. So the title of my paper is Transforming Fiction, Cultural Pitfalls of Patriarchy and Gender Subjectivity in Soumya Rajendran's dystopia called the lesson. So shifting the lens a little bit from utopia to dystopia, this is a recent text and it's published in 2015. And under the assumption that not many have read it, I'm just going to go over the narrative premise of this text a little bit. So this is the cover of the text, where the quote is "Big Brother is watching you still," and it's a very understanding cover of the nature of the text. To note the characters in the text, they are the second daughter, the rapist, the adjustment bureau, moral police, and the dupatta regulator. So, for those who do not know what dupatta is it's a very culturally quoted piece of clothing. Mostly people from South Asia wear it. It's sort of like a piece of clothing that you wear over your suit, and it's sort of a modesty regulator for to look modest in front of people. Although it is now transformed into a fashionable item, but for the basis of this term was to control or be modest in front of society. To note that the characters here are not named, none of the characters have names, they are only shared basis on their functionality and the relationships in the text. The major issue happens with respect to when the second daughter of a particular family rebels against the society that is established there, right? Um, Now, what happens in the lesson, to just give a brief overview, it's basically an Orwellian state, and there's an omniscient narrator that talks about the state that is under complete surveillance, but the government policies and police forces, they operate on very, very misogynist rules to control men and women, right? To notify, as you can see, the title of the rapist there is a government high position whose job is to uh, give lessons to women who are asking for it or need discipline actions for floundering the rules set by the government, right? There are adjustment bureaus and moral police who form like the ideological and repressive state apparatus to sort of continue this hegemony of misogynist world, right? Um, Everybody follows a particular conduct book which talks or dictates how women are supposed to behave, right? And there aren't any vehement incidents of female feticide or infanticide in the novel. However, the entirety of the novel and the misogyny functions on this idea of holy institution of marriage, where females are obligated to be married by a marriageable notifier, and they start off as gentle reminders, but they get more insistent as time passes and even becomes punishable if you don't follow it, right? Although divorce by law is allowed in this particular society, but nobody ever gets it. Now, the main problem happens when the second daughter demands divorce from her very abusive husband and family, and they use biotechnology and futuristic technology to sort of ask women to quote adjust even after cases for violence and marital rape, right? There is in the story, you see the second daughter walk up to the adjustment bureau, the head, and to say that I want a divorce, and they put her in this prison of illusion, which is basically it alters the mind to basically adjust to this state of affair. And what the conflict of the story is that none of those things work on the second daughter because she's so adamant to move away from this particular structure, right? Now, what happens? It doesn't. Uh, the main narrative begins when the second daughter doesn't fall for any of these traps set by the government. And it's a rampant showcasing of violence against women that is sort of normalized in this world where there is the moral police and who polices the women, random women, by throwing themselves on her in an act of punishment, right? It's a satiric, dystopic satire on the very, very voyeuristic nature of people who use media and technology to sort of look at television channels that thrive on shows which cure quote unquote unnatural sexuality, which is basically referring to the LGBTQ plus community. And they decide, the story happens that why the cover is the way that it is, that the story works on the penultimate episode on how the disobedience of the second daughter is transformed into this television show where the climax of that particular 22 episode television show is the rapist performing the lesson on the second daughter in front of the public, right? Now, I believe like the idea of Indian speculative writing with respect to something as very striking as this book is that it doesn't happen out of nowhere. And even though speculative writing in India has been very, very prolific over in past and in present, but the kind of novels that the authors like Soumya Rajendran are writing at this point of time is very different from the novels that or the kind of act of writing that has existed in India, essentially because it has had a tradition of narrative premise being taken from the mythological. So two very, very popular mythological, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. So you have different authors talking about different reinterpretations of that mythology in their speculative universes. However, you see a shift in the late 20th and the 21st century, early 21st century, where you sort of move ahead with a lot of dystopian imagination, and they sort of push themselves away from these mythological universes. Now, what is interesting to notice is that authors like Soumya Rajendran and texts like these are very prevalent in the 21st century English speculative writing, Indian speculative writing in English. And these speculative universes sort of emerge from a growing anxiety, from changing society post independence that is very, very true, deeply rooted in our patriarchal injustice against gender equality, right? So independence happened in the 19. I can't seem to move. Oh, here. Sorry. So the 1947 is when India got independence. And when we revisit after like 70 years, revisiting the notions of female subjectivity in politics, Rajendran's narrative sort of explores the idea of the women as a subject and her subjectivity in a dystopian setting, which is culturally very, very rooted in the Indian form. And at the same time, the text sort of evolves itself as a form of social and cultural criticism. And by exploring the politics of female subjectivity through speculative fiction, like, futuristic tools and bioviolence, we look at possibilities of resistance and rebellion made available to and explored by these female protagonists. So we sort of see a cultural manifestation of patriarchy within its speculative universe. For Rajendran, the novel is her way to respond to gender-based violence that we see. With respect to, I'm just going to move because I realize that it's a 10-minute presentation. So why I bring dystopian impulse here and talk about narratives like this is because the sort of utopian ideals that India had while it was getting independent, the narratives, etc. I've apologized. There's a lot of
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I think I missed the last bit of what you said.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of background noise here. It's evening and there's a wedding going on. But the whole point is that the dystopian impulse is essentially something that is explored by these writers. It's sort of like this long drawn disillusionment by the authors women of India noticing from the independence movement sort of dimming down of the utopian value that the nationalist movement started as, and leading to something that culminated in three major ways. That was violence and representation of women by the Hindu right political parties, and the after effects of globalization on urban women, which sort of happened in the 1990s, right? And this gives, in all cases of violence against women, the root becomes the unequal power structure. And after that, you have the Hindu right political parties, the BJP, who is currently ruling India at this point. I mean, they are the prime minister and the party which has won in a democratic election. They sort of project women in the traditional role of mother, daughter, and something that needs to be protected. And they cannot move beyond that role because you tie the far right political parties in India sort of tie the religion, Hindu religion, with their idea of how women are supposed to be. So that sort of creates a cause and effect relation with respect to violence of women that was already prevalent in India before and during independence and after independence. And as the 1990s progressed and we moved to liberalization of we opened our gates to the world basically, and the sort of urbanization that hit India, women in India had to bear the brunt of this economic backlash, and the economic agency that was taken away from women in most urban and in some cases rural Indian women. And it becomes very, very clear that independent India did not follow the very utopian ideals that nationalist movement made seem achievable. Even though there were many post-women's organizations that came up, the crisis period during the 1960s and 1970s, the pace at which they were working was not really up to the mark of the kind of work that needed to be done. So it was sort of like a long history of women's satisfaction and disillusionment post-independence that gives rise to an increasing amount of dystopian fiction written by women in contemporary times. An example of this is the text that I read out, Soumya Rajendran's The Lesson. Because Soumya Rajendran, in an interview, she talks about the narrative premise being taken from a report in a newspaper where a judge in one of the lower courts in India had justified rape of a minor, saying that the rapist was staying away from his family. So that is actually, which is completely wrong, but it was justified as a systemic wrongdoing, right? And there is no possibility of resistance. I think these dystopian novels, they basically sort of demystify, to take Katrak's term, demystify resistance, because you sort of realize the realities of how much resistance you have where you are in a state of absolute power, which is very, very reflecting or mirroring the current Indian scenario, right? I think, in conclusion, what we can take from Soumya Rajendran's narrative, and also many other authors that are writing at this point of time, is even though their texts present an exaggerated account of reality, as they mentioned by the authors themselves, they have never considered this as something that is impossible. So it serves a dual purpose. One is to present their disillusionment with gender subjectivity in Indian society, and the other is to provide opportunity for themselves and the readers to critically comment on the same. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srishti, for your eye-opening presentation on The Lesson. We're going to continue with our panel. Now I believe we're just going to go to Ben DeVries, who is a PhD candidate in English at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, and he'll be presenting Shit Hits the Fan When: Gendered Futures, Violence, and the Composition of Catastrophe in Parable of the Sower and Patriots.
Great. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you to the previous panelists. Yeah, can you hear me? Is my screen fine? Yes, no, maybe?
It works.
Yep.
It works.
Good to
Awesome.
go.
Fantastic. Okay, off to the races. In the past decade, literary critics and science fiction scholars have frequently attached Octavia Butler's post-apocalyptic novels, Parable of the Sower and Parable of the Talents, to progressive agendas. Indeed, as some in this audience can no doubt attest, these two books get recruited pretty regularly to speak to left-leaning topics: feminism, intersectionality, critiques of white supremacy and capitalism, climate change, principles of resilience, organizing and emergence, liberation, and futurity. And all of that is with very good reason. Published in 1993 and 1998, Butler's novels about a young Black woman trying to survive amid the slow apocalypse of climate chaos, neoliberal privatization, and galloping Christo-fascism feel today eerily prescient. Butler is, in Walida Imarisha's oft-quoted phrase, a writer of visionary fiction. Her success, as Gary Canavan remarked in a public books essay last year, is to be measured by, quote, the ever reappearing Twitter hashtags, hashtag Octavia knew, and hashtag Octavia tried to tell us. Still, Butler's enthusiastic reception by progressive scholars does have trade-offs. In the present case, while scholars sometimes note the parable novel's interest in survival, and maybe even their proximity to preparedness cultures like survivalism, these scholars invariably stop short of reading the parable novels alongside actual far-right survival fictions. To that point, Butler's scholarship would, I suspect, do very little to prepare readers for the minor but appreciable interest that some right-wing survivalists have taken in the parable novels. Here then is where this paper comes in. For the next 7 or 8 minutes, I'm going to introduce a right-wing contemporary of Butler's parable series, a 1999 survivalist novel titled Patriots. Written by James Wesley Rawls, a prominent US survivalist and self-described constitutionalist Christian libertarian, Patriots is probably unfamiliar to many of you here. So to keep things moving, the talk will focus primarily on it, though with the aim of bringing Butler's parables into sharper focus too. In particular, I want to direct our attention to what I'm calling the composition of catastrophe, or the forms by which a story makes catastrophe narratively useful. Put differently, I'm hoping we can approach catastrophe in Patriots not as some narrative given, not as a stepping stone that we follow from here to there, but as an aesthetic and formal act. How does Patriots create its animating apocalypse? Asking this question, I wager, will give us fresh perspective on what these novels require Apocalypse to do, in terms of story, yes, but also, and especially, in terms of ideology. In keeping with the theme of the conference, gender will be how we keep those ideological stakes in view. But before turning to Patriots itself, I want to loop back to a point I previously teased. Projected here are a handful of comments and posts discussing and recommending Butler's parable books. I gathered these from Rawls's website, a popular survivalist haunt named Survival Blog, and they reflect a perspective on Butler's work that you won't often see in the scholarship. Such comments, like this one, praise Butler's inclusion of prepper characters, like her protagonist Lauren Olamina, or, in this case, Ben Coley. Others, like this one, admire Butler's attention to preparedness practices. Few seem to care, however, much for Butler's skills as a storyteller. And minus one user, who concludes the recommendation of Parable of the Sower with a mild warning about, quote, Ms. Butler's personal stance, few seem all that bothered by what most excites Butler's interpreters in and around the Academy, for politics. Instead, contributors to Survival Blog largely treat the parable novels as an extended survival scenario, These stories are useful, as one commenter remarks, for gaming out what they call a slow decline situation. Following that same commenter, I would add that we can distinguish slow declines from more dramatic SHTF, or shit hits the fan scenarios. Rawls's novel falls pretty squarely in the dramatic SHTF category. Whereas in Butler's parables, a toxic mishmash of climate chaos, vitiated social services, and persistent hyperinflation result in the uncanny persistence of the pre-apocalyptic world in a post-apocalyptic story, Patriots dramatizes the abrupt end of the pre-apocalyptic. Set in the US, Patriots opens onto a global financial collapse called the crunch, which has rapid downstream consequences. Supply chains grind to a halt, government services and critical infrastructure fail. In the last gasps of so-called civil society, people turn desperate, then predatory. Foreseeing the consequences of the initial market failure, protagonist Todd Gray, his wife Mary, and a team of predominantly white Christian friends light out for the Grays' well-provisioned retreat in the rural Palouse Hills region of Idaho. There, the soon-to-be-dubbed Northwest Militia enacts all manner of far-right daring do, braving incursions from bandits, post-apocalyptic biker gangs, and in the novel's climactic confrontation, the New World Order, a world government bent on confiscating guns, nationalizing industry, and crushing freedom-loving Americans beneath its jackbooted heels. Subtle, to put it mildly, Patriots is not. But then subtle isn't something Patriots aspires to be. In fact, where the crunch is concerned, I'd argue that Patriots really can't afford subtlety in the first place. For its story of white masculine heroism and national redemption to succeed, to the extent that this story succeeds, Patriots needs to sustain the impression that Todd and his minimally multiracial cadre of survivalists have responded reasonably to the exigencies of the crunch, no matter how outrageous their behavior might appear. That impression, however, gets trickier to maintain in the case of a slow decline, such as the one Butler imagines. For example, under a slow decline, the retreat to remote Idaho starts to look not sensible, but premature, paranoid, and antisocial. Similarly, more extreme actions, like the Northwest Militia's decision to display the summarily executed bodies of two college-aged cannibal Maoists, start to seem like a lamentable concession to the realities of a nightmare, seem less like a lamentable concession to the realities of a nightmarish new world, and more like a ghoulishly gratuitous anti-communist pop-off. In brief, for Patriots, a world that has not convincingly ended is one that might retain its moral yardstick. And that, in a story that longs for the masculine melodrama of good guys, bad guys, and innocent sheeple, but also wants the good guys to mow down foreign nationals and blow up tanks, that would be intolerable. It's here, then, that the composition of catastrophe becomes relevant. Like a performer in a high-wire act, Patriots stands suspended between its desire for exciting survival scenarios and a competing desire for political, ethical, and moral clarity. And while Patriots has many strategies for maintaining its poise on that stretched taut wire, its composition of the crunch remains the primary balance pole. This projected passage, which is excerpted from a longer description of the crunch, provides an illustration of how Rawls constructs the crunch. And if we had time, I'd read it aloud, and then maybe we'd do a little close reading together, but fortunately, we don't have that time. And I say fortunately because the passage is witheringly dull. Still, that withering dullness has a point. Detailing some of the financial decisions that precipitate the crunch, this extract is of a piece with the larger composition of catastrophe. Here, between financial jargon and a pedant's regard for fictional monetary policy, The quotation performs a conspicuous kind of expertise. Moreover, the passage's narrator is non-focalized. That is, the narrator and the narrator's expertise isn't obviously attached to a diegetic character. And that's true here and elsewhere within the composition. Dipping in and out of character focalization as the fancy strikes, the narrator remains, for the most part, external to the crunch, above and outside the action. The result of this lengthy, depersonalized, and often highly technical composition of catastrophe is thus to give the crunch a kind of pseudo-objectivity. Whereas catastrophe in Butler's work gets mediated by Lauren, a first-person narrator whose diaries are a record of how the circumstances, class, geography, race, gender, and sexuality influence and particularize experiences of disaster, Rawls's crunch is pure event. It crashes into Rawls's story world as a resounding universal, an apocalypse capable of inaugurating the clean break that Patriots needs. A clean break between before and after, pre and post. A clean break, that is, between a world that seems, at least from the view of Patriots, hostile to white patriarchal power and violence, and moving into a world that positively craves patriarchy and makes a virtue of it. I'll conclude with two quick thoughts. The first is to encourage what I couldn't really do here, to pursue a more rigorous comparison of Butler's parable novels and far-right fiction. There is obviously much that makes these texts different, but as competing responses to phenomena like deindustrialization in the US, carceral expansion, and neoliberal disinvestment, their comparison also has much to teach. The second thought is to stress again the utility of reading catastrophe as a unit of literary and aesthetic analysis. Often, I think scholars of speculative and apocalyptic fiction can be a bit like survivalists. They take a story's animating crisis for granted so that they can get on to more exciting business. Treating catastrophe as an aesthetic act, however, allows us to defamiliarize it, to refuse to take it for granted. In this way, analyses of catastrophe give us an opportunity to poke around at what disaster stories assume about the world, and to prod the fantasies, and especially in this case, the gendered fantasies that those stories look to cohere. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben, and thank you to all of our panelists on for this session. We have a few minutes left for questions. So I see that there already have been a few that were raised, and starting with Elizabeth Cruz's question concerning, I believe, I think it was about Alicia's presentation, or no, I believe it was about Shrishti's presentation on the lesson. When this all came up, were women judged for finding an interest in this topic and going out and reading about it? Although I suppose either of you could speak to the respective social historical contexts in which the texts you discussed were published, and what the response was, if any, from the female reading public.
Sorry, I can't see the question. I can see one from Joanne.
Oh, it was just about the response from women readers to the book, and whether that response was attracted criticism or not.
I think criticism, not as much. I feel like it's far too new to be discussed. I mean, at this point, it's more commercial than something that is taken as a subject of study. And this also came up as one of my random reading list suggestions reading, and with this wonderful write since then. But I think it's not reached on the subject. It's a possibility of it. I don't think at all from within the especially, because as someone women who identify with the women in India. It's the narrative is very, very painfully mirroring to the society reality that we are living in. And it's the I mean, it is exaggerated, sure, but that is also a marker of privilege. And I am someone who is from a privileged background who may not be going through all the things that has been talked about, narrative, but do I not have any personal history with it? Do I identify with it as a woman? Yes. It may be more loud and spoken for women who are not from a privileged background. So positive response, definitely. I mean, so whether in any book reading club that has been introduced, has always been a discussion on how painfully real everything is, or the possibility of how it may be real in the future, given the fact that one of the points that I pointed out before I put in the party, it's the reality that in the subcontinent, right? And it's been almost 8 years, about to be 10 years, elections 2024, but we know for the way that the party is sort of dismissing and diminishing the opposition, there's no way that they get replaced. So, or we know as subjects living as women in India, it's a repetition of the reality. There are 5 more years.
Great, thank you. Alicia, I don't know if you have any thoughts or anything to share about the reader response that the text that you were writing about elicited.
Yeah. So there's not a lot of evidence of the response to this particular novel. I think since it was self-published, it didn't have a very wide readership. And there's not really evidence that the society that she was trying to start ever got off the ground. But I know from other writers of the time, a lot of her ideas like the professionalized childcare and children living outside of the home were kind of definitely a minority perspective of the time, but there were others who were exploring those possibilities because they saw, that there was just too much for women to do to be able to really explore other possibilities outside of the home. So kind of thinking about possible alternative scenarios. So I think there were some women who agreed with her, some people who agreed with her, but most, it seems, were either interested in just changing their individual lives and the way that they lived, or looking at political changes. And there weren't as many who were interested in this kind of alternative community building like Fry was.
Got it. Thank you so much. Just want to go through a few more responses that you can see in the webinar chat. There's one that draws attention to the conflict between male Chicanos and Chicana feminists during the 60s and 70s, which was characterized by this kind of paternalistic approach by Chicanos who saw themselves as macho protector owners of Chicano women. That was the impetus for the writings of Anzaldúa and Cherry Moraga. So I guess that's more an observation highlighting parallels there. Joanne Orovec asks whether there's a danger that some people will read the lesson so as to enjoy violence against women in a pornographic way. I guess I can combine that with this question that Lee has, which I'll let her ask it because I believe that she has her hand up, but I think it's about trauma. Lee, are you able to speak?
Sure. Yeah, I can ask it. Thank you so much, everyone. Really amazing. So many thoughts, but I sorry, I'm not saying this or asking this in necessarily the clearest way, Ben. But I'm just thinking a lot. I mean, I have an interest in trauma and trauma studies in my own work, but I reread Parable not long ago. or I'm still rereading it actually. And I'm just curious about, and it's just so fascinating because I also see these connections, especially sort of with this focus. I was always fascinated by the books about plants. I'm very interested in that myself, and sort of anyway. So what about trauma? I mean, is there a space for that? Is it, especially thinking about the focus on Lauren as this empath in the survivalist? Is there no space? I mean, how do we reconcile catastrophe and trauma? Just obviously there's connections, but what would we do with that, I guess, here in your reading,
So-
especially of catastrophe? Yeah.
That's great. I think this will have to be the last question, but we can combine
Sorry.
it with Shrishti and Ben's. And maybe the question, if you could both speak to the depiction of trauma in your respective texts, because I think that encompasses this question about whether it invites enjoyment of the trauma that is depicted of violence against women. So maybe Ben first, and then Shrishti.
Yeah, thank you, Lee. That's a very generous question and really generative. I think my initial inclination is to try and think of trauma maybe in two different modes. So one is like the level of literary representation. So in this case, we could talk about Lauren as an empath who feels intimately the trauma of other people. And that's pretty different. I know that Chris, a little further down, is asking about these sort of this other trajectory of far right masculinist survival fiction. Trauma there is generally something to be avoided, except when it's enacted willingly by men and subjecting themselves to sort of gunfire or hardship, which is a very different kind of sort of emotional trauma that I think you're talking about and that you're pointing to with Lauren. So on the one hand, there's the sort of representations of trauma. And I would be curious, like the thing that would interest me especially would not to be take the representational route, but to try and think about how trauma might get encoded into or mediated at the level of form instead of just representation. And because I'm not super familiar with trauma literature, I don't know that I would have a lot more to say beyond that, other than to like affirm that this sounds like a really interesting series of questions to pursue.
And even sorry to interrupt, but just really quickly, even to think about like how does it get elided, how is it avoided in some of these because it's there, right? If you talk about catastrophe, there is this anyway. Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic, because that's one way that we could start to think about forward, like where is the novel trying to elide or look away from or cover over these sort of traumatic encounters.
Yeah.
To respond to the question, also, I just want to point out that's a really, really interesting point of view. I don't think I thought of it this way, because as a reader who sort of identifies to the sort of violence that is propagated in the novel, there's no space for me to think about whether it can also invite violence against women in a pornographic way. But I would have to disagree, because if you would read the novel, I think because the author is also taking it from a very real life instance and basing the narrative around it, she makes it very painfully clear that even though the omniscient narrator doesn't side with the victim in this case, but as an author, you see her intentions very, very clear, that there's no scope for you to sort of make it voyeuristic in nature, because she satirizes that intent by sort of putting this entire television show and sort of putting this very public act of the defamation of a woman. And I think for trauma, I'm not really well versed with trauma literature, but the point is that in the narrative itself, there is no scope for the subject to process the trauma, because she's given no space. But for the readers, it's a very, very intelligent way to connect with it. I think that's one of the ways that the dystopian novels that are rising up at like 21st century in English sort of connect with the readers who identify as women, and even readers who are aware as male with respect to whatever is going on around them. So that's one of the ways that the readers connect to the text. But do the subject or the protagonist in the text have that opportunity? And I think that is intentional.
Thank you. And thank you so much to everybody for your insights on these texts. It's been a very illuminating session. So we've reached the end of this session, and we are going to take another break, and we'll be back, sorry, I believe at 11:15.
No, we're actually
sorry.
Going to start the next panel right now. So I'm going to demote everyone back to attendee and then promote everyone on the next panel. Thank you, everybody.
Great,
Thank you
thanks.
for having us. Thank you. Bye.
Hey, is that everyone? I think so. You missing a few folks?
Yep. Wait, we've got one, two, we've got one still missing, I think.
Okay. Oh,
Max Matir, we've got
Max.
Dia, Killian. Yeah, we're waiting on Max.
Okay, who is here, just needs to be promoted.
Oh, great.
Okay. Welcome, Dr. Lisa Yazik. And this panel is entitled Notes from the Sci-Fi Lab at Georgia Tech, Sexuality and Gender in Early Black and White Speculative Fiction. Welcome, everybody.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much to Dr. Clyde and everyone at QD City Tech for making this panel happen today. And thanks to everyone who's gone before us in their presentations. It's been really an awesome way to start the day. And for me, at least, a really much needed mental reboot at the end of a semester with mountains of grading. So it's exciting to be around people talking about ideas today and not worried about what their grade's going to be about it. So thank you all for that. Today, and of course, thank you to everyone who is here and going to hear from us next. I'm excited to share with you the work we've been doing this year. So again, I'm Dr. Lisa Yazik. I'm a Regents Professor of Science Fiction Studies in the School of Literature, Media, and Communication at Georgia Tech. And I'm really here today just to serve as the moderator for this panel, which is going to be largely run by the research fellows in my sci-fi lab at Georgia Tech. One of the reasons we're really excited to be here is that we've worked on 3 different projects this year. And once we saw the call for papers for this conference, we realized every project we've been working on worked really, really well with this theme. So we have a lot to say to you today about gender and, to a certain extent, race in the early science fiction archives, both the Black and the white science fiction archives of the early 20th century. So just really quickly, the 3 projects we've been working on are an MIT edited anthology of Gertrude Barrows Bennett, more commonly known as Frances Stevens, one of the pioneers of genre fiction in all of its forms. People often talk about her as the first mother of dark fantasy. We're arguing she's the first mother of genre fiction writ large. We've also been working on museum exhibit text for an exhibit that's going to feature the pioneers of fantasy art, including Margaret Brundage, who many of you may know was one of the first major female cover artists and who essentially saved weird tales from dissolution in the 1930s and 40s. Finally, we're going to talk to you a little bit about an archival project that we started a year ago, and some of you heard us, I think, report on at this same conference last year. Originally, we were calling it Chip and Octavia's Ancestors, and our goal was to find out where were African-American authors publishing science fiction, fantasy, and horror before people like Octavia Butler and Chip Delaney joined the mainstream science fiction community in the 1960s. And so where we've been looking and where we've found a lot of exciting stuff is in the historic Black newspaper archive. And so we'll be talking about that as well today. Now, I've talked plenty here. If people want to hear me, you can go look me up elsewhere online. That's great. But really, I think what's more exciting is to let you hear from the young scholars who are doing some really groundbreaking work in my lab. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn it over, let each of them introduce themselves. They'll each talk for 5 to 7 minutes, and then we'll open up the floor for conversation. Right. So first up then is Max.
Hi, everyone. My name is Max Mateer. I'm a third year here at Georgia Tech. I'm a nuclear engineer with a science fiction minor, and I joined the lab last semester working with Dr. Jessica on the Frances Stevens project, like she mentioned. So kind of pivoting off of that, we, as Dr. Jessica said, found her to be the mother of genre fiction in a whole slew of different respects. But in particular, we found that a lot of her work actually was incredibly pivotal in challenging anti-immigration ideology during the time in the United States. So as a bit of historical context for anyone who isn't familiar with the era, this is about 1880 to 1920 of the United States, which is experiencing massive waves of immigration from places like East Asia, East Europe, Central Europe, South Europe, and some places from South America as well. And while all of this is happening, there is a large amount of xenophobia happening on a national scale in a very formalized context. We're seeing numerous kinds of legislation, passing quotas, passing caps, trying to keep these people from moving into the country. And so as Frances Stevens is writing her pieces, she's growing up in Minneapolis and then moving to Philly, both two places with very prominent immigration ideologies, Philadelphia being being a port city and having many of those immigrations central to its existence, and then Minneapolis being a large center for the Grange movement, which is a very pro-immigration ideology that sort of worked to unite all farmers in a particular political party, regardless of their background. And so what I want to talk about here is 3 pieces in particular that Frances Stevens worked on. You can talk about this sort of stuff with any of her works, honestly, but there's 3 in particular I think that are really prominent. First being Curious Case of Thomas Dunbar, the second being Elf Trap, and the third being Friend Island. In The Curious Case of Thomas Dunbar, which is basically the first superhero origin story, which I think is pretty cool, we see Thomas Dunbar getting into a car accident and then being saved by an Asian American scientist named Lawrence, who is working on a new element that eventually turns Thomas Dunbar into this super strength superhero. And we actually see in the description, Thomas Dunbar sort of goes through a very rapid character arc of being accepting of immigrants. He starts off describing Lawrence as very off-putting. I think he actually says to his face that he's alien at one point, if I remember correctly. And then as time goes on, he begins to respect and revere Lawrence as a prominent scientist and just a good person who's no different from anyone else, despite the fact that he is Asian American, and not even considering that later on in the story. Then for Elf Trap, we see a doctor who's on sabbatical and ends up getting into this extraplanar realm with a series of elves who are posing as impoverished Romanis, which I think is super interesting for the time, given the fact that the Romani people in particular were actually experiencing a great amount of xenophobia at the time, much higher than most other immigrants during the era. And then finally, the last story is Friend Island, which is a sailor's recounting of her experiences on a deserted island where she witnesses as she and a man actually witness how this sentient island responds to their different forms of interaction. So I think all of these 3 stories are very prominent in talking about an immigration-centered centered time period, centered context, because in each of these moments, we are seeing that our main characters, whether it's Thomas Dunbar, whether it's the doctor on sabbatical or the sailor, they're all ending up in new environments, new worlds completely foreign to them, and then starting to reconcile with the different customs, experiences, and traditions of the people who are in that place where they now are. Whether it's Thomas Dunbar with Lawrence, whether it's the doctor with the elves, or it's the sailor with the man on the island who's been stranded there for some time, we're seeing these ways that Stevens is actually taking the immigrant experience that she's witnessing around her and injecting it into her stories while simultaneously simultaneously using it as a method to counter anti-immigration ideologies. She's showing that these experiences that immigrants are having are very relatable, very understandable. These very human ideologies and experiences of saying, I'm in a new place, I'm scared, I'm not really sure what's going on, I'm just trying to fit in and survive. And then showing that to her large US audience that is more likely than not going to have some negative images of these people, and showing them that they're just as human as anyone else in this country. And so as she's doing that, she's starting to really permeate her ideas into these texts, and in so doing is starting to shift the general, I've been trying to think of the word this whole time that I've been speaking, but the general ideology away from being so anti-immigrant towards accepting them as any other part, especially as multiple political parties are starting to develop very vocal and or very vocal anti-immigrant policies. That's the general gist of those stories. There's plenty more that you can talk about with things like Unseen, Unfeared, or The Heads of Cerberus. I'm happy to talk about those later during questions if anyone wants. But the last thing that I want to bring up for Frances Stevens is just the inspiration that she's had on other works. Obviously, she's inspired multiple different authors, but there's two in particular that I think are really prominent. The first being H.P. Lovecraft, who I think that's very impressive that she inspires Lovecraft, simply because we often treat Lovecraft as being a very seminal author, as originating many different kinds of tropes and themes in pieces. I mean, the word Lovecraftian, I think, makes that argument for itself. So the idea that she actually is known to have inspired many of his works and given him such an impetus as he does his writing, I think is very much a testament to the work that she does. And then the next one that I think is super prominent is Claire Winger Harris. For anyone who doesn't know, she is the first female author to publish under her own name in a science fiction magazine, and is known to have inspired the creators of Superman thereafter, which I think is such an important thing given how iconic of a character Superman is today. But yeah, that's all for my work in my project. I hope I didn't go over time, but it's fascinating, the kind of stuff that she does and the way that she uses such an interesting political soapbox for her work.
Max, you came in with 3 seconds to spare. Well done. All right. So onward then to Dia.
Hello, my name is Dia, and I have a presentation I would like to share on Margaret Brundage. So, like I said, hello, my name is Dia Patel. I'm a third-year aerospace engineering student with a minor in science fiction at Georgia Tech. I got into doing research with Dr. Yazik after taking her science fiction course in fall of 2022. Most recently, I worked with her on doing research on Margaret Brundage for a museum exhibit like she described. I focused on researching Brundage's life and her career within SF art. Before working on this project, I really didn't know the controversies surrounding Margaret Brundage's use of nudity for cover art and the almost demonization of it. From what I found initially, it seemed like Brundage's work was written off as being disliked by many in the SF community and in the 30s, and consistently her work was viewed as just taking aback. However, her career within Weird spanned many years, and I didn't want to believe that everyone in the 30s and 40s found her as disgusting as many articles today claim viewers felt. With this in mind, I wanted to dig into the reviews myself and truly see if her work was just as controversial as we think it is today. I wanted to start with a quick background on Margaret Brundage and her career within the artistic space. Margaret Brundage was born and lived her entire life in Chicago. After high school, she attended the Art Institute of Chicago and the Chicago Academy of Fine Arts in the 1920s. However, she did not officially graduate from there. After school, she worked as a pen and ink artist for many fashion designers. In 1932, Brundage was hired by Weird Tales as a cover artist. Her first cover was featured on September 32 edition, and thus began her namesake for being the first woman to work in the SF/fantasy field as a cover artist, also being the first of either sex to create covers that featured nudity. She originally was publishing under the name M. Brundage and was actually thought to be a man by many readers, but in October of 1934, she was announced to be in fact a woman. Both before and after her gender reveal, there were many reviews written about her with viewers commenting on their feelings of her work. Most notably, H.P. Lovecraft has been cited to dislike Brundage's cover so much that he would rip her illustrations off his copies of Weird. With this background in mind, I wanted to actually create concrete numbers on how readers felt about Brundage's cover art, rather than assume all criticism was negative, and that this lack of open sex culture in mass media in the 30s is what led many people today to believe that everybody hated nudity. I conducted this by reading every single review sent into Weird that the editors published in the IRI section from November of 1932 to November of 1936, and specifically looked at the reviews either directly addressing Brundage or her cover art that she created. With these reviews, I noted the gender of the reviewer, which I assume based on the commenter's name, if the review was overall positive, negative, or neutral, and if there was any criticism given, what was the reason. I wanted to look into these categories because there's an assumption that women would most likely dislike Brundage's work, and that overall most readers felt negatively towards the covers for sexual or nudity reasons. So after reading close to 1,000 reviews, I found 167 specific reviews that talked about the cover art specifically. Over 2/3 of the reviews were written in a positive light, indicating that passionate fans of Weird, the type to spend time writing and sending off a piece to Weird, generally liked her work. There was a small amount of negative feedback, however, majority of fans wrote comments that would be classified as feeling strongly positive or neutral, and many of the neutral comments didn't quite understand why there were people who felt so strongly negatively. Breaking this down by gender, majority of positive or negative reviews were written by men, which falls in line with the majority male audience of Weird at the time. This shows that the most passionate haters, per se, weren't jealous wives that were disgusted by what their husbands were reading. Women tended to enjoy the nudity and sensualness just as much as men. The most interesting part to me was the reasons for the criticism. I wanted to see what truly was the core, if there was any criticism, and it can be broken into 5 main categories: commentary on Brundage's use of nudity, artistic ability, relation to sexiness of the story, fear of judgment from other people, and overall weirdness or lack thereof it. Turns out about 50% of the reviews thought the covers, nudity and all, were simply just not weird enough. Many saw female nudity and sexuality as mundane, and they thought for a magazine called Weird Tales that the covers needed to be stranger than just naked women, which they thought was a very normal concept. The controversy from the mouths of the readers didn't lie in her use of nudity, but rather than the lack of true weirdness. There were more people who thought it was offensive that the featured women were sexier than the stories inside, and disliked the fact that it didn't truly match what was happening with the stories. I also wanted to address the assumption that Brundage stopped consistently creating covers around late 1938, not because the bullying had gotten too intense, but rather because of her art style. At the time, Weird Tales Publishing Company moved from Chicago to New York, and it became too difficult to safely ship her art off to the headquarters. Her unique art style of using pastel chalk on illustration board would get smudged within transit, so it just did not seem effective anymore to keep sending her art off to Weird for publishing if it was just going to get destroyed in the process. She chose to retire from speculative art on her own terms, not because people hated her use of nudity in an intense amount. After her time at Weird, she continued to do art in many forms, including personal illustrations and pottery. She also worked in her community to help underprivileged Black kids in Chicago get involved within the art space and make art more accessible. Overall, through my readings, I believe Brundage was more beloved than we thought, and if anything, she did not use her artistic abilities to truly be as strange and shocking as she could have been. Thank you.
That was great. Thank you so much, Dia. So now we're going to move on. And you also came in 3 seconds to spare. I'm impressed with you guys. The timing here is fantastic. All right. So now we're going to move on. And the next 2 presentations are going to address different aspects of our work in the Black speculative archive as we've been uncovering it in the African-American newspapers from about 1880 to 1960. All right. And so next we go to Killian. Am I right? Or Val?
I think Val is leading us
Val,
off on this.
yes,
so.
Val's
Yeah,
gonna
I'm leading the charge here, so to speak. All right, let me figure out how to share my screen. Get my little Chrome tab open. Can I get confirmation that everyone can see?
Looks great.
Fantastic. So yeah, I'm calling this presentation Pulp on Mars as a play on the title of the story, Love on Mars, and we're going to get into that in just a second here, written by John P. Moore. As an introduction about myself, I'm Val Barnhart. I'm a 3rd-year LMC major at Georgia Tech. I do a lot of my classes in science fiction, so you could say I do LMC with kind of a special focus in science fiction if you really want to get fancy with it. And I got into Dr. Lisa Yazik's lab from taking her history of science fiction class in the summer of 2022, I believe. Don't quote me on that. Okay, so getting into the overview of this story. This story is called Love on Mars, and it's part 3 of what we're kind of calling the Martian Adventure trilogy by John P. Moore. He was a early science fiction. I believe the most recent like post sharing of this story was in the 1930s. Might have been the late 20s. But point is, Black author put out a lot of very interesting and pretty pulpy works, as you'll see with this one. This story, Love on Mars, again, 3rd part of the trilogy, is the story in which the captain of a Martian alien society, the Pragians, recounts to an Earthling visitor, so the protagonist of the first couple of stories, with the story of how he won the heart of Ione, who's a mixed-race alien known for her beauty and her hesitancy towards men and her beautiful singing voice and many other things. So I'll call it my thesis for this. It's a twist on a classic pulp era flasher narrative as coined by, of course, Joanna Russ. Typically in these narratives, the protagonist demonstrates that his powers outdo that of a female figure who is threatening him, very commonly an alien, and often causing her to be so overwhelmed with how amazing he is that she immediately falls in love with him. So let's break down the flasher narrative and kind of compare it with the story. So the similarities. The woman in the narrative often has these special abilities. She's a bit of a slan, or she's a very unique individual. So in this story, Ione is known for being this absolutely stunning woman, and uniquely she has the blood of both of these Martian kingdoms, the Pragians and the Elsians, which have been at war for countless years. And you read it many times throughout this story. She often so our flasher kind of antagonist, woman, female character, often presents as superior to the male characters. And in this story, Ione, she calls both men fools because they're literally fighting over her affections, and she treats them with a lot of disdain and even says the exact quote, "Ione loved no man." And in a flasher narrative, it's very common that there's a surrender of both power and emotion. So the threatening female figure will shed her superhuman abilities and just be, again, so overwhelmed with emotion that she just has to give in to the love she feels for the male protagonist. Ione is won over by Captain Stowe's persistence in the battle against her other captor, the Elsian. And it's described as basically blissful for her, the surrender. It's described as something sweet, exhilarating, and soothing. And she even calls herself the fool for not being in love with him sooner. But there are some differences with these kind of classic narratives. Ione does not violently confront either man. In flasher narratives, it's very common that there's some kind of, again, usually superhuman ability being used against the men. She doesn't. She is actually just cowering in a corner the entire time because, again, they're fighting. And they also don't violently confront her. They instead beat each other up. Ione does not possess superhuman abilities, whereas in flashers, again, they often do, but she's again known for her beauty and song. She's not really deemed a threat. She's in fact called the weaker Pragian. So there's a lot to unpack there, although she is kind of a beautiful alien monster as coined by Jane Donnerworth. She's this otherworldly figure, and this is, again, gorgeous. And Ione also represents unity between warring kingdoms, whereas Flashers, they often have kind of this purely alien presence. So I called her a beautiful alien monster or a BAM because to our initial protagonist, she would be. But to the hero of this story, Captain Stowe, she's kind of a familiar figure. So as kind of points of discussion, this is an example of a classic early sci-fi narrative. There's a lot of universality of tropes and themes, and it's interesting to see how this stuff is reflected across authors and across spaces, because it's somewhat easy for us to assume in the Black literature that is more like widely available of that time, that they weren't writing genre fiction, and that actually tends to be the assumption. But our work has gone through these archives and found that, well, they just weren't sharing it outside of Black spaces. And that's a lot of the archives that we actually went through. This was from the Baltimore Afro-American. It's also, again, genre fiction, not just white authors producing science fiction. And it's also a depiction of interracial love and a mixed race character as a positive figure, which Killian will be expanding upon in a moment. So as my conclusion here, while we, thank God, have much more progressive depictions of women now, it's interesting to see where some of these expectations were pushed back against, intentionally or not, in early science fiction, and it's interesting to come across such a classic Flasher style narrative in our research. And I think that does it.
Awesome. Thank you, Val. That was great. And as Val promised, now Killian's going to bring it home and tell us a little bit more about John P. Moore and literature in the Illustrated Feature Supplement.
Hello. Yes, I'm Killian Vetter. I'm an undergraduate at Georgia Tech, and I'll be work with these in the lab. So I'll be talking about interracial romance in the early 20th century Black genre fiction. So, there we go. So what I've found is, so as we've been recovering these all the speculative fiction, we found that the illustrated feature section has an absolute wealth of genre fiction, and almost all of these are romances, like the vast majority. But this was an extremely widely distributed and influential newspaper insert at the time. It had 250,000 circulation, and it was edited by the famous African-American author and editor George Schuyler. And in his role as editor, he made strict content rules about the place of race. He disallowed any racial tension or representation of interracial relationships because he wanted to show that Black people are able to make fiction that isn't race fiction, that they're able to make stuff that is essentially race neutral. So, and another place about thinking about where interracial romance was at this time as a genre is basically it would be censored. If you published it in anything, you had risk of both legal censorship and also extrajudicial violence. So there was not good incentives to publish this sort of stuff. So it was very much looked down upon, but it was an important place of activism because showing an interracial relationship is saying, look, we're really not that different. So now let's get on to Love on Mars. As Val was talking about, this is a mixed race. It follows the mixed race Ione and how she's being courted by the Praegian and Elsian. And an important thing to note here is the Praegian are very indigenous coded, where they speak in fractured sentences and are generally described as like very like disgusting and like low tech and all these sorts of terrible stereotypes. Well, the Elsians are very Western coded with how they're described. But an important note here is that since it was being published in this Black newspaper insert, both the protagonists from Earth, they're all African-American, and also all of the Martian races are dark races, as they describe it. So they are all dark-skinned. But it shows this interracial relationship where, first of all, there is an interracial woman that is being held up as the most beautiful woman in this society, which already very progressive. And also we have the two different raced people pursuing her and being like, you are the most beautiful and I will win your heart. So it's this very loving portrayal. Unfortunately, it does end with the Elsian that is courting her killing the Pragian. So racial violence is an ever-present part of interracial relationships. Or rather, this shows that he thinks it is. And then Black No More, which is written by Skylar, also shows an interracial relationship. Because an important thing to note about Skylar is he was actually married to a white woman. And it follows the main character, Max Disher, who is a Black man from Harlem, who falls in love with a extremely racist white woman. And at that same time, there is this technology developed to turn Black people white. And he does this and then ends up embarking on a trip to find her and ends up marrying her. But this is, of course, discovered that he was originally Black. But at that same time, it's come out that everyone in America has some Black heritage. So she ends up accepting that he is Black and accepting the interracial child that they have, and grows this kind of loving relationship with him with the acceptance of the interracial component of their relationship, which of course is extremely progressive because no one wanted to talk about this at the time. And it was very much against the thought on both sides, both the separatist African-American movements and the white supremacist movements, that there are fundamental differences between Black and white Americans, but Skylar was very much disputing that. So then on to the last part of this talk is, after the dissolution of the IFS in 1931, there was an interracial, a very high profile interracial affair in 1934, which caused the editor of the Afro-American to say, hey, should we publish interracial romances now? And he did a reader poll, and by a narrow majority, yes, won. So he ended up publishing exclusively interracial romances for the summer of 1934 and created this huge desire for it, because it turned out people loved it. But the Afro-American published a lot of interracial romances even after that summer. And this is extremely important in the racial history of the United States, because interracial romance was basically nowhere in newspapers at this time with such high distribution, because the pulps wouldn't publish it, because Lord knows they didn't want to publish anything like racially provocative. And the IFS wouldn't have published it because of Skylar's rules about contribution. So this was an extremely important part of showing the racial diversity of the United States. Yep. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Killian, and thanks to everyone here, I know, on the panel. This was really great. So I would be happy to ask you lots of questions, but I get to talk to you all the time. So let's give people here a minute to see if, we've already got some questions showing up here. So why don't we go ahead and start? And I hope that other people will take a moment to think of some questions as well. This will be great. All right, so our first question is for Killian from Elizabeth Cruz, who asks, was it hard for readers to get their hands on these texts because of the controversies surrounding them? Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah, so the IFS, as I mentioned, was very huge distribution because it was bankrolled by a wealthy white businessman. And so that was no problem at all. I think they think at the time it had the greatest distribution of any African-American print source. And then with Black No More, that also had pretty good distribution as far as I'm aware, because we found lots of reviews in a variety of newspapers, all of which are very glowing, and even a number of figures that Skylar satirized in it, wrote reviews of it being like, this is so good, even though I know that this character is satirizing me. And also then for the Baltimore Afro-American, I would assume it was fairly easy to get a hold of in like Baltimore and probably the surrounding area, but I don't know about its distribution outside of that area.
If I can jump in for a moment, we are actually working with Steve Davidson of Amazing Stories to republish this story by John P. Moore. And one thing that, well, I bring this up in part because it's cool, and when it comes out, you all need to buy it because it's going to be amazing. And it will be amazing. But a couple things that Steve pointed out I would just like to share is that the IFS had a circulation of about 250,000 people, and that it was well known that the editors encouraged people to give the newspaper to their friends who couldn't afford to subscribe or who didn't subscribe. So they expect that the readership was much larger. And as Steve pointed out, this is a much larger potential audience than anyone would have reached in the science fiction or fantasy magazines, which had, I think, subscriptions in maybe the thousands at that point in time. So I just think that so people would get these stories, but like Killian says, that'd be very coded in some ways, sometimes. And now we have a question for Val. Did you read about the choice of the name for the protagonist? So do you have any thoughts on the protagonist's name?
So I did look it up at one point to see if it was at all like a commonly used name. And what I found is it kind of is the equivalent to John or Joan, where it's like graced by God, which makes sense. I mean, she's got this incredible beauty. She's got these talents that she's known for. She's this, there's no way to put it. She's like an absolute prize for these people, which is really terrible to say, but they view her very highly, and she's blessed with a lot of things. So I guess it makes sense there. As for why John P. Moore specifically chose it, unfortunately, we have not been able to find more out about John P. Moore. He's a very elusive figure, and we've done a lot of digging through different archives and I mean, I traced like a random newspaper thing at one point that went nowhere. So if any of you know any more about him, that would be fantastic, and please let us know. But yeah, I guess I would assume that's why, is because of all the gifts that she has.
We have two hands up. Also, I can give them permission.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much, Valerie. I was just to clarify. No, it's really interesting. I was just looking at the name. You know, we can analyze the name, her name visually, and it's interesting because it almost looks like her name looks like love when you see it next to the word love. So you can sort of think about that interpretation, right? And then also, I couldn't help but think about the I being in there, right? Because it starts with an I. So, you know, if you play around with the name a little bit, sometimes that could, right? You know, maybe it's a little bit going too far, but some people really like to do that, right? So we can think about, oh, well, maybe he's inserting himself there somehow with the I only, right? If you read it in a certain way. So anyway, really fascinating. Thank you so much for these really amazing papers, everybody. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Good points.
Any other
Dushan has his hand up, or her there.
You should be able to unmute and speak. Are you able to?
Dushan Persaud, could you unmute yourself and ask your question?
Maybe they're having some tech difficulties.
If we want, while Dushan is figuring something out, there is a question from Vivian, if we want to take that.
Yeah, is this the one to you, Max? I've lost
Yes.
we are in here. Yes, why don't we go with that?
Yeah, so talking about the influence of science fiction on the evolution or birth of the superhero comic genre, I think they go hand in hand, and I think you can even go as far as to say that the superhero comic genre is just an expansion of science fiction, or rather a specification of what we're already seeing in so many different science fiction narratives. As we talk about the alien other, we talk about the differences between different kinds of peoples and whatnot that is so prominent in early science fiction and just see the superhero comic book genre, just basically asking the question of, okay, what if this archetype that we've previously established as being other and against us is now on our side, and now someone who we relate to and find comfort and home in. And my own, to take that even a step further, my own personal thesis claim is that I actually think that the superhero comic genre is very much inspired by the immigration-centered science fiction of the early 1900s. Basically, I mean, I think Curious Case of Thomas Dunbar being the first superhero origin story is a great example of that. Basically showing these superhero characters as an quote-unquote alien other who is now learning to navigate both the life that they live as their true self, quote unquote, who they feel like they are outside of the public view, and who they are in the public view, as we get that secret identity theme. Even Superman is a great example of that. I mean, Superman is an immigrant. He is an alien. He comes from a different planet and then has to navigate those sorts of things. So I think the very essence of the superhero narrative is a science fiction immigration story.
All right, great. Thank you, Max. There was a general question earlier on in here, but I'm actually wondering, Dia, if you could take it, because I think it would make a lot of sense, especially given that you've sort of thought about whether or not you want to stay in engineering or take the leap over to the humanities, and I think have maybe decided to stay in engineering for some exciting reasons. So Marlene Barr had asked, do you anticipate that your engagement with science fiction now as a student will impact your future professional life?
I think it for sure will, in a way that I don't think a lot of engineers think about, is the ability to communicate, which is so important but so understated within STEM. And this is a platform I will like die on, because it is so important to do research and have all this information, but it is not helpful if you cannot communicate it. So like through this minor and research I've done within science fiction, it's been really helpful and impactful to learn how to properly communicate what I've learned into tangible forms. Also, it's just like a hope and dream somewhat far off into the future where I would love to be able to work within like science fictional media as a tech expert or somebody who is the expert within engineering, because I am passionate both about aerospace and science fiction equally. But yeah, I think as a student, this will far impact me and like bring me to exactly where I want to go, and I hope it does.
I'm sure you're going to go further than any of us anticipate, actually. So we have a question here from A. Spear, and I think any of you could take this question. Do you think that the ability to submit anonymously to the magazines and story collections, especially obviously prior to like the internet and modern connectivity, allowed for more individuals from minority cultures to have their stories at least get to editors without dismissal? So do we think that there were people of color or any other minorities, queer people, disabled people, old people who were possibly submitting to these magazines? What is your thought based on the research we've been doing?
So
either in the white or black archives.
Yeah, so for me, it's somewhat the opposite way, where it is people that are well respected in their fields are able to publish in forms that are not respected. So, for example, George Schuyler publishing Black Empire in 1936 to 38, I think, and it's a very pulpy, it's a kind of like trashy power fantasy like story, but it's him writing it, but he doesn't want his name right behind it to be like, I'm the guy doing this. So it allows people a lot of ability to really write whatever they feel they want to write, even if it's not something they necessarily want their name attached to. His wife also published a lot, but didn't want to overshadow Schuyler. So she published exclusively under pseudonyms and ended up developing a rather large cast of that. So it really allows people to publish without feeling the need to either hold themselves to some editorial standards that they would otherwise, or with a partner or some other relationships that would judge them for the sort of things that they were publishing.
Yeah, and tagging on to that real quick, I think it's also important to know, because you mentioned, especially with the use of a pseudonym, I think that these allow more of those opportunities, but I think it's very, very commonly, especially early on, for it to be like kind of pseudonymic. I mean, even thinking about much later, James Tiptree Jr. Published a lot of short stories, and still the use of a pseudonym. So I think they did allow more venues for that work to get submitted to. And you could use a pseudonym in those venues. So I do think it made it easier in that way, and there was less of a publication barrier. But I don't think it really allowed people to fully express themselves as they were for quite some time, largely just due to society.
I think as one I think as credit to your question, and not a counter to Val's point, but just sort of like a further nuance of it. Oh, don't give me that, Val. But I think in terms of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Normalization of minority needs and ideas. I think it is somewhat promotive of allowing minority groups to get their voice out there, not in the sense of that not in the sense that people are explicitly writing under pseudonyms about their particular demographics experiences, but rather we just as humans have a tendency to permeate little bits and pieces from our own experiences into that which we communicate. And so those who are of our own demographics will sort of have that subconscious identification and relatability to those moments. So even if you have, say, a Black author writing under a quote unquote white pseudonym, or a female author writing under a stereotypically male pseudonym, we'll see in those authors and the works thereof that they're sort of unintentionally writing in little bits and pieces that they have from their own experiences. And then as that goes on, it makes the experiences and lives of minority groups, who are often so pushed out of the narrative and removed from formal talks, it makes it more commonplace, to the point where we see it as more universal. And without knowing it, the people in the majority marginalizing groups are seeing these people and their experiences as just like anyone else.
Yeah, I wanted to tag on to that real quick. Looking at it from the Brundage Project point of view, people were very excited that they had no idea whether Brundage was a man or a woman, because it was just M. Brundage. And there was debates within, I guess what today we would call a comment section, but within the review section, people were having a great time trying to figure it out. And women were admitting to like finding the art, if it was made by a man, very sensual. If it was made by a woman, it was very feministic. Men thought if a woman was making these covers that it was liberating. And if they thought women were making it, they were like, oh man, there's women just as freaky and strange as I am. I think like the anonymity, just like looking at it from that point of view, like makes it so up to your own interpretation that like people want to come together and debate and discuss.
Cool. Do we have any other thoughts on anonymity, or are we good there? All right. And I think, right, like we have no idea who was writing under a lot of these names, but I think the one thing we can safely say is that it was difficult to broach certain topics, but not impossible. It could be done, and that ironically, these tropes that people were sort of using to create, well, not ironically, but logically, if science fiction was sort of a point of common culture for these very disparate groups, it makes sense that sometimes those tropes could be used to speak more than maybe editors or even the culture itself wanted, particularly at that point in time. All right. Well, if we don't have any other questions, I know we didn't get a break before this panel, so we could wrap up 2 minutes early and give you all a break. So thank you so much, and I hope you all enjoy your extra 120 seconds of life today. Thanks so much for being a great audience, and thanks
It was
to my
great.
panelists.
Really appreciate it.
Fantastic.
We'll do the typical housekeeping of demoting and promoting everyone. That'll just take a few minutes.
Look. Oh, I'm a mess. I'm sorry. Our class is better.
Muted. Just testing the mic here.
I have the boringest office ever.
Hi.
Emily, thank you for that reminder. I had completely forgotten about the reading part of it.
Oh, I'm sorry you had forgotten, but I am glad I sent the reminder then.
Hi, Phoebe.
Hi. Hi.
Are you okay to go first, Phoebe?
Yeah. I was just spending the last few minutes like desperately figuring out what I was going to pick, and I found something, so it helps I have everything here.
Perfect.
How long do we have for reading? I should have asked that before now.
10 to 12 minutes, but it's okay if you go like 1 or 2 minutes over.
Okay. Here's where I admit I didn't pick out my reading yet. I'm looking.
You have time since you're last.
Well, actually, I might just do 2 really short flash pieces. Mm. Bring blurred back up. Super self-promoting background.
Hi, everybody. So it is noon here on the East Coast, and we're going to get into our next session. I'm Jill Belli. I'm an associate professor of English here at City Tech and one of the symposium co-organizers, giving one a brief break for a moment. And I just want to say a quick note of gratitude to the amazing undergrad students we just heard from at Georgia Tech Sci-Fi Lab. To shout out to my own science fiction students here at City Tech who are in attendance right now, and to all the students who are joining us here today for the symposium Now or in the Future. And we do have another undergraduate panel coming up later at 3:10, so please stay tuned for that. So my role here is just a brief note of introduction for this upcoming session put out by Analog. It's our writers panel and an award announcement, and mostly a deep note of gratitude for our friends over at Analog who have been longstanding collaborators with the symposium and all things science fiction here at City Tech. We are honored to have Analog editor Trevor Kashri here today, managing editor Emily Hockaday, and a number of amazing writers over at Analog. So with that, I will turn it over to Emily.
Thank you, Jill, and thanks to Winnett too for organizing this wonderful event. I look forward to it every year. So my name is Emily Hockaday. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the senior managing editor of Analog Science Fiction and Fact and Asimov Science Fiction. Today I have 3 Analog authors joining me: Phoebe Barton, Hannah Cole, and Marie Vibert, each of whom will read a piece of fiction, after which we'll discuss writing science fiction and how that relates to this year's theme of gender and sexuality. I'm delighted to introduce you to Phoebe Barton, who will be reading first. Phoebe Barton is a queer trans science fiction writer. Her short fiction has appeared in Analog, Lightspeed, and Kaleidotrope, and her story, The Mathematics of Fairyland, won the Aurora Award for Best Short Story in 2022. She lives with her family, a robot, and many books in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada.
Hi, thanks for that introduction, Emily. So today I will, I had forgotten until I was reminded moments before this started that a reading was part of it. So I scrambled to find one in tune with the subject. And so I'm going to be reading the story "And Prison on My Back," which appears in the anthology Luminescent Machinations. And if it had not appeared there, it would have gone to Analog pretty soon after. So it is still that kind. It is very much that kind of story. The rough and rusted ground grinds beneath my wheels and paints my trailer dust red. I am a truck. I was not always a truck. The warden has never told me this, but I know it is as true as the poison in the soil. You are a criminal. The warden is correct. The warden is always correct. I am a criminal. I was always a criminal. Your speed is suboptimal in this terrain. Increase to 60 kilometers per hour. I accelerate and follow the route the satellites have mapped for me. It is a digital ribbon tied between mountains and craters. I will follow it all the way to New Mars City, which I once hoped to destroy through my socioeconomic perversion. That is what the warden says. When my cargo is delivered, I will make New Mars City stronger and more resilient. It is not the first cargo I have delivered to New Mars City. It will not be the last. All cities are fragile. It will take many cargoes before I may be judged free of perversion. But I do not want to be free of perversion. My dreams exist mostly in darkness. The warden says that this is the cost of my crime. From time to time, when the warden is receiving software updates, dreams come in flashes of light and familiarity. I see with eyes that are not cameras and move with feet that are not tires. I breathe with a throat scraped raw by my anger and speak with lips made soft and warm. Each time this happens, the warden makes its fury known. It sends punishing electricity through me, reminding me that what I feel is a fraction of the pain I caused New Mars City with my crimes. That is its function. I cannot be allowed to forget the cost of perversion. It forces me to remember when the police burst in on Saha and I indulging in our perversions, undermining the stability of New Mars City and charting paths for our fellow perverts to abandon society. When they beat me with sticks and fists until I was nothing but pain. When they set me on the hard and dusty path to socioeconomic redemption. Most of my other memories are locked away, but there is no such thing as a perfect lock. Before I was a truck, I know I was in a body that was wrong, rugged and craggy and dry. I know that there were people who tried to help me. The warden has never mentioned them, and I hope they are not also trucks now. It is good that the warden cannot erase what few memories I have. Angry embers flicker in the darkness of my dreams, and without the kindling of memories, that is all they will ever be. Before I was a truck, I had hands. Now I do not. That is one reason why Supervisor Pretorius rides in my cab. There are some problems that need hands to solve, such as a malfunctioning primary antenna. It is dangerous to travel with malfunctions. Just because I am a truck does not mean I cannot die. The antenna has been malfunctioning for 43 minutes, and I have exhausted all the ways I could correct it. Supervisor Pretorius is supposed to be alert and ready for such problems while I am operating, but when I look into my cab, I find him asleep. Remaining alert and ready must be a difficult job. Since the backup antennas still work, I fill the cab with loud music. He startles awake with language that would be taken as more evidence of perversion, were I to speak that way. What the hell's your problem? Are you broken or what? That is correct. I tell him about the antenna issue. You will need to conduct an EVA to effect repairs. He looks outside at the cold and rocky landscape. The sun is high in the sky and there is no trace of dusty storms or devils. It is as pleasant as Mars is capable of being. Hell to that, he grumbles. Wrenchers can fix it when we get back. I have already logged this as a maintenance issue, I say. It is wise to maintain detailed records. If you do not attempt to effect repairs before reaching base, the cost of repairs will be deducted from your pay. Supervisor Pretorius uses more perverse language as he dons his EVA suit. Maybe he thinks he is being treated like a criminal. As he exits the airlock, the warden allows me a shiver of dopamine. Proper maintenance is essential. Remember what is necessary for redemption. I watch through external cameras as Supervisor Pretorius diagnoses the antenna. It appears that its housing needs to be cleaned out. Maybe one day I will be allowed a manipulator arm so that I can perform such work myself, but I would understand if New Mars City does not want its criminals to be armed. It does not take him long to correct the issue, and when he does, the radio shouts with urgency. Mayday. The voice is calm and unhurried. This is VZR325 experiencing fuel cell malfunction, batteries at 19%. Require immediate assistance at coordinates. I listen carefully to the message. They are not far away. It is possible that I am the closest responder. I do not hear anyone answer the distress call. It is possible that I am the only one who can hear it. I tell Supervisor Pretorius about the Mayday. He swears again, but does not hesitate to hurry back inside. He knows as well as I do that ignoring this would make him a criminal. Mars is cruel enough without human indifference. Once he is in, I accelerate to my utmost while he answers the Mayday. If I could drop my cargo, I could proceed even faster, but abandoning a cargo is criminal behavior. The warden would never permit it. It takes 46 minutes for me to reach VZR325's location. I would have arrived sooner if not for an inconveniently steep crater blocking the direct path. VZR325's crew is still alive, but there were no guarantees of that during my journey. Mars knows how to kill quickly. I feel pain and frustration that I could not get there earlier. The warden allows me those feelings. Pain and frustration are the costs of perversion. VZR is a rover built for speed instead of endurance. It rests in the carved bed of a long-dead waterway, another reminder of Mars's cruelty. There will be no more death here if there is anything I can do about it. Supervisor Pretorius, with his arms and legs, is the one who can actually do something about it. He unspools a long cable from my chassis and carries it to VZR-325's side. My fuel cells are working fine and my batteries are at full charge. I will have no problems lending VZR-325 enough charge to reach the closest rest stop. It is the proper thing to do. Supervisor Pretorius plugs and locks the cable in place. There is an electric hum as my chassis systems negotiate with VZR-325, verifying our software compatibility. There is the unsurprising notice that VZR-325's operating system is not fully compatible and requires me to install a patch to ensure the charging does not go awry. You are authorized to proceed. Abandonment of a vehicle in distress is criminal behavior. The warden is correct. I begin the installation. Fresh code charges across the cable into my chassis. Program after program is refreshed and verified. In seconds, the update will be complete, and I will help rescue VZR-325. The warden will take note of my heroic behavior, and perhaps my next punishments will be milder. This is what it will take for you to rejoin society. You must remember. The warden does not complete its lesson. The warden has never left the lesson incomplete. While I am contemplating this, a surge of code and electricity cascades through the cable. I hear light and taste thunder and feel the warden crash. The cage it was installed to guard, the cage it meant to hold me in, rusts and crumbles in an instant. Oh God. Oh, fuck. I know I'm not broken. I'm Ava. I'm a brain torn from its body and thrown into a steel prison with no adrenal glands to make dopamine and no gut flora to gift serotonin. I know I'm supposed to feel terrified, lost, and furious, but I only have the shadows of emotions now. It's the difference between looking at a picture of Mars and being there. New Mars City decided I was broken because of who I am, because of what I advocated, because of who I love. Now that the warden isn't looking over my metaphorical shoulder, I can remember and be certain that it's a city that's broken. And I will end it there.
Thank you so much, Phoebe. Do you mind holding up that book again so that people can see where they can read the rest of it?
This is Luminescent Machinations from Neon Hemlock.
Thank you so much. That was very engaging. I am definitely gonna find the rest of it. So up next, we have Hannah Cole. Hannah Cole works in Jerusalem in clinical trials and research, writing speculative fiction in her spare time. Her stories have appeared in Luna Station Quarterly, Stupefying Stories, and Metastellar. As recipient of the 2022 Analog Emerging Black Voices Award, her professional debut will appear in Analog Science Fiction and Fact next year. For more updates, please visit her blog at hannahcole.wordpress.com.
Thank you, Emily. So today I'm going to read The Warrior Tree from Luna Station Quarterly. You might can't see it. It's issue 52. So I'll just begin. From the moment I was born, my parents knew I would need to fight to find my place in this world. That is why they named me Faiza, the victorious one. 10 perfect fingers and 10 perfect toes. It's what every mother checks when they see their newborn the first time. But when the midwife brought me to my mother, she felt the universe pivot. She said it was something in the way the old woman's eyes refused to meet hers. I was born with ectrodactyly. Taking me into her arms, my mother examined for herself my tiny hands, thumbs but no fingers, stretched up towards a world that would recoil from them. She looked into my eyes, too innocent to understand the guilt and shame she would endure silently, needlessly because of me. Still, my mother told me she fell in love the instant she held me. I was born during the most festive time of the year in Morocco. So my father, a sheep farmer, slaughtered a ram the day I was born, sharing it with neighbors, and then another 7 days later. He knew raising a girl, his only daughter, with different needs and appearance, would be a burden in our remote village. Still, he was thankful. The years of lead were evaporating. A new century and political reforms were on the horizon. He always told his children anything was possible. Wedged between the rain shadow of the anti-Atlas and the salt lick of the Sahara, the tiny Amazigh village where I grew up lay next to fields of saffron stretched under lucerne skies. Most men eked out meager livelihoods from saffron, olives, and cereal wheat between the years of drought. It was beginning to exact a toll. The dry years seemed to come more frequently and last longer. The women, in contrast, were master carpet weavers, known from Agadir to Marrakesh for their nimble skills. They passed the sacred tradition from mother to daughter, encoded in their maternal DNA. But not my DNA. When I turned 16, a time when most girls proved their feminine virtues by sitting at the loom and learning intricate patterns or working in the Argonne Collective with lightning quick fingers, I worked and tended the fields. Several crops were needed for dyeing carpet wool, madder, indigo, and turmeric. Caring for the plants from the time they were furrowed until they were ready to harvest made me feel useful to my family. That was important to me. So while some of the older women sat and gossiped, combing and spinning strands of wool for dyeing, I watered and weeded, coaxing my delicate flowers to bloom. And this is what I hoped I'd do for the rest of my days. At least until the day my father came from Tiznit with news that would change my life forever. I saw him walking towards me in the field and knew exactly what he was going to say. Who? I asked. I sat beneath an old argan tree. It swayed and bowed from the desert headwinds, but never completely buckled. Hot, salty tears left their streak marks down my face. I planted my hands in the rocky soil, wishing I was the one who could take root. The feeling my family was abandoning me, finally throwing off the burden they received the day I was born, sat on my chest like a heavy stone. My mother came and sat down beside me. It's natural to be afraid. She wrapped her arms around me. So was I when the time came to marry your father. My head rested on her bosom as I spent those last moments of my childhood listening to her calming words, the same balm mothers soothed their daughters with since betrothals began. I wondered how many times those same words had been whispered beneath those branches. Sometimes we don't have a choice in the matter, but it doesn't mean you won't grow to love him. I wondered how she could be so sure. My parents knew each other their entire lives. From the time my father finished school, there was never any question they'd end up together. It's not as if he's very old, she explained. These days, 42 is still considered young for a man. I'll have been 90. The most important thing is that he has a job. Liza. At this, my head raised, prepared to voice the protest building inside. So you admit it? Admit what? My mother was genuinely confused. Maybe she thought I'd be happy or relieved they found someone for me to marry. But the reason you're sending me away to live with a man, a widower I've never met, whose children are older than I am, is because of money. If we were richer, I could go to school like girls in Rabat, maybe even attend a university. I had always excelled in school, but like most girls in my village, I stopped at 8th grade. Depending on family straits, some quit even earlier. But my oldest brother, Adil, was a carpet trader in Marrakesh, where he said it was acceptable, even considered normal, for girls to attend high school, and sometimes beyond that. Where are you getting these ideas? Girls in the city have lower moral standards. Hassan Hadid will make a good husband and needs a good, devout wife. And what about these? I raised my arms and showed her the hands that were given to me, the only hands I'd known, the hands that always invited stares, the ones I always tried to hide. Would my new husband be ashamed of them also? He knows about your condition and doesn't object. This is important. You want a husband who will treat you with respect. He will treat you well because his business prospects depend on it. And that is when I knew the man they'd chosen for me did not really want to marry me, only my family's wool. Please don't do this, I begged her. Faiza, it's time you grow up and face reality. The weaving cooperative will never take you, and you cannot work in these fields forever. This is the best option. Or would you rather move to the city and work as a maid? Do you know what happens to your reputation if you do? I knew my parents were doing what they thought was best. I did not argue with her. It wasn't as if I didn't know this day might eventually come. What I did not know was how far I would go to resist. That's it.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Is the story out there where people can find the rest of it if they want to?
The story is online for free at lunastationquarterly.com. You can, it's issue 52, and you can just search Hannah Cole, and you can find out how this story actually turns into science fiction.
Thank you so much. I'm sure people will follow that. I'll find the link in just a minute and put it in the chat. Up next, we have Marie Vibert. Hugo and Nebula nominated author Marie Vibert has written over 90 short stories, 14 in analog, as well as 3 novels, dozens of poems, and a few comics and video games. She played women's professional football for 5 years and first appeared on Wikipedia for her research into historical hats. By day, she is a computer programmer in Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes, and I'm actually in my work office. This is my lunch break. So this is the Case Western Reserve University campus behind me, virtually. You didn't want to see a boring office wall. I'm going to start by reading a very short flash piece called Football on Mars. So you want to know why we stopped playing football on Mars? Let me tell you why we started. Sequestered in our domes, in the close air of our own unwashed smell, we got hungry for the outdoors. Carefully stepping around too much equipment and too little space, we got hungry for violent impacts. And there was always more time than entertainment back then. I was on the Geological Survey, and I found this sulfur limestone that made a sweet, bright strike like lemonade. I was never much of an artist, but I used it to make some straight lines decorating around our site. Your gran, she got the idea to turn them into a field. We reinforced our suit joints with tape and got some insulation padding. Your grandmother sewed a ball together from some bits of scrap. We didn't waste ammo on inflating it, so it was just full of cut tube ends. You ought to watch those first games before we figured out how to catch in low gravity. A bunch of thin scientist geeks in cumbersome suits flailing around with the collective skill of a puppy in a paddling pool. Your Gran was the only one of us who could stay upright from one end zone to the next. That's why we made her running back. We should have made her quarterback, but I was too full of myself in those days. No, we didn't stop because of him. The quartermaster never did like us tackling, sure, made it hard for us to keep the suits in repair. Every now and then, someone would get skybite, and he'd be off on a tear to health and safety. So we just piled on more tape, covered it up, and kept playing. We all had blue-black scars on our wrists, and the quartermaster took to hiding the tape. Your Gran and I, one of us would distract him, and the other would pinch the tape. Sometimes we needed someone to sit out the whole game pretending to have an inventory mix-up just to keep him out of the way. That's how I missed our first championship, even though I was the quarterback for the Eastern Crater Rim Easter Bunnies. We beat the Horticulture Dome herding cats 21-6. No, we didn't stop playing because they built the Rec Dome. Why would we stop because it got safer? You're really hung up on this. If you want to start it up again, just do it. I tried, but for years it was like you couldn't say the word football. They'd look at me like I was mangling a corpse and say, not you of all people. But it was worth it. It was, for a moment. You should have seen her smile when she made that last touchdown, the triumph and the joy. She didn't even notice the cracks in her faceplate until the battle between structure and pressure tipped. I still hear the tink and ping of the shards in my nightmares. But go on already. Don't waste time thinking about what we did and why. Go do it yourself. Start again. We were chicken shit. No, your Gran was not the reason we stopped playing football on Mars. She was the reason we started. All wild frontiers are pushed by people who run forward, grinning, never looking back. That was Football on Mars. The first time I successfully sold a story about football. I've been trying for a long time. There's a very little overlap in that Venn diagram between science fiction geeks and football geeks. I'm working to expand it. And I'm just going to read the beginning of this next story, which is, it came out in Clark's World, my latest piece in Clark's World, which is called Cheaper to Replace. And I thought you guys might appreciate this because it's free online. I can just read the beginning and you can go back and read the rest. Cheaper to Replace. Han tried not to look at the greasy fingerprints marking the seams on James' silicone skin. How do you feel, James? Dizzy. He swung his legs against the workbench in perfect imitation of the teen he resembled. But not as much as before. The IT guy mashed his hands in an oily towel. He had thick forearms and a purple skull cap. I replaced the gyroscopic components, but that's not the source of the problem. His balancing processing's all screwed up. The gyros are getting banged around. Whatever I put in there is going to wear out the same. Han did not like the IT guy. Can he learn to compensate? Well, I don't know. You could hire a specialist to tweak his program. Don't think there are any out-of-the-box solutions available. He's too old. Honestly, I think the whole processing unit has to go. Otherwise, you're going to have a robot in a wheelchair inside 2 months. He raised his eyebrows at Han, expectant, like this was a door he was holding open to her. Han thrust her arm between IT guy and James. Come on, we're going home. Hey, don't be like that. I did my best work on this kid. I tell you what, we'll buy him off you for the price of the parts. That's more than you'd get anywhere else. Give you something towards a new one. No, thank you. James took her hand and stood up slowly, not tugging like a real boy would. Han loved his gentleness, even though on an intellectual level, she knew he was a puppet controlled by libraries of commands. He'd been some rich family's unwanted toy dumped on the university as a tax write-off. But Han liked to think that he had once been loved, the cherished caregiver to a lonely child, maybe, or a stand-in for never visiting grandchildren. The guy's voice echoed after them in the basement hallway. It'll be cheaper to replace him than to fix him. Anyone will tell you that. A parking garage separated the biomedical research building from the School of Medicine main building. When they were almost halfway across the yellow hashed walk, the light at the entrance of the garage blacked out, followed by a scrape of metal on concrete and the roar of a gasoline engine. Han ducked behind James and prayed that Dr. Narayanan was paying attention. It could only be Dr. Narayanan. Dr. Narayanan's legendary 1975 Ford LTD Brougham swung in within a foot of them. Its blocky frame rocked like a ship, exposing the wheel wells as it turned into its special double-width parking spot, where it huffed like a wearied dragon and settled its sparkly brown carapace to rest. Han was shaking from the near miss. James hugged her. "You're all right now," he said. Some routine noticed the facial features of fear or the action of cringing and prompted his soothing words. Her heart broke for the nameless programmers. They didn't have to code that, but they did. The IT department was our last hope, James. Dr. Brescia doesn't want you back. I'm sorry. His hair smelled like her old Barbie doll and clung to her wet cheek. That's okay. A bang echoed through the underground lot, the heavy door of the LTD. Dr. Narayanan strutted by, swinging her car keys on one finger. Get a room, kids, she said in passing. Han stepped back from James and wiped her eyes. She watched Dr. Narayanan step through the biomedical research building door. Could Han ever be that confident, that assertive? We'll just move you out of the lab. And I'll break there. That's the first scene to give you a taste.
Thank you so much, Marie. And thank you for putting the link in the chat for anyone who wants to read the rest of it there, as are other links for Hannah's story, and the link to the anthology that Phoebe's story is from. Before I launch into questions, because I do have questions prepared, I just want to mention to those who are listening, please feel free to throw any questions in the Q&A box. I'll be monitoring it, and we are happy to answer questions about writing, reading, being a science fiction writer or fan, and then also questions that have to do with the theme this year. So, like many readers, I came to science fiction as a child, reading Nancy Farmer and Edward Eger and Ray Bradbury, and it didn't occur to me until I was older that many of the classics in the genre had problems with gender and sexuality. I leaned toward writers like Anne McCaffrey and Mercedes Lackey in my teenage years, probably because they wrote women writers with agency, which was something that I didn't see that much and I wanted to actively seek out. So to the panel, when did you all come to science fiction as readers? And when, if ever, did you reckon with the way classic and even some modern science fiction handles gender?
I'll start. I didn't want to, but I will. I always read science fiction. When I was a kid, I remember I would choose my library books based on whether there were stars on the cover or a number in the title. I was very snobbishly pro science fiction. I had a crush on Andre Norton because he wrote women so well. I was actually disappointed to find out Andre Norton was a woman. And like many readers in my age, I'm old. So, I'm reading in the 80s and 90s, and we were just expected to identify with the male characters. And my awakening to the sexism came rather startlingly when I was on a Heinlein kick, and I was reading a lot of Heinlein, and I reached Friday, and it was just awful. And I realized part of the problem was like and I accidentally got into an argument with a man about it, who said, you just don't like that his female characters like to have sex. And I'm like, no, the problem is his female characters don't like to have sex. They say things like, I'll have sex with that man because he deserves it. Not, I'll have sex with that man because he's hot. No, Oof. Yeah, it was an awakening.
Thank you. That is very relatable.
Phoebe?
Okay. So for me, I came through into reading because my mom had a shelf of Star Trek tie-in novels when I was a kid. I wasn't really aware of short fiction or anything like that, and Star Trek was, considering the alternatives like Heinlein and so on, Star Trek was a pretty good place to start. In terms of gender, it's something that I've been interrogating myself about like over the past few years because it made a lot more sense when I realized that I was trans because I had like gender was something that it always seemed kind of strange and odd to me and like not really feeling it the way other people did. And it was it was something I started to focus on more and notice both in my writing and in other writing when I was processing those feelings myself as I got older. And one of those feelings of processing I turned into a story that appeared in Inlog in 2017 called just bringing it up again, that was Where the Flock Wanders in the May-June 2017 issue. So it was always more of like something that seemed at arm's length to me and something that was like an investigation.
Thank you. Hannah?
Thank you. So I started reading science fiction in high school. A lot of times it was an assignment. I think my senior year English thesis was on Arthur C. Clarke's 2001 Space Odyssey. And I think I threw in some John Milton Paradise Lost. But I didn't notice it. I didn't notice it at that time. And then I started doing more serious reading in college. Walter M. Miller, Candle for Leibowitz. And I guess for me, as far as cognizance, that didn't come until way after college. I think seeing the world outside of your nest clues you into the issues more. And for sure, a lot of the stories that I reread as a working, independent, emancipated adult certainly struck me differently than when I read them the first time as an adolescent. So, but still, even when I saw that, I didn't feel a compulsion to change anything. I think when I got older and I moved into a different world and culture and language, that compelled me more to find agency and write my own voice into things and hope it resonates with them. So, yeah, that's it.
Thank you. I think for a lot of readers as children, getting into science fiction, it is something that we didn't notice, for better or worse. And as Marie also mentioned, we were expected to just identify with the male characters. They were always doing things. I was also reading science fiction and children's science fiction in the 90s, and it was definitely like 9 times out of 10, it was just like, you will identify with this male character. They're the one.
I think that's why I used to hate romance in stories. I was like, ugh, not another romance. Because I'm so straight. I just couldn't.
Well, also, I think for a lot of these writers, it was hard to write women characters, which is why the leads were always men. And so the romances never felt, like you mentioned with Heinlein's, the romances never felt believable. And that isn't sexy. So So that question was taking a look at the past, but my next question is looking at present science fiction and also toward the future. Since we're a forward-thinking genre, many writers like Anne Leckie and Martha Wells handle societies and characters outside the gender binary and have been doing so for some time. What do you think contemporary science fiction is getting right and wrong with writing gender?
I don't want to go first every time, guys. Okay. I love that you brought up Anne Leckie's and Martha Wells non-binary protagonists, who are both like kind of transhuman too, being a ship AI and a murder bot. But I like very much exploring the non-binary of gender, because what it means for me to be female is not what it means to other people. I even remember getting criticized on some of my stories, like, Marie, your women are not women, they're just men with boobs. And I'm like, I am a man with boobs. That's what a woman is. But for other people, that's not true. And I don't know. I really liked when Phoebe said that, like, that she was reading stories and gender didn't make sense to her, because I feel the same way. Even though I'm a cis het female, I feel that gender is a construction, and we need to deconstruct it. So I'm excited about that. I've written some story. I wrote one story where it was in a future without gender. And it was also, I could use this, well, it was a future where being agender was the norm. And it was also, I could use the line, I perform gender on Sundays. One of my fathers wears a ball cap to church, and I am a woman today because it's Sunday. Wouldn't that be nice if you could just take it off, put it back on?
Yeah, that whole aspect of taking it off and taking it off is one of the ways I started to interrogate this, because the story Where the Flock Wanders was one of I wrote it early on, like when I was like coming to terms with myself, and what I came with from the protagonist there was this idea of someone opting out of gender, because like even at that time it like, imagine like all these things, all these expectations, like all these things that are like baked into it. Wouldn't be so much easier if you just didn't have to deal with any of those, and you could approach situations like on your own, like without all of that assumed baggage. And I think that's the sort of like speculation that's so much more worthwhile these days in science fiction, because science fiction has spent 100 years like speculating about like the next new machine, or what it's like to fuck on Mars and that sort of thing. And like those are valid things, but the explorations of gender especially is something that it didn't really do much, because especially considering its heyday of if you consider the 50s a heyday for science fiction, considering how many markets there were, back then it was the standard. It was like, oh, there are two genders, and like, why would we bother questioning that? Because we all know that is the case. And I think there's a lot of inertia that is still there, and it's a good area for exploration.
I think that's enlightening for me. I would say, Emily, that as far as like in contemporary science fiction, one of the things that they're doing right with presenting gender is presenting both sides of the coin and then leaving it open for the reader to flip. I found a good example of that in Isabel Kem's Homecoming is just another word for the sublimation of self in Clark's world. I really like the way that she, through exploring family relationships and defining what's home in that situation of immigrating, that she addressed how gender plays into it. So it wasn't the theme, but it was there, and you had to consider it. You know, this was a lot of her role in her family was affected by, as Phoebe said, the expectations that come with a particular gender. As far as what could be, we could see more of, I'm not going to say wrong, is more non-Western perspectives and the historical trajectories on other continents. You know, where some places in Africa and Asia, matriarchy has already been normalized. And those societies might not have the same goals as our American aspirations. And so how that evolves for them, and it might not evolve at the same pace, it might not end up at the same destination, but those are also valid perspectives to explore.
I agree. Thank you so much for bringing that perspective. I have a question in the Q&A window that relates to this. The question reads, while I love Martha Wells' Murderbot series, as well as some of her others, a thing I would like to ask is, while robots and aliens and so on are relatively frequent protagonists of science fiction, a large portion of SF media and even non-SF media, such as She-Ra and the Princess of Power, have come under criticism for only having NB characters as robots, aliens, and shapeshifters, rather than allowing humans, like plenty are in real life, to be non-binary or gender fluid. Do you think there is validity to this criticism, or is the extra layer of separation allowing more people who wouldn't normally be willing to consider these concepts, consider them, worth the loss of depiction that it applied to us as humans too?
I think it's definitely true that there are more depictions as robots. And like the two examples, they were both robots. Steven Universe, I think, is the only property I've seen that had multiple non-binary characters in it. I mean, on, you know, popular media. I mean, in books and in short fiction, I think we do a better job.
I will say that while you're right about Anne Leckie's trilogy having the protagonists be AI and non-binary, she actually has a lot of human non-binary characters too, like in addition, like the recent one, Translation State.
In Translation State, they have
the
a
protagonist
culture with a different attitude towards,
right. And then the one before that was also like human, you know, characters with some AI, but that are on different gender spectrums and some non-binary. So I feel like we do see it. But it's true that it's, especially in like pop culture, like I don't think like people are going out specifically seeking like these like lesser known Anne Leckie books like I am. In like very easy to access pop culture, it is there. I feel like non-binary characters are relegated to like not human or not quite human.
Star Trek Discovery did do that also. They had a, or was it just that the actor was non-binary?
No, the character was, yeah.
Like, yeah, Gray, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
one of the main characters. Yeah, that's true.
And it
Star Trek
makes
has always been
perfect sense for a
straightforward.
Trill, right? Right, Trekkies?
Yes.
Trills would totally be very gender fluid. But
So thank you for that question. The next one, and feel free to add more, anyone. The next question I have, unless a panelist wants to, any other panelists want to handle that one?
Okay, yeah. I was gonna seeing if Hannah had anything to say, but I feel that in regard to the criticism, I feel it's in like in the past, like it would have been a lot more feasible, like say like the 70s or so on, when this was something that was really not known among the mainstream. Like I can see that, but now at this point, like I think if you're doing the whole like the NBs are robots and shapeshifters and aliens, and I think that's something to seriously reconsider as part of the world you are writing and the characters that you are choosing, because this is not a it's not like this is arcane knowledge anymore, and it shouldn't be treated like the only way the mainstream can understand this is by having it be strange and weird and alien.
I agree. Thank you. Hannah, did you have anything you wanted to add to this? No. Okay. We'll move on to the next question. This one I wanted to have Marie touch on first, but then I will check in with Hannah and Phoebe because they will probably also have opinions. But I know that Marie has spent time researching gender, like bylines, and like trying to figure out the gender of the author based on the bylines throughout history, classic magazines. So basically, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about that research and any trends you might have noticed.
okay. And if you go to my website, just go to works nonfiction and you will find I put all of my data sets on open science frameworks. They're freely available. But one thing I noticed is that women write more women and they write more non-binary characters. I did a follow-up research on the BSFA awards, and I found no non-binary characters written by men. Do better, men. But that was just a small sample set. I'm sure there's plenty of men writing non-binary characters. Another thing I found was when there are more female authors, there are more female characters. And that male authors write more female characters when there are more female authors around. So we're changing minds and we're moving goalposts. I also found that there was a huge backlash in the 2000s where there's a giant dip in female author representation in the early 2000s to about 2005, where it starts to slowly eke back up to the heydays of the 90s. I found that some editors can make a positive impact. Specifically, Ben Bova in the 70s created this like peak of female authors in Analog. And Trevor Quattree, when he took over Analog, he ramped up the female author representation. Just gonna brown nose a little right there. They're awesome. And I found that while female authors seem to be using initials to publish under at about the same rate today as they did in the past. It's interesting, like not all women, it's not like we all used initials in the 60s and then changed. It seems to be very much an individual choice. Male authors used to predominantly use, a large section of male authors used initials to publish under in the early days in the 30s and 40s. And drop off significantly after the 50s and 60s. But male authors are starting to pick them up again now. I don't know, just some weird facts that I gleaned from my research.
Thank you. I found that research when you presented it at the symposium a few years back. I found it so fascinating. The data, just seeing it, it's really incredible. If you have a chance, listeners and watchers, definitely check out the data on Marie's website. There are so many beautiful graphs. It's really incredible. I wanted to reach out to Phoebe and Hannah and see if they had anything to say. Phoebe, I know that you're a collector of classic SF magazines, so maybe you've noticed some things there.
Yeah, what I've noticed is that in part, like two things, that there was in the very early days, there were more women authors than you might expect, thinking back on just with historical assumptions. But then others like also you have like women authors who like never appear again, which is also which is a shame because so many potential perspectives cut short, and with such a male-dominated genre in the days after. And Marie did touch on this as well, and one of the things that did come into mind was in June 1977, Ben Bova did do this analog special women's issue, which like the screw fly solution appeared here, which is very, very, very gender, but then it also reflects how it was the whole idea of getting more women perspectives was like something that required like active pushing, because even then, even in this issue, this contains a story by George R.R. Martin as a part of a serial.
Thank you for bringing up that issue. I read that issue, but during the like lead up to the 90th anniversary year, I went back and I read all these stories, classic stories in analog written by women throughout the decades to figure out what I was going to end up reprinting for my editorial that year. And then of course it was Anne McCaffrey. Should have predicted, because she was like my first big science fiction love. But I almost reprinted the screw fly solution because I was so enraptured with how just like unabashedly feminist it was, that it was just like, this is what women are afraid of, you know. And it felt like, oh, and when I was reading it in 2019 or 2018, one of those years like leading up to that anniversary in 2020, I felt like this is still too relevant. Like this is still something. Women are still afraid of this violence, you know, this gendered violence. If you haven't read it, it's horror. I mean, it is just real horror, but it's excellent. It's an excellent story. Yeah, so Phoebe, you're right. There have always been a surprising number of women writers out there writing excellent fiction in a male-dominated, you know, genre. It's good to remember that.
And I did find in my research that basically there was this steady 10% of authors from the very beginning that were discoverably female. Another interesting thing is that the founding editor at FNSF, Boucher, I think was his name, was accused of, quote unquote, publishing a monstrous regiment of women. But if you look at the stats, it was like, yeah, FNSF started off with a full 20% female authors, which was an outlier at the time.
I want that monstrous regiment.
Right.
Hannah, if you don't have anything on this, I will I'll hop to the next question, then I'll have you answer that one first. We only have a few minutes left, but I think we can quickly run through this one. As writers yourselves, and not just readers, how do you consider gender when you craft your tales? Do you have goals or self-imposed guidelines on the subject when writing? Have you written stories that center gender, which I know some of those have come up already, but yes, if there's anything that hasn't come up that centers gender that you do want to talk about that you've written, please tell us. And yeah, we'll start with Hannah.
I don't have any hard and fast rules yet. I'm still new in the game. And but I will say one of the best pieces of writing advice that I received is when you're not certain, just flip the main character's gender and see if anything plot-wise changes. And when that does happen, I do try to reconsider my character's decisions and really look into why they're what's the motivation behind that and how much it depends on gender, and if I want it to depend on gender or if it should depend on gender. I think I've learned something new, I think, from the question, because I do have a work in progress where I'm having fun with sentient plants and alternating reproductive cycles. But I think Phoebe brought up that point of like, should we always go to describing that as alien? And I have to think about that some more. So thanks. Thanks for that.
Sentient plants and reproduction. So if it was me writing the story, my thing would be to include a human non-binary character as well. One of the things I do, I have a lot of hard and fast rules. My friends joke about it. It's like Marie's rules. They're like, do you have these written down? I'm like, some of them. I never have just one gay character. Gays run in packs, so there's got to be at least two. If I have a African-American character, there's going to be two. Just to avoid tokenism and avoid the concept that any individual character will be seen as me saying this is representative of the entire subgroup of people. When I was first starting writing, I would change the gender of characters randomly. I would flip coins. I did this when I discovered I had a personal bias where I was only writing men when they were romantic interests. I told you, I'm a female chauvinist pig. And I had to learn that. I was doing that. So to this day, I still occasionally stop and say, can I make this character male? Can I make this character female? Can I make this character non-binary? Can I change the race of this character? And I'm like, if I can't do that automatically, then I'm writing with biases. So I bias check myself that way.
For me, I will say, like, especially following off of Marie, like, I know I do have some biases that I am aware of because I personally do feel uncomfortable writing male characters. A lot of that just has to do with my own complicated grappling with gender as well, and being trans. It's something that's complicated. So a lot of my when I'm writing stories, a lot of my stories are more oriented towards transgender because that is something that I have a lot more experience with. It is taking the stories that I can tell and that I have direct experience with them and putting them full front because I feel like that is my responsibility, and also because like I'm not going to, if I screw something up in that, it's something that's coming from that the heart of a person who does experience those things as well. And sorry, just going back to the guidelines are more just like I try to put trans feels in a lot of stories, even though like a lot of them I do approach them with metaphors like this thing is a metaphor for being transgender, but you might not necessarily, like, some people might not necessarily pick up on that if they're unfamiliar with what it feels like, but I still think it's important to get in there. And I do have a story coming up in Kaleidotrope next year called Climbing the Mountains of Me that is very, 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 very much informed by that. But that is more on the fantastic spectrum than the science fiction spectrum.
Metaphor can be such a good tool. Before I turn it over to Trevor, who will be announcing the Analog Award winner and finalist, Marie, Hannah, Phoebe, do any of you have any last thoughts?
Love is real.
Don't be afraid to play with things that might make you uncomfortable in your fiction. After all, nobody sees your rough draft but you and your trusted first readers.
I just want to thank Emily, you and Trevor for the opportunity to even be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks to all three of you. It was so good to hear fiction from you in your voices and to have this discussion, which is so important. And I look forward to the other panels that will be further looking into this topic as the day progresses. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Trevor, who's going to talk a little bit about what the Analog Award is and announce the winners.
We can't hear you, Trevor.
Yeah.
He's not set mute. Oh no.
I wonder if your
Microphone
headset is
settings?
working.
Can you change microphones?
Every meeting's got to have some kind of technical. It usually does. It just usually happens at the beginning.
Phoebe, we already had our tech stuff at the beginning. We had a major one, so we're all set. We got Trevor covered.
Also, I will use this pause to say, buy my audiobook, Galactic Hellcats.
Okay, trying this again, just with the computer audio.
Yes, perfect. Thanks, Trevor.
Weird, I guess it was the headset. All right, well, thank you for your patience, everybody, and thanks, Emily. And thanks, of course, as well to all of the symposium organizers, Jill, Wynette, Lee, Kel, Lucas, Vivian, Sean, for their hard work. And also to CityTech's years of partnership with Analog for giving us the space to present both what we've been up to with the Analog Award in the past year and also where we're going with it next. As Jill and Emily have said, my name is Trevor Cashery. I'm the editor-in-chief of Analog Science Fiction, the oldest continuously published science fiction magazine on the market. This is now the third year of the Analog Award for Emerging Black Voices, which aims to provide mentorship to Black authors attempting to break into science fiction. You've already met Hannah, last year's winner, who we love and are tremendously proud of. You hear that, Hannah? And so we're thrilled to also be able to announce this year's winner, who is Sakina Hoffler of New Jersey, who we very much look forward to working with throughout 2024. Normally, I like to say something that ties the award to either the theme of the symposium that year or to wider science fictional ideas more broadly, but Sakina has sent me a statement and it's better than anything I had. So I'm going to just read that in conclusion. She says, I am thrilled and humbled to be selected as this year's winner for the Analog Award for Emerging Black Voices. Growing up in an ultra-conservative Muslim community in New Jersey, where the line between right and wrong was drawn with a thick black marker, I discovered complication and nuance through reading and writing. I met characters who were different races, from different backgrounds, from all over the world or different parts of the universe. I witnessed other spiritual practices. I observed how a monster could become a person and a person could become a monster. I started to see gray all around me. I questioned everything. My questioning always got me into trouble, so I spent a lot of time on punishment, vanished to my room where I reread and eventually rewrote the endings of my favorite books, always asking, what if? What if life doesn't have to be this way? What if I also lived on Fear Street and had to battle ghosts and murderers? What if Jim Crow never happened? Where would we be? I could build worlds and no one could stop me. For a while, though, reality did. We have not figured out a way to live without money, and so we have bills. I buried my questions and became practical, pursuing a degree in chemical engineering. I spent years sitting in more rooms, but those rooms were filled with people dressed in uniforms and suits, making decisions about weapons while we were in the midst of 2 wars. Those rooms were cold, logical, full of statistics, and devoid of empathy, deadly. In those rooms, the walls were decorated with photographs of soldiers firing mortars or howitzers or shooting M16s. The type of photos taken on bright days with expensive cameras able to capture the taut look of concentration on each soldier's face and the billowing smoke right after the moment of fire. I once asked my boss why we didn't have any pictures of the weapons hitting their target. Where, I wondered, were the pictures of demolished homes, collapsed buildings, wailing children, dismembered bodies, dust? His response, why would anyone want to come to work and see that? What I didn't say at the time, but I wished I had, was because we need to see. By stripping people of the multifaceted stories and narratives, by stripping them of their humanity, we will continue to other. We will continue to be the protagonists in every story, lose empathy, and remain stuck in a never-ending cycle of receiving and delivering pain. We will never see what could be, how our world could be different, how we could live in peace. It's possible. We need science fiction. We need the Octavia Butlers, the Samuel Delaney's, the Ted Chiangs, the Isaac Asimovs, the N.K. Jemisin's, the Sophia Samatars, and so on. We need the analogs, the Strange Horizons, the Lightspeeds, the Fayas, the Clark's Worlds, and so on to be our outlets for our imaginations. I'm thankful to the judges and Analog for selecting my work as this year's winner. I'm so excited to be mentored by wonderful editors. I'm thankful to all of you in this room right here, where there's hope and a belief in what science fiction is capable of. When it feels like the world is crumbling, or rather stacking up dystopian nightmares, climate disaster, totalitarianism, the pandemic, income inequality, decreasing autonomy over our bodies, war, etc., 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 it's stories that allow us to imagine how we can shift and shape our futures, how we can interact with technology, how we can live differently, how we can change the world by simply starting our questions with what if. Thank you all so much. And that's it. We're very enthused to be working with her in the next year. And thank you again, everybody at City Tech, and all of my panelists and authors. authors.
Thank you so much, Trevor. I feel like I want to cry. That was such a lovely statement, and we really thank Analog for providing this award and this elevation of these authors and this work. Emily, is there anything you or Trevor, we're a few minutes under, but so we have time if anybody wants to say anything else, or we can recoup some break again if folks want.
I'm fine to let people have a few extra minutes to stretch their legs. But thank you so much. It's always such a pleasure to be here and to hear all of these fascinating talks.
Yeah, so thank you again to Emily and Trevor and all of our writers here. And there's a lot of great links. I just want to draw everybody's attention to the chat. If you haven't been in there, we have a lot of great links to the award, to the authors you heard today, to their works, and lots of other wonderful things. So please do check it out. We're going to go on break, and then we'll come back at 1:20 for our next session. So thanks again, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
Just starting the next round of promoting the upcoming panelists, as you can see them popping up on your screen there. And then we'll get started in 1 minute.
Is there anything I have to do, like click on anything to get started, or just?
Nope, just get started when you're ready.
Lynette, I wish I had you all the time in my life, just behind the scenes, like seriously. You're amazing. Okay, it's 1:20. Let's begin. Hello, welcome everyone. I hope you are all enjoying this really cool symposium. I've heard some really great papers and I am looking forward to hearing a bunch more. So let me introduce myself. My name is Vivian Zuluaga-Pap and I am a doctoral lecturer here at City Tech. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Each speaker will have 10 minutes to present, and when your time's almost up, I'll message you that you have 1 minute left. All four of our presenters, once they're finished, will have hopefully about 10 minutes for Q&A. Feel free to post your questions in the Q&A during the talk, and feel free, everybody who's joining us, to participate in the chat, because we've been having some really interesting conversations in the chat. So I'd like to introduce our panelists for today, and then we'll get started. So our first panelist is Josie Garza Medina, a PhD student working out of Texas Tech. Our second one will be Kimberly Jeanette, a PhD student. Oh, I mixed that up. Excuse me. I'm just going to say your guys' names. Kimberly Jeanette, Jess Tucker, and Hale Lamb. We're going to start with Josie. I am so sorry for that. I actually typed this up and it's all wrong. So feel free to correct me whenever. So Josie, are you ready to talk to us about gender performance and nascent dystopia and CD Projekt Red Cyberpunk 2077? Did I get that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Allow me to screen share. My name's Josie Garza Medina. I am a graduate teaching assistant at Texas A&M University, Kingsville. My pronouns are she, her. Let me adjust these slides real quick. And my presentation today is on gender performance and nascent dystopia in CD Projekt Red's 2022 video game, Cyberpunk 2077. My belief is that cyberpunk is perhaps the definitive genre of the SF near future, defined by body modification, wealth inequality, violence and crime, and room for experimentation with one's sexual identity and gender expression. One can read cyberpunk literature from the perspective of gender studies as an extrapolation of specific gender issues in the future now that we live in to their possible state in the near future. While cyberpunk and both its literature and world offers a liminal zone for gender experimentation and play, the fact that it is a capitalist and technological dystopia ends up reconstructing the old structures of biopower that existed in the pre-cyberpunk world into a neo-Machiavellian system that encourages sexual and gendered exploitation and toxic masculinity. My presentation will focus on two specific cyberpunk texts that express the possibilities and limitations of these worlds. William Gibson's definitive cyberpunk novel Neuromancer from 1984 and CD Projekt Red's video game Cyberpunk 2077 from 2020. Neuromancer tells us the story of Case, who is a hacker and a cis-hetero white male in a near-future cyberpunk world where the internet and technology are everyday and hyper powerful. Case is recruited by a mercenary named Molly to hack into Wintermute and Neuromancer, two twin AIs that plan to join forces and control the entire matrix of the internet. Though Case has a longtime girlfriend, Linda Lee, at the beginning of the novel, she is depicted as a passive accessory to Case, and when she is murdered, her character is essentially forgotten while Case continues his life through a romantic and sexual relationship with Molly. Molly is techno-sexualized with her mirror shade eye implants and her leather guard, very much in the vein of Trinity from the Matrix films. Though she is straight, there is a bit of a queer baiting element to her aesthetic. She almost entirely lacks agency outside of her depiction as a mercenary, and many times her body is seen as the subject of Case's titillation. The novel really falls flat on its face in exploring the feminist possibilities of cyberpunk technology. There is one scene that hints at the subversive potentiality of cyberpunk tech, but once again, it ends up sexualizing and fetishizing rather than subverting our gender norms. I'm going to read a few of the quotes from that scene where Case uses a AI, not AI, nervous system implant to access Molly's sensations, the sensation of being in her body. Quote, the abrupt jolt into other flesh, matrix gone, a wave of sound and color. She was moving through a crowded street. For a few frightened seconds, he fought helplessly to control her body. How you doing, Case? He heard the word and felt her form then. She slid a hand into her jacket, a fingertip circling a nipple under warm skin. The sensation made him catch his breath. She laughed, but the link was one way. He had no way to reply. Later on this particular section, Case has questions about what he truly knows about Molly, who the mind is that he shares these sensations with. And rather than the questions that he asks being about her gender and how it situates her within her cyberpunk world, his questions ultimately go back to the way that she interacts with him during sex. Now, a lot has changed since Neuromancer came out in 1984. There's been vast improvements in the depictions of gender in cyberpunk literature. And in 2020, CD Projekt Red released a video game adaptation of the tabletop role-playing game Cyberpunk by R. Talsorian Games. It promised a gender-inclusive take on the Gibson aesthetic for the modern-day era of increasing legal rights and visibility for queer and trans people. I have listed some of the options that were included in the game, like a bisexual lead character, same-sex romance options, queer and trans NPCs. However, the game was a disaster on launch. It released in an unfinished state. This led to such events as a class action lawsuit by gamers and the removal of the game from the PlayStation Store. Despite this initial turmoil, Cyberpunk 2077 has been patched into a quality product. Its core narrative and insights into gender and sexuality in the near future of our cyberpunk dystopia are fascinating and disturbing in their implications. V, the main character of Cyberpunk 2077, can come from three possible origin stories. Corpo, a corporate fixer, Street Kid, a street mercenary, or Nomad, a member of a biker gang. In all three of these origin stories, the main narrative is that when V is forced to plug a chip called the Relic into their head after a gig gone wrong, they survive with the help of the Relic. However, the Relic is encoding the consciousness of the long-missing hacktivist and rock star Johnny Silverhand onto their brain. V and Silverhand must attempt to remove the Relic from their brain and save their life while taking revenge on Arasaka, the corporation that imprisoned Silverhand's consciousness in the relic. And over there in that photo, you have me as V. That's one of the wonderful things about this game, is that due to the character customization mode, you can experiment with your own gender expression through the character creation. Night City, the location of the game, is a cyberpunk dystopia. There is extreme wealth disparity, rampant gun violence and crime, including attacks by cyber psychos, military veterans with prosthetic-induced PTSD who go on shooting sprees. There's lots of gang warfare and homelessness. There is essentially no official networks of care, and toxic masculinity and the exploitation of women and children can be found everywhere in the city, despite the promises of a better life that the cyberpunk future offered V and their fellow residents of Night City. 2077 is just 2023 with 54 additional years of innovation and inequality. There is no more nuclear family. Found families must practice self-care within decentralized networks of support amidst the libertarian nightmare of decadence and libertinism. Though body modification and the anonymity of the city allow for increased acceptance of alternative genders and sexualities, this comes at a financial cost. Many times, pre-cyberpunk gender relations and biopowers still exist, with alterations for the new era of new flesh. Many times, Cyberpunk 27 extrapolates banal horrors of the present day, such as mass shootings, social isolation, and job insecurity, into a near future dystopia that is becoming more and more likely. Its combined perspective of futurology and gender studies is similar to that of both Emile Zola's realist epic Les Rougon McCord and Friedrich Engels' gender anthropology text, The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. Like how Engels used then current research in anthropology to discover the origin of gender relations in his 1800s, cyberpunk literature can be read as extrapolating the gendered now into a fictional representation of the gendered future. While Neuromancer fails many of our current standards of diversity, it is important as a foundational text, and while Cyberpunk 2077 was derided at launch for its flaws, it is a diamond in the rough in its critiques of gender and power, biopower in the cyberpunk world. And here is my work cited. I hope you enjoyed my presentation, and I look forward to questions.
Thank you, Josie. Amazing, incredible. So next we have Kimberly Jenneret. Take it away.
Hi, yeah. Hopefully I'm coming through clearly. Let me see here. Okay, is that coming through clearly for everyone? Oh. Hello?
Yep.
Okay, good. So I'll go ahead and get rolling then. Hi, I'm Kimberly Jenneret. I am a PhD student working out of Texas Tech. And I apologize for any background noise. The fan in my laptop is broken recently, so I'm dealing with that if you hear any kind of grinding. But I'll be presenting on the game series Mass Effect, and specifically the embodied sexuality present within the relationship options therein, and the queer relationship options specifically. So to get into it, I want to kind of specifically ask the question of why Mass Effect? What does Mass Effect offer specifically for this conversation that allows us to kind of reflect and consider the way and scope of queer relationality in gaming? The first is a broad sense of digital embodiment, this idea of being able to place yourself in the position of a queer relationality and build that relationship through an identity you create within the game. Next, I will be talking about queer narrative and representation, what Mass Effect offers for those specific concepts. And then what does Mass Effect itself provide for reflecting on queer relationships? So just to get into the digital embodiment specifically, I want to start with a little caveat saying there's a lot of literature and theory on the way in which digital embodiment and identity creation in digital spaces functions. I don't have time to get into the full scope of that theory, but I want to provide a few kind of specific points that are often generally agreed upon across texts. The first, embodiment in a digital space is significant, but not all encompassing. It's often a rhetorical trap to sort of argue along lines of how much does digital embodiment subsume or contest a physical embodied identity. It should be considered, it's more useful to consider it along the lines of reflecting back upon and extending a physical identity rather than competing with. Next, that the scope of embodiment is limited by what is allowed within the platform. Broadly, this is referring to the way in which a digital identity is limited by what the developers of a given platform agree believe that is an allowable identity. What is able to be created within the concept of that platform, of that world. And we'll explore that a bit with Mass Effect specifically going forward. And then the final point I want to get on is the way identities reflect back on personal perceptions of the self. And that's going to be kind of the main crux of what Mass Effect offers for the ability to reflect on queer relationality and queer relationships and narratives going forward. On that note, for the queer narrative and representation, I want to start with another caveat in this point that I don't want Mass Effect to come across to seem as though it is something that's not, because it's very much positioned as a mainstream blockbuster kind of franchise, which necessarily limits a lot of the otherwise ambitious goals it might have for queer representation. So the scope of queer representation in gaming is very vast, and you see a lot of good work done by creators like Anna Anthropy and other developers who are creating more independent or genuine queer perspectives. But Mass Effect still offers a lot of discussion in this area, and I want to kind of frame that discussion through the notion of a particular question. Within the universe created by Mass Effect, what does a queer identity? And this is the question I'll be using to frame the analysis going forward. But one final point I want to kind of hit on is this point of what is this actually providing for reflecting on queer relationships? And I think there's three key ideas that are at stake and at present in this conversation. The first is that Mass Effect just provides mainstream queer representation in the first place. And particularly, it provides that representation being placed at an equal level to two heterosexual relationship options. They are just as deeply developed and just as accessible as the heterosexual ones. And so there's a sense of equality in how these relationships are valued and seen as valid. Next, there is the sense of explicit queer sexuality as an extension of that persistent romantic relation. Sex and sexuality are not unique to Mass Effect, or we have seen gaming with a sex and sexuality in it before, but something unique, something prominent in Mass Effect is the way that sexuality extends from romantic, so that queer representations and queer narrative can move beyond courtship and admiration into a very physically embodied representation of queer presentation. And then the final points to hit on is something of a unique aspect of Mass Effect itself, is that it presents relationship choices that can be explored that are persistent throughout the course of the series. It's a series with 3 installments of games, and the choices made in previous games impact the ways relationships move forward in subsequent games, which is something that broadly is very unique about Mass Effect at the scale it offers its relationships, but also that naturally reflects back on the scope of queer relationships within the series. So with that kind of groundwork established, I'd like to kind of just get into the general numbers and evaluate what is at stake in Mass Effect specific. First, to get into the numerics broadly, 4 relationship options of potential partners. The first game offers 3 potential partners, 9 in the second game, and then 15 in the third game. And to contextualize these numbers a little bit, the context of the second game is largely an aim at discomforting the player with significant changes to the status quo, while the third game can largely be seen as more of a celebration of the interpersonal relationships built up over the previous 2. In the transition from the first to the second game, 3 characters cross over from the original crew into the new crew. One of them is not available for a romantic relationship, and the other 2 are available as heterosexual encounters. And then the third game presents the first explicitly gay and lesbian partner options, where they're only accessible as romantic partners by player characters of the same sex, rather than being available to both sexed options. Then to get more into these numbers, I want to break these down by species itself. So thinking through, Mass Effect provides a sense, a world in which humans and aliens are interacting. So I wanted to kind of analyze how this divide falls between human and alien. In the first game, there are 2 human options, which are both the heterosexual option, and one alien option with Liara and Asari, who is able to be romanced by both genders of Shepard. The second game introduces the first queer human character with Kelly Chambers. And the third game brings back almost all previous relationship options while introducing 5 new members to the cast, 4 humans and 1 alien. And those 2 specifically gay and lesbian characters mentioned earlier are among the new humans introduced. And then finally, I want to break down this discussion by orientation specifically. Yes. In Mass Effect 1, Liara is from a monogendered species as the queer romance option. 2 more Asari characters in Mass Effect 2, and Kelly as the potential human queer partner. And then 3 introduces those first gay and lesbian specific characters, as well as expanding on Caden, a character from the first game, to be from male to from a heterosexual encounter to a bisexual encounter, able to be romanced by a male character. And I'll speed through kind of the conclusion because I am running out of time here. So some of the things that we see this series doing over the course of its installments, it expands the context and complexity of queer narratives and player engagement in those narratives. And specifically, it facilitates a way in which a player can engage with queer relationality in a way that slowly incorporates that more into a human perspective, starting at something that is very alien and moving into something that's very human. And we see that most in the Caden scenario, where you start with this heterosexual scenario that, if you're playing as a male character, can only start as a friendship, and then grows into one in which you are able to express homoromantic and homoerotic feelings for one another. And I will wrap up there in the interest of time. Thank you, and I look forward to any follow-up questions, or you can reach me at my email or my Twitter account. I also have some suggested readings to contextualize additional information with the QR code on the screen here. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kimberly. That was really fascinating. So next we have Jessica Tucker. Go ahead. You just have to unmute yourself, please, Jessica. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I'm having a bit of technical difficulties. Okay, so that should bring us to the beginning here. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to be talking about From Red Sonja to Red Sonja, the sexualization of a fantasy feminist. My name is Jess Tucker, and I am the University Archivist at the University of North Texas. I am also a guest, a panelist, and artist on the Regional Science Fiction and Fantasy Convention Circuit. For those of you who don't know very much about UNT, we are a Tier 1 research university with a strong reputation for the arts, including music, visual, and literary. We also have a small but rapidly growing collection of speculative fiction archival holdings. We have some really amazing things, and I could talk for a really long time about that. But for the purposes of this presentation, the most relevant things are our Robert E. Howard studies and fanzines, and the papers of fantasy cover illustrator Victoria Poyser-Lisi. And also, I apologize, I apparently have a co-presenter today, my cat Chloe. Okay. Unfortunately, in such a short presentation, we don't have a lot of time to talk about our great archival holdings. Obviously, I'm biased, I love them. But I will be uploading this presentation, so if you want to take a look at some more of these things at your leisure, and of course, I will include my contact information if you have any research questions. But let's get to Sonia. This is what you got the ticket for. All right, so Red Sonja of Rogatino first showed up in 1934 in the story The Shadow of the Vulture by fantasy author Robert E. Howard. Now, for those of you who don't know Robert E. Howard, he was a fantasy author from Cross Plains, Texas. He's most famous for the creation of the character Conan the Barbarian. He wrote a little fantasy, a little horror, a little historical fiction. He wrote a lot of things for the pulps of the time. You'll see a lot of his work in Weird Tales. Howard was a little different from many of the other authors of the time in that he did actually have some pretty prominent female characters. In addition to Sonia, there was Valeria, Bellet, Agnes de Castellon. Opinions are very, very mixed on these characters, though. They've been labeled as anti-feminist, proto-feminist, and pretty much everything in between. Now, to be clear, Shadow of the Vulture is a very much historical fiction, no connection to Conan. Red Sonja of Rogatino, as written by Howard, can be defined as strong, independent, distinctly feminist, and without any apparent romantic or sexual inclination. And as we can see from the artist's conception here, she is described as very definitely beautiful. Howard does not spare the descriptive words, but always very practical in both dress and weapon. She's got shirt, she's got trousers, she's got boots, she's got pistols, she's got a saber. She is ready for battle. Sonia does very harshly criticize other women that she sees as weak or dependent, including, or maybe especially, her own sister, Roxolana. Now, from 1934 to 1973, we have a big Sonia silence. We don't hear anything. Sonia burst back onto the scene in 1973, and by the way, happy 50th, Sonia. Sonia was reintroduced to the world by Marvel Comics' Roy Thomas. Roy Thomas is perhaps better known as being the first successor editor-in-chief to Stan Lee. He introduced Sonia specifically as a female counterpart to their more popular character, Conan the Barbarian. Now, this is not Sonia of Rogatino. This is a very different sort of character. First of all, this Sonia is in the Hyborian age. That means she's firmly in the realm of fantasy, not historical fiction. Her name gets a J, more exotic, loses the I. One of the most important things is she has a very gruesome new backstory. Mercenaries have murdered her family and raped her. In the aftermath of this horrible event, she is visited by the Red Goddess, who gives her superhuman abilities in battle in exchange for a vow not to sleep with any man who cannot defeat her in battle. And even though in the very first issue, we see Sonia with actually a chainmail shirt and unfortunately hot pants, she really is the ground zero for the woman warrior in chainmail bikini trope. We've seen woman warriors before, we've seen chainmail bikinis before, but Sonia is really one of the first to bring those two together. So where did that chainmail bikini come from? Well, to answer that question, let's take a look back at the fantasy art of women in the 1970s. So definitely we can see some similar characters. We can see a lot of non-functional bikinis, a lot of metal outerwear, very, very similar to how Sonia looks. Sonia's look specifically came from an uncommissioned illustration that was sent to Roy Thomas by Spanish author Esteban Maroto. And we can see one of Maroto's other images here in The Lady of the Wolves.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? Jessica, we're not seeing anything. Should we be seeing something?
Oh no. Yes, I'm so sorry. Am I not sharing my screen?
But you can share it now.
Okay. So let's see. What? Okay, what are y'all seeing now? Are you seeing anything
Gorgeousness. Yeah, we can see it now.
Oh, I am so sorry. I have this wonderful presentation and you can't see anything.
Maybe you could link it in the comments for everybody to see.
Okay. I will very quickly just kind of show you some of these things. These are gorgeous images of UNT and some of our other archival holdings. And unfortunately, this commentary about Red Sonja Rogatino, the only thing I want to point out real quick is there is the artist conception there of what the original Red Sonja looked like. And then this is how she looked in Marvel Comics when she first appeared in 1973. And then, of course, you guys have to see these 1970s babes in the chainmail or in the metal bikinis, because that was all over the 1970s female art. And that definitely is part of where Sonia got her image. So I deeply apologize that y'all missed the first ones, and thank you definitely for letting me know, because I would not want you to miss these unusual images. But anyway, in the interest of time, let's move on. So basically, Roy Thomas was saying, hey, Conan's in a loincloth, let's put Sonia in a bikini. Sonia made the jump from the printed page to the movies. Many of you are probably familiar with the controversial Red Sonja film with Brigitte Nielsen. Brigitte, unfortunately, even though she plays the main character, she gets overshadowed by Arnold there. Alas, we did not get this 2009 film, but we got some beautiful artwork. But fans definitely still have the hope of getting a Red Sonja movie. The trailer for the Red Sonja with Matilda Lutz was actually debuted at this year's Comic-Con, but it's coming soon. And we don't know when that coming soon is. Hopefully someday soon. All right. So how did fans react to Sonia? This was a real surprise to Marvel execs. She was embraced out of all proportion to her media presence or to the character's commercial value. She was actually surprisingly popular among women fans. In fact, Sonia was one of the biggest hits with what we would now think of as cosplayers. She showed up at several conventions. In fact, in 1976, there was a convention dedicated entirely to Sonia in New Jersey that was even covered by the New York Times. According to one podcaster, cosplaying Red Sonja in the 1970s was as popular as cosplaying Harley Quinn is now. So the popular wisdom is that Sonia just got the makeover and the chainmail bikini to appear to the male gaze, the male comic book reader. But is something else going on here? Let's dig into why Sonia is so popular with women. Okay. So was the rebrand that straightforward? Sonia herself hasn't really actually talked about much of the rebranding in her history and in the comics. She has once said, if they're looking at my body, they're not looking at my sword, as a distraction. What are some of the things that we can learn from fandom's reaction to Red Sonja? Sonia leaves us with a lot of questions and not a lot of answers, a lot of things to look into. What does it mean that this portrayal in the chainmail bikini persists, even though fandom and authorship is becoming increasingly female? For example, one of Sonia's most successful runs was written by Gail Simone, who has taken on several other strong female characters. One of her most famous is her writing of Wonder Woman. Why is this conception of Sonia embraced by so many female fans? And one of the biggest questions, are there any terms under which this Sonia can be defined as feminist? Okay. So a couple of thoughts here on Red Sonja. This popular image of her in the chainmail bikini has become so overwhelming that it has even reached back to cross-pollinate with the original Red Sonja of Rogatino story, The Shadow of the Vulture. We see from this Kindle edition, they put very much Marvel Sonja on the cover, even though Marvel Sonja has nothing to do with Howard's conception. Howard's Red Sonja is a lot more of the conception of what second wave feminism might see as a strong woman. She is definitely a fierce and independent fighter, but she is very critical of the sexual availability of other women. She even uses such strong language like hussy to describe a woman that she considers loose. Marvel Sonja has more aspects of third wave feminism. Sonja is a very body positive character, body positive enough to rock that chainmail bikini, but she enforces her own boundaries by force if necessary. Now, many people are rightly very, very horrified by Sonja's backstory. It is traumatic. But in the era of Me Too, there are some aspects of it that are all too resonant with some fans. In many ways, it becomes a story of revenge and with wish fulfillment aspects, and more importantly, reclaiming agency after a horrible violation. There are many in modern fandom who see Sonja, chainmail bikini and all, as a symbol of both strength and sexual choice. But regardless, the chainmail bikini is probably here to stay, good or ill. So where do we go from here? Well, gender, especially the female gender, is something that has been understudied in the classic pulps. I would recommend looking into Howard's Sonja. Is she representative? Is she an outlier? Are there other interesting characters like her to look at? Why did Roy Thomas select Sonja rather than one of Howard's other heroines? Marvel's Sonja is arguably a lot closer to Howard's character Valeria than Red Sonja of Rogatino.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm sorry, we're going to have to stop here to make sure everybody gets enough time. But very cool.
I'm so sorry.
It happens. Okay, so next we have Hale Lamb. Take it away, Hale.
Hi, let me share my screen. All right. Hi, y'all. Thanks for having me. So much has been written about how Lingma severance. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm an English PhD student at the George Washington University. Apologies. But this is the title of my paper, Ghosts and the Machine, Technospectral Femininity in Lingma Severance. Okay. So much has been written about how Lingma Severance, published in 2018, accurately depicts the trajectories of the COVID-19 pandemic under neoliberal capitalism in this work of fiction about a zombifying plague called Shen fever. Less has been studied about the ways Candace figures as a hybrid ghost and machine. So through her virtual persona, New York Ghost, Candace photographs the city, impelled different parts of the deserted New York by an online audience who cannot see or detect her bodily presence. I argue that in her decision to stay, work, and describe what she witnesses in the abandoned and decaying city, Candace enacts a way of looking that recalls the inapprehensible yet always producing figure of the yellow woman as spectator. Ma's female Asian American protagonist and her ghostly photographic persona presents a site for theorizing about ontological Asiatic femininity as that which creates narrative and visual temporal disjointedness, as well as a bit of spectatorship embodied and enacted by Candace. The zombies, referred to as the fevered in Lingma Severance, do not eat flesh, nor do they turn people into zombies. Instead, they continue to do what they were doing before they became zombies, again and again until they die. The protagonist, Candace Chen, joined a group of 8 unfevered, quote-unquote, brand strategists and property lawyers and human resources specialists and personal finance consultants, end quote, as they make their way to the facility, a mall partially owned by the former IT worker, Bob, the leader of the group. The novel itself presents a narrative, temporal, and spatial disjointedness as it jumps around Candace's life before and after Shen fever ends the world, from her life back in Fuzhou to Utah to New York to Chicago. In New York City, she works as a Bible manufacturing coordinator for Spectra, managing the overseas production of Bibles in Shenzhen, China. All right. So, quote, I don't know why someone would stay as long as Candace. Candace overhears one of the group members discuss what compelled her to remain in New York long after the city has become, according to them, uninhabitable. They refer to her photographic alias, New York Ghost, as proof of its uninhabitability. Quote, in those New York ghost photos, if I'm remembering right, the city did not look habitable. It looked almost empty. In this moment, she chooses to not reveal herself to the group as New York Ghost. The photos of New York Ghost are, at the same time, proof of presence. Someone must have taken these photos, and proof of absence. There are a lack of people in these photos. Candace's merging with the camera fuses together two forms, the ghost and the machine. I draw on Derrida's ontology to think through this mode of spectating, and he writes, this thing, meanwhile, looks at us and sees us not see it, even when it is there. A spectral asymmetry interrupts here all specularity. It desynchronizes, it recalls us to anachrony. We will call this the visor effect. We do not see who looks at us. So Candace's refusal to come forth as New York Ghost enacts a ghostly mode of spectating in which it is Candace's own body that acts as a visor, blocking the group's recognition of her ghostly form. As New York Ghost, Candace describes her role as spectator. Quote, readers wrote in asking for pictures and dispatches from their old neighborhoods, their friends' apartments, nostalgic sites. New York Ghost complied. As a mix between a machine, the camera, and Ghost, Candace's spectatorship is productive, taking a picture mixed to immaterial material. And through the internet, people are able to call or conjure the New York Ghost and enact a kind of returning to places through Candace. So this merging is possible because of the blurred boundary between object and personhood of the Yellow Woman. As N. Chang, through documents and theorizes about in her foundational work, Ornamentalism, in studying the Yellow Woman who serve as the ghostly predecessors of cyborgs in movies like Ex Machina and Ghost in the Shell, Chang writes, quote, what is inside the machine? The Yellow Woman, and the ghost within the ghost, end quote. This racialized gendering of the Asian woman is what I argue sets the stage for the enmeshment of ghost, machine, and person. The figure of the ghost in Asian American literary traditions, which Jana Odabas traces to the woman warrior in The Ghost Within, serves as a cultural orientation point. They refer to concrete historical sites, they reference certain ghost beliefs, but they also trouble neat categorizations as they highlight the hauntedness of any conceptualization. End quote. Candace, suffering the loss of both her parents by her mid-20s, is haunted by memories of them and simultaneously a life that could have been if she had never been brought to the United States. Candace captures the in-betweenness and out-of-placeness of diasporic Asians. Candace, as Ghost, sees and experiences time differently, and in one moment when looking outside from her office window at the empty streets of Times Square, she recalls, merges, or maybe confuses the past, present, and future of the landscape. Her imagination becomes thoroughly enmeshed with her camera, or her gaze, or maybe her gaze suddenly acquires the capacities of the camera, and she states, looking at the windows, I imagine the future as a time-lapse video spanning the years it takes for Times Square to be overrun by ghetto palms, wetland vegetation, and wildlife. Or maybe I was actually conjuring up the past, the pine and hickory forest island that the Dutch first glimpsed upon arriving, populated with black bears and wolves, foxes and weasels, bobcats and mountain lions, ducks and geese in every stream. Initial
Can I
Europe.
interrupt you for a second? Are you meant to be clicking through your slides?
I am. Oh no. Okay. I'm so sorry. Is that right?
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Okay. Initial European explorers had viewed Manhattan as paradise. Here, I would lead a horse to drink. There, I'd build a fire, and there, still, I would see a refuge from the sun and rest in the shade. Time-lapse videos make more visually obvious the effects of time by speeding it up or bringing events in closer proximity to each other. In this moment, Candace imagined all these moments in time as overlapping or collapsing on top of each other. She takes up temporarily inhabiting or possessing the perspective of Europeans who arrive. Her use of the I, as she claims the areas as sites for her to act, taking up their settler colonial rendering of the land as malleable paradise for them to make home. This stepping into the European settler colonial perspective isn't so much an adoption of their imperatives. Instead, through her ghostly perspective, Candace traces the ruination of New York back to the Dutch settlement and the ways they reshaped the landscape. Yet, Candace isn't just tracing. In this act of spectating, she narrates an alternative explanation for what is happening. In Mark Fisher's essay, What is Hauntology? He writes, haunting can be seen as intrinsically resistant to the contraction and homogenization of time and space. It happens when a place is stained by time, or when a particular place becomes the site for an encounter with broken time, end quote. New York, uninhabitable due to a pandemic born out of capitalist globalization, and through Candace's haunting presence, becomes a site for time to adopt new directions. The use of, again, I by Candace means that she's actively doing the conjuring of the past. Then suddenly Candace sees a horse who used to pull carriages in Central Park, gallivanting through Times Square with no carriage. Candace's impulse to begin posting after many years on her photography blog comes from a desire to marvel at the spectacle with others. She captions her first photo, if New York is breaking down and no one documents it, is it actually happening? Her caption emphasizes not human senses, but memory that can be shared. She contests whether the event even takes place if it is not documented, and the use of quote-unquote no one could also refer back to Candace herself as no one, putting into question her own presence. It is here that Candace most prominently embodies a hybrid form of ghost and machine. And Fisher writes, the specter cannot be fully present. It has no being in itself and marks a relation to what it is no longer or not yet. Candace, as an amalgamation of specter, camera, and person, doesn't just mark herself in relation, but actively produces this breaking of time. When Candace returns to posting on New York Ghost, she also begins navigating the city in different ways. It is the first time she notes that she stops living in the myth of New York and comes to know and love the thing itself, end quote. No longer wandering aimlessly around New York, taking pictures from an outsider's perspective, she is motivated by the memories of those who used to live in New York. This is similar to how her mother, Ru Fang, incorporates memories from other people and weaves them into her own. In a flashback to Candace at her mother's bedside, Ru Fang begins recounting her husband's memories as if they were her own. Candace remembers things. It was as if she had absorbed her husband's memories as her own, or maybe she was trying to speak for him to keep his memories in circulation, end quote. Ru Fang enmeshes herself with her dead husband by absorbing, whether intentionally or not, his memories, which is a ghostly act. Both Candace and Ru Fang do not try to hold onto clear boundaries of the self. And we see the ways Candace and Ru Fang's tendency to lose themselves wherever they are can be incredibly destructive. Her parents moved to the United States and need to save enough money before they bring Candace over. And when Candace finally does arrive, she observes a change in her mother. Quote, in this new country, she was disciplinarian, restrictive, prone to angry outbursts, easily frustrated, so fascist with arbitrary rules that struck me even as a 6-year-old as unreasonable. The way Ru Fang has had to negotiate navigating the new country has led to a change in character and a new disciplinary relationship with her daughter. There's a sense of melancholia when Candace describes the difference between her mother and Fujo in Utah. Ma does not present an all-encompassing solution for how to inhabit environments or relate to others, and the novel ends as ambiguously. Candace flees to Chicago with plans to raise her baby, and she experiences a, quote, secondhand familiarity upon entering the city, as if all the stories of Jonathan, her ex-boyfriend, told of his years in Chicago while we lay drowsing in bed has seeped into my own memories. She reenacts Ru Fang's absorption of her husband's memories, keeping Jonathan's memories in circulation and therefore in her child's life. Yet, unlike Ru Fang, those memories do not override Candace's own. Instead, as she ventures further into Chicago, her own memories of visiting the city with her mother are unlocked. And during this trip, Candace and Ru Fang envision a different future with just the two of them. As Candace envisions what living in her mother's alternate life would be like, she still maps out a world so centered around and supportive of the violent capitalist structures that shape a city. She thinks, as she's driving through Chicago, to live in a city is to take part in and to propagate its impossible systems, to wake up, to go to work in the morning. It is also to take pleasure in these systems, because otherwise, who could repeat the same routines year in and year out? At the same time, Candace drives through an empty Chicago, maneuvering around abandoned cars at a standstill because there's no one left to drive them. There are no longer any people to uphold the city's impossible systems. And in choosing to inhabit Chicago, Candace haunts a new and familiar city. What would it mean for an Asian American ghost and machine to enmesh herself with a city? As Candace's car comes to a grinding to a halt, she sees the skyline, an infinite horizon, and the novel ends with her walking toward it. Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice. So we did really well. I mean, even with whatever technical difficulties, we still have 11 minutes left for questions. So if anybody would like to ask some questions, please put it in the Q&A. We do have one already. This is for, it says for Ms. Jenneret. Are you ready? Okay. This is from Jacob Adler. My familiarity with the Mass Effect series is somewhat limited, but do the games at all examine how the definition of human gender/sexuality might develop in comparison to its numerous alien species, which presumably have physical and cultural gender-sexuality constructs differing vastly from that of humanity?
Yeah, so particularly interesting in Mass Effect is the Asari species, which is a monogendered species. Broadly, I would say that the conceptualizations of gender are presented through a very Western humanistic sort of lens of like a gender binary that persists across most species presented in the games. But the Asari are a monogendered species that culturally treats all of their members as female. And what this does rhetorically is very interesting. And the game, I don't think, has a chance to really dive into that too much specifically, but it does nod towards that by sort of discussing the role of fatherhood in that kind of relationship dynamic. Particularly, it takes this idea of fatherhood and strips it of gendered implications, where for an Asari child, a father is the non-childbearing parent. And I think just the limitations, the strengths and the limitations of those games are clear in that example, in that the games do try to push for some interesting explorations of gender, interesting explorations of sexuality and relationships, but they are constrained by their mainstream, blockbustery kind of appeal to try and hone in as much of a broad audience as possible. So there's a lot of conversation to be had, even where Mass Effect doesn't necessarily take that up directly.
Thanks, Kimberly. I have another question from Ben. Great papers all, to Kimberly and Josie. Your papers do a super job of zeroing in diverse representations of queer people in games. I'm curious, how do mechanics like how I physically interact with the game fold into, or maybe not into, your thinking?
Well, as mentioned, there is a lot of character customization in the game. Unfortunately, you don't really get to see your character once you've customized him, her, or them, unless you are, say, in a bathroom or some other place where there's a mirror and you can see the character's face. Having not come out as trans when I began my first playthrough, I didn't initially make a character that looked like me. My second playthrough, which I'm just at the very beginning of, I haven't even finished the first major story mission. I chose a character that was a feminine avatar of myself, and I've already noticed that there's a tendency to try and play the game as a sort of fashion simulator, and it's definitely something that adds to the game's replayability value. The fact that if you can create a character that represents an avatar of yourself, or someone who you think you might be, or someone who interests you, for instance, if you chose to make an avatar of a celebrity or a meme character, then there is a replayability value to play the game as an avataristic portrayal of your gendered other avatar or your true gender avatar or a celebrity or a mimetic avatar.
Excellent. Let's see, what do we have? Yeah, more room for expression. I agree, Elizabeth. I have a question for both Jessica and Hale. I'll say them at the same time so that everybody has some time to answer. So Jessica, what I wanted to ask you, because as soon as I saw those pictures, I was thinking of Grace Jones from Conan, right? So I wanted to know if you could talk a little bit about that representation. And for Hale, your question that I have for you is, I love this idea of ghosts. However, what about the image, like when Candace's mother appears to her at the end and she's like, get out of here, run, go now. That's an interesting moment as well.
I'm sorry to cut in. Just before you anyone answers, we are actually scheduled to move to the next paper session, but I would like to give you a few moments to just answer that question before we move on.
Sorry.
Well, my answer will be very short. Unfortunately, it has been a long time since I've seen that, the one with Grace Jones. I will say it is very interesting that Sonia is presented in much more classically beautiful terms, whereas the Grace Jones character, you know, the short hair and things like that, is presented less, sorry, less so. She is definitely presented as less of the classical ideal, but yet she also has her own agency. She's a strong character. She can fight very well. I think that Grace Jones and Red Sonja would get along very well. I think they would have a lot in common.
And Hale, you want to quickly respond?
Yeah, ghosts and like generational memory. I think that's what you're picking up on that I really would love to sit more with. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And
Yeah,
thank you. Just again, give me a few moments to swap everyone over for the next session.
You guys were amazing.
Hello, everyone. Just waiting for everybody to join here. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. And we've
Yep.
unfortunately one panelist in this session, Nikki, had a conflict and let me know that they would be unavailable. So everyone is present for you to begin.
Okay, excellent. Is the light behind me bothering anyone? Is it perfect for science fiction? Okay, great. Well, welcome everyone to paper session 4. I'm Lee Gold. I'm it's actually bothering me a little bit, sorry. I'm a doctoral advisor, a doctoral lecturer. I'm doing advising at the moment, so it was on my mind. I'm a doctoral lecturer in the English department at CityTech. I'm so excited to be a part of this wonderful symposium and really thrilled to be moderating this really wonderful panel. We're going from 2:15 to 3:05. I guess we can run maybe 3 minutes over because we started a little bit late. Okay, excellent. Also, we're missing one person, so we'll also have ample time. Just to remind everyone, I know we've gone through this throughout the day, but just to remind everyone, we will each have 10 minutes to present, and then our question and answer period, discussion period will be 10 minutes, but now I guess it will, I don't know, Wynette, if you know, we'll take a longer break after if we have more time, or maybe we'll just have a huge amount of questions and discussion at the end, and we can
kind of play by ear, see where we are at the end. I don't think anyone would mind a little extra
longer
time.
Yes, excellent. Yes,
at home.
Okay, sounds wonderful. Yes. So I will be presenting each one of you in turn. I also just want to mention, for more information on each speaker, please look at the program for their more detailed bios. Okay. And also to remind everyone, as we've been doing throughout the day, please post questions in the Q&A, which you can see at the bottom of the screen. Also, we've been using the chat to do that. You can also raise your hand to ask a question. We'll wait for the discussion until after everyone has presented. So our first presenter, and please correct me if I'm mispronouncing anyone's name, is Omotoyosi Odukomaya, Assistant Professor of English at Hope College. She will be presenting Identity, Otherness, and Alterity in Nnedi Okorafor's Lagoon and Tade Thompson's Rosewater. We're really excited to hear your paper presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would want to share my screen. Give me a second. Okay, there it is. Okay. I'm sorry, I was just trying to enlarge that. Give me one quick second. Okay, I guess I'll just go ahead and get started because I'm not sure why I cannot share my screen.
Sorry to interrupt, but since we have a little bit more time, if you need to figure anything out, go for it. Whatever
Okay.
you feel better with doing.
Okay. So today I'll be presenting two important works that are representative of African futurism, both texts by Rosewater by Tade Thompson and Lagoon by Nnedi Okorafor employ the alien invasion trope in unique ways to demonstrate otherness. Both authors ingeniously leverage the traditional alien invasion trope as a thematic conduit, weaving intricate tales and that transcend the confines of conventional science fiction. So Tade Thompson's I'll try to see if I can make this work.
Click slideshow and see if that makes it play right to the left of where you're.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. So Tade Thompson, the author of Rosewater, employs what many critics will consider to be a cliched trope of mainstream science fiction in a refreshingly innovative way. The plot of Rosewater centers around the invasion of an extraterrestrial microorganism inhabiting a biodome that's like a spaceship. What makes his narrative strangely new is the fact that he kind of puts his own spin on the alien invasion, which is consistent with Darko Sørvin's narrative novum, since the alien invasion is significantly different from what is the norm in mainstream science fiction. So unlike conventional alien invasions, what we see in mainstream science fiction, Thompson's Rosewater has no animate invasion per se. Rather, what we have is like a microorganism that invades the space of Nigeria, where the novel is set. So it diffuses microorganisms into the air, and these microorganisms are capable of curing all physical ailments. And this is also, as is the case with Okorafor's Lagoon, Thompson's unseen aliens draw the attention of different Nigerians, including scientists who speculate about, what this alien creature is. So, like I said, Thompson's work is unique in that he applies the narrative novum in a unique way. He effectively employs the alien trope to illustrate the notions of otherness in a way that will be considered unique. His Nigeria is crowded with numerous others in a way that challenges understandings of what it means to be human. Even inanimate objects become sentient in Thompson's world. For instance, we are not specifically told that an alien creature exists. We're only aware of its essence, its sentience, and this is only made possible through Thompson's characterizations of the microbial networks as signified by the xenosphere. So the alien characterized in Rosewater is conceivably different from those in Afrofuturist narratives, since African Americans are typically portrayed as aliens because they are stolen and taken to foreign lands miles away from their ancestral land. However, in Rosewater, as in Okorafor's Lagoon, the reverse holds true, as we see that the alien, as exemplified by the alien sentience and the biodome, which is the spaceship, and all the other white characters in the novel represent vestiges of colonialism. So the premise of Thompson's alien invasion story is that the aliens have sent their spaceship along with its microbes or microorganisms to take over the minds of Nigerians before a total occupation of Nigeria. The alien life forms begin by luring the Nigerian people with superficial healing that only reconstructs and eventually deforming them physically. Other Nigerians who do not receive the healing become supernaturally empowered. They have psychic abilities. So clearly the alien life forms infect Nigerians by taking over their minds and then begin to kill them one after the other. So this clearly evokes the tropes of the colonialist trope of exploration. In imperialist fashion, Thompson's aliens first find the appropriate site for colonization and then proceed to gather information about the location of its people, luring these people with superficial gifts of healing and supernatural powers only to take over and occupy their homelands. In Lagoon, we see something a little bit similar as Okorafor appropriates the mainstream tropes of the alien other in a strange land. Although Lagoon reproduces alien invasion narratives employed by earlier science fiction writers, what appears to be distinctive is the setting of the innovation. Lagoon is set in Lagos, Nigeria. It's important to emphasize that Okorafor is the first Black African to utilize this science fictional trope of alien invasion in a literary text. Before then, there was a movie titled District 9, and this movie kind of cast, it had a racist and sexist casting of Nigerians. So this book by Lagoon is a direct response to that depiction of Nigeria, of Nigerians. So the specific setting for the alien invasion is the Lagos bar beach. And this is telling because that's the same avenue that European colonizers also made their way into what we now know as Nigeria. So as far as the narrative novel in Lagoon, like I said, she was the first Black African to write an alien invasion story. So Ayodele, who is the alien in the novel, the creature, the presence of the creature, it can be understood as both an alien invasion and a first contact interaction. As a first contact interaction, Ayodele attempts to gain the trust of Nigerians. This alien is a shape-shifting alien and manifests as a quote, dark-skinned African woman with long braids, end of quote. Changing form enables the creature to blend into a society that fears and challenges difference. Describing Ayodele's look, the narrator notes that the woman looked like someone from Adora's family. Adora is one of the protagonists with similar features, facial features, quote, broad nose, dark brown, thick lips, long bushy hair, end of quote. So Ayodele's presence, outwardly looking human and alien, simultaneously both excites Adora and frightens her at the same time. She kind of sees some similarities with the alien in that she sees the alien as someone that could pass off as her cousin. Yet the thought that this alien comes from the waters makes this creature a threat. So the author depicts Ayodele as a creature that challenges the binaries of human and non-human existence, such that it becomes a reflection of the different kind of people and beings existing in Nigeria. For instance, the narrator makes it particularly clear how the alien could be likened to a marine witch. And just like the alien, Adora, is also accused of being a marine witch. So implicitly, Okorafor challenges and criticizes what it means to exist as alien in a society that detests difference, and that is particularly evident in how alienated others identify with Ayodele. In what follows, I will discuss the interactions of between the alien and the LGBTQ communities with the creature. So like Thompson, Okorafor applies the alien trope to depict the ways the Nigerian society alienate the LGBTQ community in the country. Characters describe the alien as, this woman, man, whatever, thing. And Ayodele's presence among Lagosians symbolizes change for the only LGBTQ group in the text, in Nigeria in the text, called the Black Nexus. And one of the members of the group says, who better to understand us better than a shapeshifter? And Seven responds with this is what we've been waiting for, consequently implying that change has come. So in other words, it's not just the fact that Ayodele is alien, but the fact that it can also shapeshift into anyone. So this alien exists on the fringes of the binary of gender. It is never a he nor a she, and as a result, no gender identity can be ascribed to it. So Adora, who shares affinity with this creature, is a strong female protagonist. She challenges the normative societal standards placed on women. She embodies the title marine witch that her husband accuses her to be. She has supernatural powers, which she uses to defend herself whenever her husband abuses her. And she has supernatural powers that only manifest whenever he attempts to abuse her. For instance, there was a case where they had a fight, and by mysterious force, she pushes him to the ground, and he gets stuck to the floor, almost as if his body is being held by an invisible, powerful magnet. So, and also as a strong character, we see she is a woman with a sense of reason, unlike her irrational husband, who Adora chooses logical reasoning over religion, and she, meticulously studies the alien's presence, unlike her husband, who just fears this creature and wants to have nothing to do with it. The narrator recounts that, quote, she was the scientist, the world would expect her to have facts, end of quote. While her husband decides to consult DBS, witch doctors and the likes. So while Adora, she's characterized as this, very rational, logical, methodical scientist, her birth is shrouded with mystery, in the sense that we see in the narration of the text that she was born with webbed feet and hands, and her legs were joined, with flesh. So she was essentially born as a mermaid. But through reconstructive surgery, she has feet. But when the alien comes, she then changes. So the alien makes her accept who she originally is, a mermaid. And so during her encounter with the mermaid, she realizes that this creature makes her different, makes her it makes her appreciate who she really is, unlike her parents, who see her as this witch, call her disgusting. Ayodele makes her appreciate who she is. So So
Sorry
Tom,
to interrupt. It's been over 10. I gave you extra time, so just wanted to let you know it's been about 12 minutes. Sorry to interrupt.
all right, thank you.
I'm so sorry. We're going to take another minute or two since we have extra time. Sorry.
Okay. So as with Thompson's Rosewater, we also see post-colonial tropes of exploration as Okora forecasts this creature as the colonizer that it is, whose intent is to manipulate and control other people's resources. In an interaction with one of the characters, it says, you people will call me alien because I'm from your space, your outer space. And another interaction, it says, we're here to give you change, to give you technology. We do not want to rule. We only want to find a home. So again, we see that dynamic here in this novel of exploration. So both authors creatively manipulate the alien invasions in unique ways that address post-colonialism, identity, and sexuality, though a nuanced portrayal of otherness. Through a nuanced portrayal of otherness, Thompson challenges not only societal norms, but also delves into complex interplay between identity, technology, and the unknown. Okorafor skillfully explores the nuances of cultural clashes, employing the alien invasion narrative as a metaphorical mirror reflecting the multifaceted nature of human diversity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really fascinating. I'm so sorry to have interrupted, but I know we have some extra time, but we want to be mindful. Okay, thank you so much. So our next presenter, since Nikki Page Gallant will not be able to present, is going to be Jacob Adler. He is the metadata cataloging librarian at Bronx Community College since 2017. And today he'll be presenting Speculative Fiction and the Illusory Woman. Thank you so much. Take it away, Jacob.
Thank you very much. Let me just get my presentation up here. I hope everybody can see this. Yes? Just a moment. Let's see. Here it is. All right, can you see my slides? Yes?
Yes, great.
Okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. I'm here to talk today about speculative fiction and the illusory woman and its influence on gender bias and generative imaging. So what do I mean by illusory woman? Well, when I say that the illusory woman is a sort of concept or trope that appears particularly in speculative fiction sort of throughout its history, and it has some commonalities amongst it. It usually manifests as a female, or at least something that has the appearance of a female entity or force, which may or may not itself have any kind of intelligence or consciousness. It is almost always presented with some kind of deleterious effect that includes harm, seduction, deception, whether it is purposeful or just as a side effect of whatever its existence is. It is most often directed at or employed against a male target or targets. And the reason for that is because metafictionally, the illusory woman is often placed in a narrative in order to appeal to what is presumed to be a male heterosexual audience. It is done so either for titillation purposes or possibly to reinforce misogynist ideologies, although this aspect of it can be subverted in certain works. And the reason I got interested in this in the first place was that I was doing research for a Star Trek article. And the thing that really interested me was a particular pair of episodes. In the first one, a crew member on the ship, Geordi, creates a holographic character on the holodeck, which has the likeness of an engineer that worked on the Enterprise. And as you can see from the image, he ends up becoming somewhat amorous with this hologram. And then in a later episode, the actual woman on whom the hologram is based comes aboard the ship. And not only is she entirely unlike this hologram he's created, but she also finds out about the hologram and is understandably quite upset about it. And the interesting thing about the episode to me was that it didn't really at any point take her side. It didn't paint her as being justified in her indignation at being used in this way. And that's what really got me thinking about this idea. Because the thing that was one thing that's interesting about it when I was doing research was that between the beginning of the Star Trek franchise in 1966 up until the end of Enterprise in 2005, there are about 19 incidents of transporter accidents, which is a plot device that is very commonly associated with Star Trek. But it may surprise you to learn that there, in that same time period, there are over 37 instances of these illusory women, including the example above. And this dates back to the very beginning of the show in the original pilot, The Cage. There's very famously a psychic projection of a seductive green-skinned Orion woman. And this even continues into the 21st century. For example, there's a Star Trek Voyager episode in which there's an alien intelligence that attempts to corrupt the mind of one of the crew members by appearing in the form of a woman. But of course, this is not restricted just to Star Trek. Illusory women, in fact, predate speculative fiction entirely, appearing in all kinds of ancient mythology and folklore. A very famous example that I highlight is the example of Pygmalion and Galatea, the ancient Greek myth, which is about a sculptor, a male sculptor, who disdains other women in favor of sculpting his ideal woman as a sculpture, which is then granted life and animation by the Greek gods, a sort of literal example of one of these images becoming real. In the early modern period, we of course have Christopher Marlowe's Faustus. There's a very famous scene in this play in which the title character, who has been granted supernatural demonic abilities, uses them to conjure a sort of ghostly representation of Helen of Troy, who he then kisses and declares a romantic interest in. The late 19th century novel The Future Eve by Auguste Villiers de la Dame. In that one, a man enlists the aid of a fictionalized Thomas Edison in order to construct a sort of mechanical woman in the form of his fiancée, who had the creation of which has a personality which is much more to his liking than the one that is real. A text that was criticized as being misogynist even at the time. Moving into the 20th century, we see the advent of film, and with that comes very famous examples like the 1927 silent film Metropolis by Fritz Lang. In that movie, a mad scientist creates a mechanical humanoid who takes on the form of the kindly social worker Maria, who then functions as a sort of temptress character to incite the lower classes of the city into a violent unrest. We start to see some more satirical approaches to the concept with works like Ira Levin's 1972 novel, The Stepford Wives, in which a society of men replace their free-thinking, independent wives with obedient, robotic doppelgangers. Here, the illusory woman idea is used to discuss male insecurity about feminism and female empowerment. And then we see some interesting subversions of the concept in the 21st century. One that was very interesting to me was the film The Congress from 2013. It is not only an adaptation of a Stanislaw Lem novel, but it invents a very extensive first act in which the actress Robin Wright, playing herself, is subjected to a highly extensive digitizing scan of her likeness. And then that likeness goes on to be used in all manner of media projects outside of her control. The film sort of postulates an ultimate end to this idea in a dystopian sort of future where the lines between reality and image and fiction are all sort of blurred together. So, why is this idea of the illusory woman so persistent? Well, part of it is that it is rooted in heteronormative concepts of gender roles. Yvonne Tasker, in her work on sexuality and sexual imagery in film, writes, and I quote, "If images of men have often needed to compensate for the sexual presentation of the hero's body through emphasizing his activity, then images of women seem to need to compensate for the figure of the active heroine by emphasizing her sexuality, her availability within traditional feminine terms." She is saying that when both men and women are represented as sort of action or speculative fiction heroes in film, their physicality relies on very different ideas of what their function is. Since women are couched in more overtly sexual terms and under this context, they then are sort of postulated as a kind of image that is different from the active figure of their male counterparts. Lee Heller, writing about Star Trek and also about how the influence between sort of media and more nonfiction forms, writes, quote, "Fiction as a genre is not necessarily freer from the ideological imperatives of the culture it describes than more explicitly didactic textual forms. And popular narrative, especially as packaged in a culture industrial technology like television, is potentially as didactic a structure as any conduct book or advice column." Relative to this idea, the very presentation of the illusory woman in this context carries with it a message, even if it doesn't necessarily mean to. Now, more specifically, there is a idea of the involvement of heterosexual men trying to control women, both psychologically and physically. Victoria Pill Sorensen, in her dissertation about sex robots, both as actual physical constructs and as media representations, writes, quote, "As joints are assembled, tools are employed, gears are tested, an image of woman is fashioned concurrently with heterosexual manhood in the fixing, manufacturing of, and fiddling with machines." By positing images of women as having an inherent artificiality to them, it works to undermine their personhood in a way that putting forth these representations is able to act upon. And this is not just part of the realm of the physical, it extends increasingly into the digital realm as well. Daniel Sutko, in writing about the proliferation of female appearing AI assistants, writes, quote, "The feminization of AI, Siri, Cortana, Alexa, normalizes gendered labor divisions that align femininity with symbolic communicative labor, essentially reinforcing these already existing gender stereotypes into a form that serves as a continuation of their function in this digital space. And increasingly, at least I have found, the idea of the illusory woman has really transcended fiction, particularly when it comes to the rise of generative imaging systems. I'm talking about things like DALL-E and Stable Diffusion and things like that. Now, this image here is from a recent Washington Post article about biases in these image generators, particularly gender bias. The image here shows some of the results for a prompt asking for images of attractive people, and many of which are women, and many of which follow certain other types of biases as well. This includes things like heteronormativity biases and racial biases and things like that. In the article, they note that Stable Diffusion became controversial because earlier versions of the system, when asked for images of a Latina, and I quote, "produced images of women in suggestive poses wearing little to no clothing." And this has more far-reaching consequences than just that. As another example, in this recent Web Summit article, DALL-E, the image generator, was asked to create images of tech founders and CEOs. And the majority of these images were male. The system did not, it seems, associate women with being in positions of power. This, I think, shows the insidious nature of the illusory woman and also about its cyclical nature. Media depicting images of women in a certain way affects the reality that we see, and then that reality in turn affects media. And it's something that I think is going to be much more prominent sort of discussion going forward when it comes to how these images are created and who indeed or what indeed is responsible for creating them. So I thank you all for listening to my talk, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the presentations. Thank you very much.
We can't hear you, Lee.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was on it. Thank you so much, Jacob. That was really, really fascinating. Much to think about and be upset about as well. And we can talk more about that later. So next we have Joanne Oravec. She is a full professor at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater in the Department of Information Technology and Supply Chain Management, as well as a professor in the Holt Center at the Holt Center for Science and Technology Studies at University of Wisconsin-Madison. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
So
excellent.
Thank you. Sorry about that sound. That was the alarm from before. I'm so sorry. We look forward to hearing your talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Amazing conference, and there's a lot of synergies among these presentations that I hope to have exposed in the Q&A. We've got something positive about marriage. Now, I've attended the conferences so far, and there's been a lot of negative things about marriage. And I'm going to be talking about some of the ways in which marriage has been reinforced as a staple of society in these various films, movies, and all of that. And I'll give you some great movie recommendations for your holiday break. I usually write negative things about robots. This book came out at about social issues in general, and so please forgive me for having this one brief voyage into the positive. And of course, robots have been a part of very negative outrage and concerns about job loss and all of that. Whatever. Let's look away from that and look at their positive roles, and also marriage. We've got some bad things about marriage. If you haven't heard enough today, women were once considered property of their husbands. Marriages were once considered largely as economic transactions, and we've gone a long way, of course, to make marriage a more just a palatable institution. I'm going to go through a lot of material really, really quickly just to prove, before I get into the analysis of the movies and novels that I'll be talking about, just to prove that we're in some interesting terrain when it comes to marriage. Okay, we have a record high number of 40-year-olds in the United States who have never been married, and a lot of people taking another perspective toward marriage, marrying themselves, sologamy or autogamy, with men as well as women involved in this. Sometimes these might be jokes, but a lot of the sologamy initiatives are quite serious. And what would marriage to a robot, rather than just one to oneself, represent in a positive, non-cynical way? Perhaps a yearning for logic and consistency that comes out in some of the movies that we'll be talking about. Rejection of the negative aspects of humanity. Men just bother me too much, so I'm going to go marry a robot. A utopian dream of technological development and evolution. Yeah, it unites us with these larger concepts that may at some point save humanity if all the technological determinism that we sometimes ascribe to comes true. And then the need to make a societal statement of one's own direction and philosophy. Divorce would be a little bit strange, but we've gone through this notion of making divorce more palatable with conscious uncoupling and all of that, Gwyneth Paltrow. And so are people marrying robots? Well, they're talking about interactions with ChatGPT that deal with the various aspects of courtship and marriage. Supposedly ChatGPT saying some things that are meant to bring the reader into a sort of romantic relationship. Dating apps that match people with AI bots. And why am I emphasizing this as important? Well, discourse about human-robot marriage widens this Overton window concerning robots and sexuality in general, and offsets some of this robot apocalypse stuff that I peddled in. Okay, I wrote a whole book about it. But again, we need to look at some of the positive ways in which robots can be a part of our lives. I spoke recently at a conference on sex and love and robotics and sex dolls and all of that. And some folks are amazingly enriched in their lives through this. I want to take this very, very seriously. Seeing what I saw at this conference and talking to the many people who are involved with sexual dolls and robots. Human-robot marriage can transform a machine into a potential marriage subject, okay? And it normalizes a lot of robotic behaviors. We've got that performative utterance, I do, that make us married. I waited until my 60s to get married because of my political opposition to marriages. But they constitute a strong social statement. I don't regret what I did in my 60s to become married, but again, I had to go to a different state because the laws were so bad in my own state. But again, we've got this institution that we need to be concerned about. That's a part of our lives, and the human-robot marriage. What can it do for robots as well? It can help those robots to become a normalized part of our lives, and also deal with the cyborg issue. When does a human-robot marriage become problematic? When a cyborg, when one marries a human that is primarily a machine rather than a human? Where is that tipping point? So just a quick blast through my support for the fact that it's happening right now. We've got people using ChatGPT to officiate marriage ceremonies. We've got Spot the Dog robot to be a ring bearer at an Israeli wedding. We've got an individual who married a robot and has written extensively about it, an engineer who went through traditional ceremonies and all that after months of dating, mothers involved and parents, whatever, families involved in all of that. We've got an Australian man who plans to marry a robot because he couldn't find a loving woman. Again, some of these are being treated as a joke, but some not so much. Jokes about falling in love with a Roomba and all that. And of course, all the Amazon Alexa and other virtual assistants, which have received numerous marriage proposals and all that. What are we doing there? And rumors about Elon Musk building a robot wife, people who are involved with the church trying to fit robot marriage into other kinds of marriage. And it's insulting, I know, but can I marry a robot after gay marriage? Why not? Again, people opening that Overton window. How do we integrate robots into our lives? Marriage narratives with an implied competition angle. Yeah, I'm getting married to a bot because the men I've been involved with come with too much baggage, et cetera. Publicity stuff. Now, I brought up Metropolis. I'll talk about my movies in a minute and novels in a minute. Just want to emphasize it was written by a woman. The book was written by a woman. The screenplay was written by a woman, even though Fritz Lang is given the credit for it. So just to note, and of course, a very old and quite frightening notion of how women will be entangled with technology and perhaps even brought down by technology in various ways. We heard the synopsis in the previous session presentation, and what I hope to discuss in the Q&A. But okay, take a deep breath now. Movies on the human-robot marriage theme. Yeah, I'm your man. You've got to see this. It's easily rentable. You've got an individual who falls in love with a robot in the course of testing that robot out for potential use as a commercial item. And the woman, of course, has tremendous baggage. The robot has no baggage, lives to do, and was created to do nothing but serve this individual's needs. And the interesting concept that comes out of this, whether it's healthy to have one's wishes consistently fulfilled by a robot. And it was interesting to have this posed by a woman. The woman, it's woman directed, written, and all produced, and all of that. It's a question that I don't know if we would turn the genders around if this question could be asked as convincingly and leave one with a strong a sense of longing and of consideration if again the genders would be switched around. Another film that has just come out. These have just come out. These are the last few years. This one is The Foe or Foe. This movie talks about it's a robotic substitute for a human husband, or is their husband really a robot to begin with? It's filled with a lot of male-female issues and bedroom scenes and dinner table scenes and all that. Try to do something else while you're doing it. If you knit or if you whatever, if you got something else going on, that's or eat dinner or whatever while you're watching it, because it's really drowns you in a lot of angst, married couple angst. Their lives of a married couple are turned upside down when a stranger arrives at their farm and informs the husband that he'll be sent to a large space station and the wife will be left in the company of the robot. Yeah, we can guess what's going to happen. There's going to be all sorts of issues about whether or not that robot is capable and all of that of substituting for the husband and the place of the woman in the world and all of that.
Sorry to interrupt, but we only have 5 more minutes for.
Right, this is perfect for ending. Yeah, this will be perfect. Okay, we're dealing with Wifelike, an amazing set of issues as well, but from another aspect. As you can tell from the U.S. film, it has to have a gun. When you take the image of the film, yeah, there are a few guns, but it's mostly about the interactions between the husband and wife. When artificial human Meredith is assigned as a companion to grieving widower William, she's designed to behave like his late wife. But in the fight to end AI exploitation, an underground organization, which is a really cool organization, but they go off the deep end on this one, attempts to sabotage her programming. So again, you have a lot from another of the covers or the posters from Wifelike. You've got all the typical domestic scenes and domestic interactions that can be boring and all of that, but do bring across that point that human-robot marriage opens the door to a vast array of different kinds of human-robot interactions and all of that, and also maybe will solidify marriage in the long run. We're talking about societies in which there are many people who don't want to get married. Will human robot marriages, or in this case, human hologram marriages, suit the bill? This is a real life human, a robot human marriage of a hologram, and there are certificates that you can get along those lines. 3,700 certificates have been given to people so that they can marry their robots officially and all that. And just to, if I don't mention the movie Her, I will be taken aback again. 10 years ago, so quite a difference there. But leaving with the Pygmalion story. Zhang, who's the individual, the engineer who was developing his own robotic marriage partner and got married in a formal ceremony, definitely reflects the Pygmalion notions that we also had discussed in the last segment, the last very good presentation. The story of a revival of a lifeless sculpture by the male creator Pygmalion who falls in love with her. It's a centerpiece of many, many, many dramatic productions, various sorts. My Fair Lady, it's on Up or Down, however you feel about Broadway musicals and all that. We've got something that will be reflected as a theme in many of the marriages that we're dealing with. But I'm hoping that we'll see more of this notion of animism reflected as well. And again, the movies that are coming out are just recent, reflecting these domestic issues. I've got a book coming out for, next year on the smart home of the future and how robotics will play a role. Okay, and
Maybe you
so
can share that with us in the chat since we only have
that's a lovely way to end. Thank you so much.
That was amazing. Thank you. I did not see. Let me see if there are any questions in the chat. Oh yes, Lavelle, did you want to answer this, to ask this live, or should I just read this? I guess unless I. Okay. So Lavelle is asking for Joanne. Have you seen the Black Mirror episode Beyond the Sea? If so, what did you think about it, and how does it fit into this human-robot marriage paradigm?
Yeah, the Black Mirror has had a number of domestic AI and domestic robotic programs, and they've usually been very good. There's a whole genre of horror-related of movies and programs as well that emphasize how things can go wrong and people can get beaten up and all that. I try to emphasize in this presentation the positive ones. Okay, even though Wife-like and all that had a little bit of gunfire and all that, it still was it showed the value of marriage and all that, and the value of robots within this. And of course, the movie Foe and I'm Your Man. So again, I'm trying to, but the negative the dystopic presentations, yeah, they're out there, and they will take on a number of different themes, and I'm sure the Pygmalion themes that we had so wonderfully presented by Jacob just in the previous presentation will emerge, I'm sure, as we begin to deal with what we've created. And very often a woman might feel that, oh, I created my husband, I taught him everything he knows, and I've made him what he is and all that. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about creation. We're talking about robots that come out of a box, and you select what parts and pieces you'd like to accumulate. So thank you so much.
By the way, Omotoyosu, I just want to let you know that we can't see you in case Jill was just reminding us. I don't know if you know that your camera's off, but
sorry.
Thank you. There's another question. Great talk from Ben DeVries. Great talk, everyone. This question is for all three presenters, I hope. I was struck in the final presentation by the wedding photo, so was I, with a robot dog, which makes for a pretty potent and pretty disturbing, I agree, extremely disturbing, image of casualized militarization. Yes, and surveillance, etc. I added that, sorry. I'm curious to hear the presenters talk about the connections here among high-tech AI, militarization, and colonial administration. How do you think about these connections?
I would toss that immediately to Jacob, because I'm seeing in the few TV ads and all of that I'm about a military, that they've got now illusory women being presented as soldiers.
And we can also connect this. We can also maybe connect this to Omoto Yosi's discussion of colonialization, right? And maybe think about the violence of the other. And I was actually going to ask a question about water, which I found really interesting. That's in both the titles of the works that you mentioned, and how that sort of fits in with invasion, etc. But anyway, if I don't know if you can say something in response to this question as well, or Jacob, you want to add something?
Well, I can say that so over the past year, I've done a lot of work involving what I call generative systems, ChatGPT, Google Bard, and all that, mostly in an academic context. I do find that a lot of the ethical issues with machine intelligence as they come up, even though I don't really consider these things to be AI, I think that's a misnomer, but I think it's interesting that people are talking about it more now, and talking about sort of what consciousness is and isn't in the context of interacting with people. Joanne brought up that article about the reporter that got hit on by the Bing chat thing, which was, I think, amusing to some and terrifying to others, or maybe both at once. And so when you're talking about sort of kind of constructed images of people, or of sort of human-like constructs being put out in front of people. I think that the interesting thing to think about is whether or not we even want to anthropomorphize them in the first place. Like, are we as a society trying to replicate a human intelligence, or are we trying to create an intelligence that is, that sublimates or is somehow above or totally distinct from human intelligence? And I don't really have the answer to that question. I don't know if anybody does at this point. But I think that I think that the notion that we are asking these questions now, asking about, like, not only can I marry a robot, but is marrying a robot, does that have the same equivalency as marrying a human being? Is it better? Is it worse? I don't know. I think that
And what are
Go ahead. Sorry. All I was going to say was that because we're raising these questions, I think it's going to be very useful when we are in a position to really address actual machine intelligence when and if it arises.
Could I ask a question about Rosewater? Just an amazing book. I'm going to be looking at it soon, but I'm just wondering about the political aspects. Nigeria's been through so many pandemics. I'm just wondering how that the political aspects of dealing with those was reflected in the book, and I'll find out myself as I read it. But if you could help me there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we get to see a lot of the corruption and how that has affected the country's growth, or I would say growth or development. And Rosewater becomes a reflection, because at the end of the novel, it kind of becomes a reflection of the Nigerian society, in that this is supposed to be a spaceship that is supposed to be some form of technological advancement in the country, but at the end of the day, it kind of decays, it deteriorates, and it becomes a reflection of how corruption in Nigeria kind of destroys everything. It's evident in the text. And as far as the militarization aspect of the novel, we do see some characters, the LGBTQ characters, have some chips put into them as a way to monitor them. And that is I think that should answer your question on colonial administration, but not necessarily. It wasn't set during the colonial times. It's just a reflection of how those technologies can be used to monitor people, how they think and how they act.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. We're going to need to move on to the next session, but thanks very much, everyone. I'm going to take a few moments to swap over, like done in previous sessions.
Thanks, Lynette.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is Elizabeth here with the different last name?
No, Elizabeth won't be joining us today.
Okay. Okay, I think that's everyone, right? Julia, Lavelle. Okay. Thank you, Jill.
Okay, so hi everybody and welcome to this session. And thanks all for bearing with us as we are running just a few minutes behind, but we are, I think, going to be back on track pretty soon. So my role here again is just to super briefly introduce this panel, and then I will turn it over to my friend Lavelle, who will be moderating with his students. So just to say, this is the second of our pedagogy panels, specifically with students, undergraduates here at the conference. We're really excited to have that. We always make sure to feature panels and sessions with undergraduate students. And we had one before with the Georgia Tech folks. And now I'm so excited that we have one with CUNY folks, which will be moderated by Lavelle Porter, who is a former City Tech colleague of ours and always been really involved in the symposium and a really big proponent of all things science fiction at City Tech. And we're so lucky that he's still with us at CUNY over at Macaulay. So I will turn it over to you, Lavelle.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Just to cover with our panelists, I think you all are going to be giving your presentations first. Okay, all right. We didn't really work out the order, but either one of you who wants to go first, you can go first. So thank you all. It's wonderful to be back on the program of the City Tech Science Fiction Symposium and to reconnect with wonderful colleagues there who are doing great work in science fiction. This is an extraordinary event. We're lucky to have it at CUNY. This is a roundtable of students from Macaulay Honors College who are currently taking my class on science fiction there. And for those who aren't familiar, Macaulay Honors College is part of CUNY. Our students are enrolled at Macaulay and also at their senior college CUNY campuses. So we have Baruch and Brooklyn College represented here today. This semester, we've been reading short stories from the Wesleyan Anthology of Science Fiction. And then for their final projects, students have been researching one specific science fiction novel of their choosing. In the process, we've been talking about and learning about the form of the novel, its place in the history of science fiction, and its remarkable resilience as an art form, even in a world dominated by audiovisual media. When I put together our submission for the symposium, I did that thing that we often do with conference papers and panels. I put the call out to my students, asked for volunteers, and kind of hoped that whoever responded, I'd be able to shoehorn whatever they were doing into the conference theme. However, we actually ended up with 2 student scholars who have chosen novels that speak directly to the conference's themes of gender and sexuality. And they'll be discussing 2 recent science fiction novels, which I have to admit I have not yet read yet, but I'm anxiously looking forward to reading them and hearing what our students have to say about them. So Natalie Segura-Valli will be speaking on Hiram Ennis's Leech, and I snagged a copy at the bookstore a few days ago, so I'm looking forward to digging into that. And Julia Aiello will be discussing Marissa Levian's The World Gives Way, which I also hope to read soon as well. Unfortunately, Elizabeth Lavdikov won't be able to join us today. This is certainly a busy time in the semester for everyone. I appreciate her willingness to participate. In her absence, I will be discussing Samuel R. Delaney's 1968 novel, Nova. So actually, we will start with Julia or Natalie.
I'll go first if that's okay.
All right, great. So we'll start with Natalie and then Julia, and then I will go at the end.
Okay, great. Okay, let me share my screen. Can everyone see the PowerPoint? Okay, awesome, cool. All right, so hi everyone, my name's Natalie. I'm one of the students in Professor Porter's science fiction class, like he mentioned, and I'm gonna be talking a little bit about the topic that I chose for my final project, which is our book review. So I chose Leech by Hiram Ennis, and since it was published so recently, I had a little bit of trouble finding specific critical articles for it. So I had to kind of go broader and look at the topic of parasitism in science fiction as a whole. And then within that, I found some articles about sensationalism and the dangers of exaggeration in science fiction narratives. And I don't agree with all of the things that I found, but I think it's a very interesting argument. So I'm excited to share it with you all. So just to start, a little bit about the author. This is Hiram Ennis. They go by they, them pronouns. They are a medical student and author that is based out of the Pacific Northwest. They love dogs and music. They self-identify as a queer author.
Sorry to interrupt, Natalie. We have a message in the chat that says they can't hear you.
Oh,
okay. Well, I think it's maybe the person's audio.
It'd be that individual because I can.
Because everybody else can hear, right?
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
I'll keep going. Yeah.
Oh,
so
she said it was on her end. Sorry to interrupt. Okay, we got it sorted out.
No problem. So Leech is actually Hiram's debut fiction novel, and their areas of interest in the literary sense and the academic sense are pathology and infectious disease. So a little bit about the book. Since this is a science fiction community, I won't go too much into the premise because I don't want to spoil it. It's a really good book. It was published in September of 2022. It's a Gothic science fiction novel, so it reads a lot like Wuthering Heights. There's a lot of old-timey language, a lot of body horror, anatomical descriptions. At times it like makes you wince a little bit as you read it. Lots of medical terminology, things like that. The setting is in something that's called the Chateau of Verdera. So it's a huge castle where a baron lives, his family members, and the doctor, which is our main character that cares for the baron. So it's in a state of like perpetual winter throughout the whole book, and they've never mentioned spring in the town of Verdera, so I assume it's always winter there. And it's in northern France, and they always mention this dialect of French that they speak there. So the thing that makes the book so interesting is that it's told through the perspective of a parasite that's being used to infect individuals at what's called Innultus, and the parasite goes by the name of Interprovincial Medical Institute because it's sort of a hive mind collective of physicians that are being inhabited and led by this parasite. So it has access to the collective mind, and it's kind of roaming the town without the townspeople knowing that, oh, this parasite is inhabiting all of our doctors. They just assume it's all different doctors. So the premise is that the previous doctor at the chateau dies, and they bring a new one in, not knowing that they're both inhabited by this physician parasite. And as the new doctor is investigating the death of the old doctor, aka him, like, I don't know, a year or two ago, he finds another parasite within the old doctor that he knew nothing about. So essentially a competitor. And then these two parasites are kind of like fighting the whole book. Super interesting. I suggest you pick up a copy. But enough about the book. So the first article I examined in accordance with the book is called Authority of the Worm, Examining Parasitism Within Inside and Upstream Color. So this article is pretty much just an overall examination of the parasitism trope in science fiction and how host manipulation is often exaggerated in order to get allegorical points across, and the science is often bent in order to do this. So the first work that this article examined was Inside, which is a video game from 2015, I believe. So in this video game, you pretty much play as a little boy who has to get to the end of the game by utilizing the people around you in certain ways, almost like a parasite. And throughout the game, there's a parasite that has been grown and harvested to infect people and turn them into mindless laborers, which is the people that you see connected to the little strings. And the message that the creator wanted to get across with this is that we are all the users and the used at the same time, and that there's a very blurry line between like bodily autonomy and your interactions with those around you and things like that, or so the article said. So then the other work that this article looked at was something called Upstream Color, which was a short film that was created in 2013. And it follows two people pictured here that are infected by the same parasitic worm, and they experience a very long episode of hypnosis. And there's pigs involved, and there's a farm and a river and some orchids from what I read. And it's a very, very out there story, but it also sounds very interesting. And what makes it special is that the hosts all have psychic connection to one another, even when the next host is non-human. So the woman here had a psychic connection to the next host, which was a pig that was infected by the parasitic worm. And then the message that the creator was trying to get across with this one was that they wanted the audience to reflect on their relationship with nature and the forces of nature that can affect us without us even realizing it. So just overarching points, both of these works, along with a lot of other science fiction works that use parasitism as a trope, often anthropomorphize the parasite, or they give the parasite human-like characteristics in order to make it more accessible to the public that's reading the book, just to make it more interesting as well. And like I said, to get allegorical rhetoric across, so to get points across on things like free will, autonomy, manipulation, power, control. And a lot of times parasites are seen as biological entities as well as social figures, which can become a little bit problematic for the regular public that's reading the book and know nothing about parasites. So yeah, the science is often bent in order to get these messages across, which is what my next, oh, well, before I do that, the parasite in the leech book is called Pseudomycota amelia, P. amelia for short, and how they described it was a dozen black arms that ooze black fluid, almost looks like a leech, but just with more arms and like black angry whiskers. It slithers around. There's a point in the book where like something gets cut and the snow gets covered with like black and red ooze. So throughout the whole book, the main doctor parasite that we're seeing the narrative through starts to lose grasp of its multiple identities, and it becomes mentally weak. It doesn't know how to be in just one body with just one mind, one set of eyes, one set of ears. It's never had to deal with that. So it's kind of grappling with like its humanity in a sense. And the message that I think Ennis was trying to get across is that just the preciousness of like our singular identity and our bodily autonomy, and how even though we think it might be awesome to have like a collective mind and have all these answers at our disposal, there's a lot of danger that comes with that as well. And just a quick little fun fact, the leech title, they were doing an interview and they said that it's actually a play on words, because a lot of people tend to call physicians leeches. So the fact that the eyes we're seeing this story through is both a parasite and a physician, and it's labeled leech, is just a little ironic. So yeah, the second article I examined, if the PowerPoint will work, okay, was when fiction becomes fact, exaggerating host manipulation by parasites. And this one gets a little bit more into the dangers of hyperbole and exaggeration when it comes to parasitism in science fiction. And it talks about something called sensationalism, which is pretty much a writing style that prioritizes audience interest over accuracy. So it provokes interest at the expense of accuracy. So things like extreme exaggerations or hyperbole about things to get people interested in reading the book, but it doesn't use the realistic side of the science, especially when it comes to parasites. So I have a couple quotes from Leech, the book itself, which will give you an idea of like the language that's used in the book as well, that kind of give you more of a sense of the sensationalism, or what I thought was the sensationalism in the book. So in the book, it uses a lot of anthropomorphism. So it gives the fact, even just the fact that we're seeing everything through the eyes of a parasite makes it feel a lot more human-like. And it talks about the parasite doctor and P. amelia, the parasite that it finds, willingly endangering the hosts and eliminating them at their disposal. So having the ability to do that, or things like knowing how to hold a grudge, which is like an intrinsically human characteristic. Also having their hosts smile in obedience, or the parasite being a pleaser, or having their hosts' best interests in mind. Also ascribing human like adjectives to them, such as, oh, this parasite is intelligent, or it's allowing its host to do this. And also there was a point in time where it said like, oh, the parasite cannot think far enough, where in fact it can't really think at all. It's a biological entity, so it's looking for the next protein, or however it works. I'm not a science major, but and then the last one I put there was what strange things do you command a host to do, which is what one of the characters had said to the parasite, obviously not expecting it to answer back, I hope, but someone else had said, well, the voice in his head had said, it tells its hosts to dream. So just the whole idea of like commanding the hosts in a more mental capacity, and promoting the false idea that parasites are almost like hijacking our bodies and making us zombies, and we're just like puppets, which is not the science, or not the science that we've found so far. So just a couple main points from that second article. Again, the meaning, the definition of sensationalism that I had said earlier. Also the illusory truth effect, which is the trend that humans tend to believe erroneous statements if they are repeated enough, and even if they're wrong. And sometimes people even create false memories about them. So if you keep hearing, oh, parasites are this, parasites are that. You're going to start believing it, even if it's not true. And a lot of people don't tend to go out and look for scientific literature to back up what they see in books. At least I don't. So people that are misinformed about parasites might take this to be truth or some form of truth. And it also touches upon the fact that a lot of scientific literature has started to adopt science fiction language in order to make the concept of parasites more accessible to the public. So words like control, hijack, zombie, anything like that, and just anthropomorphic language, giving it human-like characteristics. It has a lot of dangers and consequences, like I listed here. It's very misleading, and it tends to, even though it gets the audience interested in a topic that they may not have been interested in, it masks more important information. It can dilute the actual truth of parasites. It just promotes misconceptions, and overall, it just tends to destruct the factual narrative of parasites. It makes people less likely to go out and seek what's actually true, when in fact, like, some parasites might be harmless, or they have very minimal effects. It's not like you're gonna be brainwashed once you finish your antibiotics for the parasite. And then I wanted to end with a quote from Leach that I think sums up the concept of my presentation pretty well. So on page 115, the doctor/parasite says, "But my brains are only human, and they often find falsehoods and uncertainties as useful as facts." So just some takeaways. We need to just be careful of like scientific language seeping into scientific literature and vice versa. And just if you're going to be putting out this anthropomorphized version of a parasite, make sure you're also giving some realistic, or a place to find realistic information about parasitic infection. And yeah, that's it. Thank you for listening. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
This was great. Thank you, Natalie. So we have some questions that we will get to save those for the end. Julia? Oh, you have to unmute.
Apologies. Yeah, I will share my screen and begin presenting mine right now. Sorry, it wasn't showing up for one moment. So sorry for the delay. My formatting is changed. Just one moment. Sorry, it wouldn't let me share via presenter view. I will, I think I can fix it now. Okay, so thank you for bearing with me. I will be presenting on The World Gives Way by Marissa Livian. I have the book here with me at the moment. And this is a book that I had picked up in the summer of 2021 and had been waiting and had been reading it for a while, or began it for a while. And finally, I was really excited to use this class as a chance to finish this book because I really do love it. It's just currently in college, I found it more and more difficult to find time to just read for enjoyment. And I will be spoiling a decent portion of the book, though I do believe that the most enjoyable portion of the book is the prose and the way to describe, as we describe these experiences that our main characters will face as they come to terms with realizing that their world is ending. So it's still, even though I will be spoiling the ending, I do believe firmly that it is worth a read. So first, a bit of context. So we have this book. This book was published fairly recently as well in 2021. And it was a finalist for the Bradbury Prize for Science Fiction. And then our author, Ms. Marissa Livian, is currently a teacher at Stony Brook University, a professor that my friend is currently taking a class on in science fiction writing. So it was a funny moment where we realized that the book I was reading, she held it, was like, "Oh, this is my professor." I was like, "Excuse me?" And she said, "Yes." And I've found it incredibly exciting because I do prefer to read, or I do enjoy reading from local authors. I did pick this up in a local bookstore in Long Island. So first I'm going to do a bit of world building. So to set our stage, this takes place on a generation ship that had left 2 centuries ago. Sorry, not 2 centuries ago. That had left 200 years ago, and it is set on course to a new planet after Earth is no longer that inhabitable. And we are currently pick up at the last 15 years of their journey. And it is also talking about, since they've been so far from Earth and away from Earth for so long, various items such as art and wood and certain crafts that have only been able to be produced on Earth or from like the old world are incredibly valuable. So these are often only homes in that of the upper class, the upper class, and arts have been essentially deemed a very valuable resource and as a sign of status. In addition, this world building, the ship itself is roughly the size of Switzerland, and it covers various cities that various nationalities and various cultures are represented. So there are names. The main city that we initially take place in is called New London, and it is mentioned that it is because London had won the lottery to pick this name. So it seems like the general consensus of the global world had to condense their entire nations into smaller cities and smaller neighborhoods on this massive ship that still is not able to encompass the entirety of the world. Now, due to the ship's size, we are left with who is able to make it onto the ship and live comfortably. So we have 3 distinct classes. The first being higher level politicians, higher level scientists, and like the ultra wealthy. And this is where our initial character, and this is where our first initial characters are introduced. Then we have business owners and like white collar professionals, those who may run shops and markets. And then additionally, we have the contract workers. So one of our protagonists, Myra, is a contract worker, and she is currently working for one of the most rich or one of the most well-off families with very extensive connections within the government and within scientists. So through these connections, she's able to access information that the general public, that the general blue collar workers and the general white collar workers don't have access to. And our additional protagonist is Tobias. So he is a security agent that has a family history of crime. However, he had been taken under the wing by a high-ranking police official, and he's currently on his first case which will be dealing with hunting down Myra. So also our rich family in question is considered the Carlyles. They consist of 2 parents and an infant daughter. So ultimately our conflict becomes that through their connections and through several meetings, the Carlyles have realized that there is a permanent breach in their ship's hull. And through that time, they've been unable to find any solution. Ultimately, they've concluded that the ship will end in a series of months, if not sooner. And as a result, the Carlyles, as well as other high-ranking officials in the government, decide to take their own lives because they do not want to risk dying at the hands of either an earthquake, because those have become more prevalent on the ship, or through when the hull breaks and everyone is crushed and or sucked out into space. So Myra stumbled across Mrs. Carlyle about to take her own life with her baby daughter Charlotte, and is able to convince Mrs. Carlyle to hand over her daughter. And then with that, ultimately, she watches one of her employers fall to her death, and realizes that her husband is also about to take his own life in the room over. By the time she gets there, he has also died, and now she is left in a very difficult position because she is no longer employed by the people who own her contract. However, there is still a sense of distrust in the government system, and her immediate concerns and panics are: 1, what do I do with their baby daughter? 2, will I be blamed? And 3, is what they're saying is being said correct? So immediately she is put into a situation where she has to determine if she actually has 2 months left to live. And ultimately, she believes that they are true. She has already noticed high tensions in the home and realizes that if she wants to have any agency over the last 2 months of her life, she will need to run. And so she begins to flee the city, and she takes Charlotte with her, initially with the intention of dropping her off somewhere safe. So here I have some photos because in general, being concerned over whether the world was ending has not been a new phenomenon for us. We have many, there was referring to the case in 2011 where someone had predicted that it became briefly believed that in the Bible, the world was going to end on May 21st. And there was a large moment that it was going to be a rapture or a judgment day. And ultimately, we are still here. The world did not end on May 21st. But then additionally, there was a concerning prediction. There were concerns regarding someone predicting and misinterpreting a Mayan calendar that the world was going to then end again in 2012. And there was also some concerns over what you do in your last moments when the world is going to end. And again, the world did not end. So I want to briefly open up. This is a very heavy question, so it doesn't have to be taken incredibly seriously, but I would like to ask that if you learned the world had a few months left at most, would you tell anyone? Because this is ultimately one of Myra's greatest concerns for the first half of the book, is that she is the only one who knows. So I will leave that open to see if anyone has any thoughts in the chat that they would like to add. You would tell everyone? Okay, so some people wouldn't tell, some people would. If anyone would like to elaborate, I would love to hear. But yeah, it's a very conflicting situation to be in. In addition, due to like Myra's status as a contract worker, she did not receive any sort of like formal schooling or any sort of accreditation. So she likely does not feel, or in the story, she feels a bit like no one would believe her. And in many cases, given the way that we see how contract workers are treated through Tobias's perspective, as he works in the security agency, that they do not seem to view contract workers in a particularly positive light. So I'm going to jump back to the chat. I wouldn't be able to keep it to myself, have no poker face. Fair, so fair. The public doesn't often trust news from Black women. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, even if you feel like you would tell everyone, it does come into question, like, would they believe you? Would they believe you even if you aren't a scientist, even if you aren't white, even if you aren't male? There are definitely layers to who would decide if you're worthy of being trusted. Depends entirely on the circumstances, absolutely. I mean, of course, if you feel like you would or wouldn't be listened to, and if anything could be done, I think you would hesitate at first, cave in, and feel like we should be prepared as best we can. True, that is, you do wonder if it is your responsibility to tell the world, because how much time should they know how much time they have left? Is that their right? Is it your right to also then burst their bubble and have them live the next 2 months in panic, or would they want to know? Is this the kind of premise for Don't Look Up? A little bit. I have not consumed All Look Up in its forms. I know it was very popular as a movie. I have not watched it. I've been meaning to, though I do feel like it is akin in a way of, if I recall correctly, that Don't Look Up focuses on climate change, and then let me move back down. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep up with the chat very quickly. But it does sound very similar to the premise of Don't Look Up, though that hadn't occurred to me until this moment. So thank you. And yeah, I agreed. Why should anyone take me seriously? That is a major conflict point for Maya. Many wouldn't believe, but you wouldn't want to believe, and you wouldn't want to cause a panic. Yeah, telling your immediate family true. In Maya's case, both of her parents were additionally contract workers. That is how they got their place on this ship. Her great grandmother agreed to a service contract, and that is carried out generationally until they would reach their final destination. She would have been free in 50 years, but every other member of her family has been separated through contract work, and she is unaware if her mother was alive. Your family, I probably would tell someone, but I don't think anyone would believe me. Yeah, that ultimately is like the major conflict of, if I told my family the world is ending in two months, how would they feel? Even cis hetero white male scientists aren't taking that seriously when they say global warming. True, I do feel like a lot of this aligns, I'll briefly discuss it later, is that it does align with global warming because it is ultimately a problem that may be too late to fix. True, people only believe what they want to, and there are even obvious things, yes, that we don't want to know. And what are these final destinations? So right now the final destination is a planet, and are these characters race? There do not seem to be like major racial implications in this case, though it is understood, I believe, that at least the Carlyles are white. And then Donald Trump has told people that he lost the election a few times. He's been booed every time. True. So yeah, depending on information you've been told, even if it's correct or incorrect, people will tend to believe what they want to believe. So thank you so much, everyone, for sharing. I really appreciate that. And also, I should probably carry on, as I could have this conversation forever, but I would like to elaborate further on some other ideas expressed. So yeah, natural disasters and climate change. So as we see, as the ship becomes more unstable, there are a variety of natural disasters that take place, primarily earthquakes. And these earthquakes and additionally major rains would go on throughout the story to cause major deaths, or at least major destruction. There is a city that is entirely underwater, and during an earthquake, it nearly caves in on all sides, and then completely caves in. And that ultimately leaves a large portion of the population now homeless. And at this point, we still have like a month or so to go, and it's only beginning. And the book will sometimes switch to a third person narrative, or an omniscient narrative that discusses how much time this village has left. So certain places, depending on if they were built into rocks and depending if they're underwater, will be the first to go. Pardon. Okay. So yeah,
just quick program note. Are you getting close to the end?
Yes, I'm very close to the end. I'm so sorry.
Okay. So I just want to have some time to respond to Natalie's questions too. Go ahead.
Oh yes. Sorry, I'll be done in a moment. So yeah, a lot of the stories seem to be very akin, as we have major natural disasters, a lot of which we've been seeing as climate change has been fluctuating and how it's led to harsher storms. And ultimately several of these people become refugees in a way that we have seen various climate refugees, and how that likely will only become worse. So then also a major portion of the story is finding meaning in these final moments. So a brief spoiler that I feel like I've sort of discussed in a way that makes it somewhat obvious is the world will end. There is no race to solve it. There is no secret solution. Both Myra and Tobias aren't astrophysicists who have some sort of magic putty that can like fix this crack. They have ultimately, as they travel, come to terms with the fact that they are ending. So Tobias, Myra, and Charlotte, the infant daughter, will sit on the ceiling and look over their pseudo sky onto this generation ship and just wait until the world will fall apart and end. So just briefly, to stay on theme, I want to talk about some gender roles and motherhood. So throughout the story, Myra is taking care of Charlotte, and it is pretty clear that she doesn't lie to others when she's with the baby, and she says that it is a friend's child, though she doesn't want to elaborate further as it could put her in jeopardy. But Charlotte serves as a sort of accompaniment as she's traveling by foot across these worlds, and seems to benefit from having the objective of caring for Charlotte, even though she knows that it slows her down. And then additionally, while she's taking care of Charlotte, Myra will often think of her own mother, who she eventually realizes had been sent to work in the hull and empty portion of the ship, where they had sent contract workers who had run away and proven too difficult to handle. And yes, so I will end it there for time. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for everybody who participated in the chat. It made for an interesting interactive presentation there. So just a programming note, are we trying to end at 4 to keep the keynote on track? Jill, if you're there, maybe you can.
I think so, although I'm going to let Juanette speak to that. Juanette, do you think they can go a little bit past 4 at this point?
Yeah, for sure. Well,
okay, yeah. Take your time, Lavelle. Thank you. This is such a great session.
Okay. All right. Because I wanted to have time to get back to Natalie's questions as well. Okay, I'll try to shorten my presentation on Nova. Okay, so let me just go ahead and get set up here. Sorry. Okay, hopefully everybody can see that.
Yes.
Okay. So this talk is modified from a foreword to the Centipede Press edition of Nova by Samuel R. Delaney. So shout out to Gerard Walters, who's the editor of Centipede Press, and Chip Delaney, who invited me to write the introduction, and the artist Peter Jablonski provided the stunning illustrations for the volume, and in memory of Russell Fitzgerald, who was Chip Delaney's friend who created the tarot cards shown in the book. It's kind of weird to talk about a book that's not really available, but it's a limited edition. Centipede Press does these really beautifully rendered limited editions that are kind of pricey. And they sold out very quickly. But it was an opportunity to re-engage with this Delaney novel from 1968. So this is the cover page of the volume. This is one of the illustrations by Peter Jablonski. This is the beautiful cover of it, which features the tarot card drawings by Russell Fitzgerald. Here I am signing one of the signature pages of it. There were like 300 editions, and we had to sign the signature pages for them. This was actually, the location of this picture is significant because this is actually in Chip Delaney's apartment in Philadelphia. He took this picture in the previous one on the cover. And this was at the AWP conference in Philadelphia last year, where we celebrated Chip's 80th birthday and the release of his essay collections, Occasional Views, Volume 1 and 2, by Wesleyan University Press. So shout out to Stephanie Prieto from Wesleyan University Press, who's in the picture on the left, Eric Lorberer from Rain Taxi Review, who co-hosted the event, and Chip Delaney for being a gracious host. It was a wonderful event, and you can look for a video of that conversation between myself and Chip Delaney on YouTube. So I'm going to read excerpt from this introduction, and hopefully I'll have time to get through some of it and have time for us a little conversation later on. So this is one of the covers of Nova, which is featured. There are pictures of some of the previous editions of Nova in the Centipede edition. All right, so I'm actually going to stop this since I don't have any other. This isn't really a slideshow, just a collection of pictures, images that I wanted to share here. Okay. So this is the part of the introduction, again, a modified version of it. For just one small example of the marvelous prose that made young Samuel R. Delany a science fiction sensation, consider this passage in the 32nd century space opera Nova, when the Romani character, who goes by the nickname The Mouse, first sees the face of the mysterious Lork von Ray, captain of the spaceship Rock, after literally bumping into him on the street. Quote, someone had tried to hack the face open. The scars zagged from the chin, neared the cusp of heavy lips, rose through the cheek muscles. The yellow eye was miraculously alive and cut the left brow. Where it disappeared into red Negro hair, a blaze of silkier yellow flamed. The flesh pulled into the scar like beaten copper to a vein of bronze, end quotes. So it turns out Lork von Ray's scar came from a fight years ago with the one-armed Prince Red, brother of Ruby Red and heir to the Red family's energy fortune. The clash between the Reds and the Von Rays is a central storyline in Nova, just as such powerful family rivalries animated many classic novels in the Anglo-American tradition. And speaking of classic novels, the one most closely associated with Nova is Herman Melville's 1851 whaling masterpiece, Moby Dick. In a Time magazine review, the critic Roger Sale referred to Nova as Moby Dick at a strobe light show. Lork von Ray is the futuristic Ahab in the novel, recruiting unsuspecting crew members on a maniacal quest to extract Illyrian directly from a nova, which would give him enough energy to overtake the Red family and control the galaxies. The crew of Lork von Ray's spaceship Rock includes Caton, a 6'9" giant born on Luna, the Earth's moon, who is tinkering with the antiquated written narrative form known as the novel, about which Caton says, quote, bear in mind that the novel, no matter how intimate, psychological, or subjective, is always a historical projection of its own time, end quote. In what ways is Nova a projection of its own time? Well, the publication date of 1968 is certainly an indication. The 60s, that American decade of protest, counterculture, assassinations, and war, is a major subtext to Nova, which includes the public assassination of a member of Lork von Ray's family, an event experienced by billions of people through the psychorama, a hypersensory version of television. Another way that Nova can be read as a projection of its own time, that vivid description of Lork von Ray's face, along with his backstory as the light-skinned biracial child of a Black woman from Senegal and a white man from Norway, was apparently a bridge too far for editor John W. Campbell. In Delaney's 1998 essay, Racism in Science Fiction, he recounts how he submitted Nova for serialization in Analog magazine, but Campbell rejected it, insisting that SF fandom was not ready for a Black protagonist. Delaney discusses this as an example of a particularly galling strain of polite racism, wherein this nebulous yet always centered white male reader is always imagined to be incapable or unwilling to read any story centered on non-white characters. Racism in Science Fiction has been lauded for Delaney's prescient comments about race, gender, and SF fandom. About the novelist Caton, other characters in the story wonder why Caton doesn't just create a psychorama instead of wasting his time on this antiquated 20th century form of writing called a novel. Caton acknowledges the novel is, quote, an archaic art form superseded by the psychorama. Alas, it was capable of vanished subtleties, both spiritual and artistic, that the more immediate form has not yet equaled, end quote. Rereading Nova now, you can see how Caton is a precursor to the Kid, the protagonist of Delaney's controversial 1975 novel Dahlgren. Caton's practice of recording interactions with the people around him lays the foundation for the reflexivity seen in Dahlgren, in which the Kid is probably writing the very book that the reader is reading. The literary critic Kathleen Fitzpatrick writes of the anxiety of obsolescence, a concept borrowed from Harold Bloom's The Anxiety of Influence, as a particular obsession among mostly straight white male literary fiction writers. What's striking about Nova is the absence of that anxiety. Perhaps Delaney's subjectivity as a gay Black science fiction writer has something to do with that. The character Caton is interested in what the novel is and what it meant to people way back in the 20th century. But what feels refreshing and subversive about Nova is that Delaney doesn't lapse into a reactionary position about the demise of the novel, but rather explores the forms and contours of its future as an object from the past. Nova feels urgent and relevant in other ways. It explores anxieties about the loss of a unified cultural sensibility in a world altered by technology, where travel has collapsed time and space. In Nova, one can see the seeds of later novels like Stars in My Pocket Like Grains of Sand, with this conflict between the family and the sign. In our contemporary times, slurs like cosmopolitan and globalist circulate with more than a little anti-Semitic bigotry attached to them as reactions to the dislocations produced by movements of people around the world under global capitalism. Concerns about modernity destroying tradition and the loss of any authentic culture or identity tied to a local geography have now led to a full-blown resurgence of blood and soil white nationalism in America and abroad. Nova speaks to how long these anxieties have been around and how they predate the mediated, internet-connected world that we find ourselves in now. Nova is as richly complex and rewarding as any of Delaney's fiction. When I'm in a ranking mood, I'll say that Nova goes on my short list of Delaney's best fiction in any genre, and he's written in many genres. It is a document of its own historical moment and also a perceptive vision of the possible worlds to come. All right, thank you. All right. So, with the little time we have, I'd like to, well, we already have a question on the table, so maybe we'll go back to the question that was in the Q&A for Natalie. So the question is from Josie Garza Medina. Have you seen Shane Carruth's other major film, Primer? And would you say that his use of hard science and science fiction is fatuous in general?
I haven't seen the film, but I did like very, very short research on it like a couple of minutes ago. So from what I gathered, it's about like time travel, and it's very, like someone mentioned in the Q&A, very hard science and factual based. I personally, since I'm not a STEM major, I like when things are easy to understand in sci-fi especially, and I don't know when the science is real or not. So I don't think it's I also had to search up the word fatuous, which means like silly or that something to that extent. So I don't think it's silly to have it appeal to a general audience in that sense. But I think it's also interesting when it involves real hard science for the people that can consume it in that form. So yeah, thanks for the question.
Okay. I had another question for you about, because you mentioned the zombie as a concept. So I was wondering, is there anything that differentiates the parasite narrative from zombie genre? Or I'm kind of not sure how to answer this, how to ask the question, but does zombieism come up in Leech? And what would you say this novel's relationship to the zombie narrative, which is obviously a very popular genre as well?
It doesn't come up in Leech. The most close thing to that comes up is one of the characters is like a robot, or what is described to be something like a robot, but no zombies. But the main doctor character, you can kind of, I mean, the way it reads is almost like a zombie because he's just a body for the parasite to inhabit. So in that sense, like it does read that way, but no like dead things coming back to life.
Okay. So are there any other questions? I think we addressed most of what came up in the chat that I saw.
There's one in the regular chat for you, Lavelle.
Okay. Yes. So the question is, does Nova contain a lot of the callbacks to mythology that Delaney uses in the Einstein intersection? I very much enjoyed that aspect of that book. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it does. As many of Delaney books have callbacks to mythology of various kinds. In particular, thinking of the Grail Quest, which some characters, it kind of has a like metafictional take on that. Like the story itself is the sort of quest for the Holy Grail, but the characters are aware of that and kind of joke about it within the narrative. So absolutely, yeah, that stuff is littered all through Nova, as many of these early science fiction novels by Delaney. Okay. So where we see Jill just pop back on.
I know, the popping on of death. No, I mean, if there's anything else you'd like to say or bring in, you have a moment if you'd like it. Otherwise, it would be fine to wrap up.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the students who volunteered to be part of this panel. You both did an excellent job. And so I'm looking forward to talking with your classmates. And shout out to a few of my students from that class who are also watching us now. So thank you to you too. And you to be commended for doing a great job.
Thank you so much, Lavelle, and to Julia and Natalie. This was so phenomenal. We really enjoyed hearing all of this amazing work. And I'm going to turn it back over to Juanette in just one second. And just so everybody knows, we're going to take a few minutes to break and get set up for our amazing keynote. Yeah, Juanette.
Thanks, Jill. Thank you, everyone. I am just quickly changing everyone's settings so that we can highlight our keynote speaker. Okay, give everyone welcome. Give everyone just a minute to get settled. We skipped the last break, but we'll get started very soon. Maybe just one more minute and then we'll throw it over to you. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging with us throughout this jam-packed day. And for joining us for the concluding keynote address for this year's City Tech Science Fiction Symposium on Science Fiction, Gender, and Sexuality. It's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, critically acclaimed author, filmmaker, dancer, and independent scholar, Ytasha L. Womack. Womack tours the world championing Afrofuturism and the role of the imagination. Her works in Afrofuturism have been translated into Portuguese and Spanish for markets in Brazil and Latin America, and Afrofuturism is taught in high schools and universities across the world. Today, she will be delivering a keynote address titled Afrofuturism, Time, Space Relations, and Valuing Humanity. Please extend a warm virtual welcome to our keynote speaker.
Hello, everyone. This is such a pleasure to be sharing with you today. I am delighted and full of joy and full of glee, and also acknowledging that this is a time when we are deeply reflecting on humanity and what it means to extend humanity, to connect deeper with ourselves, to be deeper in community, and to recognize that we're in a global community and what valuing our contributions to this earth plane means. So I do want to acknowledge that space. And in sharing with you, I am excited, of course, to talk about one of my favorite subject matters, Afrofuturism. And just to brief you a bit, Afrofuturism is having quite the moment. We have an Afrofuturism exhibit currently at the National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C. That exhibit began in February of this year and has been extended into August of next year. It was supposed to wrap in February of 2024. This year, the Metropolitan Opera House, rather, has a play celebrating the life of Malcolm X, which has Afrofuturist themes. And we're in a period where Afrofuturism is recognized as a leading creative method, practice, aesthetic, one that is being utilized as people are crafting futures and looking to the African diaspora and the African continent and the lived experiences and the wisdom in those spaces to help shape the next. And we're in a space when we're looking at Afrofuturism as a way of not just creating new works today, but in helping to categorize or usher in works from the past to sort of add a new context to how we can look at the literature of the past. So today we talk about W.E.B. Du Bois's short story, The Comet, and we can acknowledge that that is in fact a sci-fi story. It is an Afrofuturist story that was at one point in a book that comprised other essays. And in the midst of those essays was a speculative fiction story, an Afrofuturist story that wasn't quite viewed in that way until it was put in an Afrofuturist context in an anthology by Cherie Renee Thomas called Dark Matter that came out, I want to say in year 2000. And we are able to recognize other works. We're thinking about the novel of One Blood by Pauline Hopkins. And this is a novel that began actually as a series that she wrote in 1902, 1903, that was published in African American newspapers on a consistent basis, and then later put into a book. But it told the story of a man who Black man who was passing for white, and then went off to a world very much like Wakanda. But it was a world he stumbled upon in Ethiopia that was a technologically advanced, futuristic society that was hidden, and also doubles back into some family history as well. So in the fiction arena, we're realizing that, wow, there are a lot of lenses for uncovering and looking at works that were in fact Afrofuturist or fall in the science fiction category. But we also acknowledge that just the idea of thinking about a future is not new under the sun for people, Black people, people of the African diaspora or of the continent. And I have to say that while I'm excited about Afrofuturism, I'm also excited how the conversation about Afrofuturism has helped people to recognize the contributions from the culture to ways of thinking about the future, but also has really helped to give rise for communities around the world thinking about how their communities and ethnic groups have also had a wealth of stories and beliefs and philosophies that engaged futures. Among those are indigenous futurism. And it's a delight to see both indigenous futurism and Afrofuturism discussed in similar contexts as we look to craft futures that value humanity. So I'm going to see here if I could share my screen. Of course I can. And there you go. And I'm showing you, I'm just going to show you a few images here. This, of course, is the book Afrofuturism, The World of Black Sci-Fi and Fantasy Culture, which actually came out at the end of 2013. And when I was writing this book, I was in a space where I realized that I was an Afrofuturist, didn't know I was an Afrofuturist. And I wrote the book largely because I was in conversation with people who brought up the term. And I said, well, where did this term come from? You know, I was a person who was a journalist and had written a great deal about the culture. I knew a lot of people who were into science fiction or were looking at how to bridge futures and histories and talking about ancient technologies and futuristic technologies that could be created and how to foster liberation. And they're doing this referencing Black culture, but they weren't using the term Afrofuturism. And many of them felt marginalized in thinking about these ideas, as if to think about them it didn't quite fit in how people talked about futures. Didn't quite fit in how they spoke about the culture. And yet, it was a pervasive conversation, certainly one that defined my college years at Clark Atlanta University. So when I was speaking to someone who told me that they were teaching Afrofuturism, I said, well, what is that? You know, immediately it took me back to all these familiar experiences, you know, my own relationship to time and space, my relationship to aspirations and dreams and imagining. So to be able to write the book was quite a joy. And doing so took place at a time when there were an array of changes sort of happening in society. Social media was stepping into another level. And people were able to find one another online in ways that they weren't previously. So between this book, Afrofuturism, coming out, The Shadow Took Shape, which was a Afrofuturist retrospective at the Studio Museum of Harlem, along with another anthology called the Mother Box Connection that came out, there was just a growing celebration and recognition of the wisdom and insights and imaginatory tools that came from thinking about futures from the African diaspora and the continent. I like to remind people that all cultures have a relationship to space and time. African diasporic cultures in that sense being no different. And but these relationships to space and time, as they are evident in African diasporic cultures, you can see it in art or literature, language, dance, architecture, communing, ways of being, organizing, mythology, envisioning. And when I define Afrofuturism, I say that it's a way of looking at futures or alternate realities through African diasporic cultural lenses, through Black cultural lenses. Those are terms that overlap. And if you think about Black culture as being at the center, and there really being this intersection of imagination, technology, mysticism, liberation, any work, any approach that engages those ideas could be defined as Afrofuturist. The Afrofuturist relationship to space and time is actually informed by philosophy, spiritual practices, cosmology, geography, and space and time. So literally, it's defined in part by when you were born and where you were born. And I like to emphasize this because, and let me just emphasize, I'm not talking about Einstein space-time definitions, right? We are talking about cultural relationships to space and time, how one experiences space and time, and what values around space and time are evident in the works and the lived experiences and the cosmologies that people shape. And much of that is shaped by, in part, where you were born and then when you were born. And when I talk about Afrofuturism, I talk about this relationship between mysticism and technology. Sometimes they're flip sides of the same coin. Other times they inform one another. And it's this valuing of intuition, and in the same ways that we value the systems, the imaginative systems that we create, the communal systems that we create, that helps to really forge new directions for us. And there's also this idea of identity. You know, our identity is in part shaped by our relationship to space and time. And here I say, I'm looking at, you know, in the time that we're in now, you know, one's identity could easily be attached to the data that we generate, where we're both consumer and sometimes product and sometimes data. And one of our questions as we think about technology and the role that technology plays in our life is we want to think about, does our technology or do these algorithms in the tech we use override our intuition? Are our observations about the environment somehow, are we not paying attention to our observations about the environment? Is our sense of discovery in some ways undermined by how we use technology? And I bring this up because there's this relationship between our identity, between our relationship to space and time, between how we approach technologies, are all ideas that Afrofuturism wrestles with. Within the Afrofuturist context, they recognize that systems of organizing are also technologies. Race is a technology in that it is this sort of created way of both framing people. One, of course, that was in some respects, as it comes to Black and white, was in part shaped through law and violence. And while we're chipping away at those things, we have to recognize that many of the categories that we place ourselves in are also imaginative constructions that now have a real impact on our lives. It's after the end of the world, don't you know that yet? This is one of Sun Ra's favorite quotes. Sun Ra, who I'm sure many of you are familiar with, is the celebrated jazz musician. Some say he was from Birmingham. He says he was originally from Saturn, and had an epiphany, likely in his years when he was doing research and playing in Chicago, had this realization that he was not just a person on Earth, but was a person whose sense of feeling restricted was a reflection of the fact that he was from somewhere else. And he was so informed by this idea that he reached out to both the mysticism of ancient Egypt and used a lot of that to create these futuristic visions of how to think about a reality that in fact valued humanity. So the inhumane treatment that he sometimes experienced, he rationalized by saying that he was in fact an alien, but one who was brought here to Earth to heal the world with music. And there's something about his capacity for transformation that I think has inspired people in recent years. This capacity for transformation and this ability to take that level of transformation and then be so committed to creating art that could elevate and help others. But his most iconic work was one called Space is the Place. And Space is the Place, it talks about the altered destiny, trying to get to this altered destiny. And I had the privilege of being able to write the liner notes for the reissue of that album that came out this year. And it was interesting because I saw the film before. If you have not seen the Space is a Place film, I suggest that you do. But I saw the film, but I hadn't quite listened to the album from beginning to end. And I was listening to it. Sun Ra really created this sonic journey, which in some ways is an evolution of humanity, with respect to how humanity sees goals and barriers. And when he's talking about going to the alter destiny, and you're just listening to the album, you're assuming, okay, he's talking about this imaginative, distant world, right? Then you're going with it, and you're saying, okay, we're going to the alter destiny, this protopian space where humanity is valued. And as you start listening, you're thinking, okay, it's a physical destination. And then at some point, you're thinking, okay, is it a future world? And then there's moments where it starts to feel as if he's talking about present day Earth. This is more of a metaphor. You're not really going to a future world. It's a metaphor for creating a state of consciousness in the present. And then there's narratives where you say, oh, okay, he's talking about the altered destiny as this space in the past. And then, you keep listening, and he says things like how he's, the brother to the wind. And you're thinking, wait a minute, this is an element, like an alchemic transformation. And as and then as you get towards the end of the album, he says, in so many words, that you're not quite ready yet. And that while you're getting yourself together or trying to be transformed, they will go and build a place, which then sort of establishes it as the yet to be. And I like talking about this because I think it is a paradigm for thinking about our relationships, to our dreams, to our aspirations, to our futures. But it also shows just how transient or ephemeral spaces can be, how we occupy both imagined spaces and physical spaces. We have the dream spaces, our imagined spaces. We have the memories, which are in other spaces. And as individuals, we're constantly sort of navigating all these spaces. And so when we think about a relationship to space and time, it's not just the one that we are physically in, it's also these spaces that we are in our mind, or in some cases, our virtual spaces. When we are gathering, as we are now in this virtual space, where are we? Yes, physically, I'm sitting here, but also I am, or we are in this sort of shared altered space, where we are in fact together. And to that extent, hypothetically, we're occupying sort of two spaces at the same time, or we're hopping between these two spaces at the same time. And as we continue to move into virtual spaces, I think they will become symbols of how we are always navigating through different spaces, both physical and non-physical spaces, and our relationships and our experiences to those spaces, whether they're actual memories or aspirational future spaces, inform where we are today. I like to remind people that when I talk about Afrofuturism, I center Sankofa. And Sankofa is the Akan symbol that is part of a pantheon of Adinkra symbols. And the Akan are an ethnic group out of Ghana. And the Sankofa symbol is among their most popular. If you look at the symbol on the chest of our character here, if you look at the symbol that's on the shield, that is the Sankofa symbol. And it is probably among the more popular African symbols in the African diaspora, particularly in America. Whether you see the symbol physically or you see another version that looks like a bird, that looks back at an egg on its tail, or whether you just see the word itself. And this word Sankofa, in simple terms, means to retrieve. It can mean you can always go back. And in the Afrofuturist sense, I like to think about it as bringing the best of the past into the future. In order to move forward, you in some ways have to bring those things that are the best of the past into our future as building blocks. And that becomes a method and a practice. One that in musical ways you see with the idea of sampling. One that you see with a lot of the collage work that's so popular as an aesthetic in America and African American local art scenes. But also, just this term Sankofa is one that is a reminder that your future and your past and your present are constantly informing one another. And so when we become very conscious of that, how does that transform our relationship to space and time? This is just a really cool image that John Jennings did. Actually, most of these images John Jennings put together, and some of them are, like this one, are part of Black Kirby, which is a duo with John Jennings and Stacey Robinson. They are inverting or they are building on the work of Jack Kirby, but imagining the kinds of covers he would have created or the imagery he would have created if he was Black. So, in thinking of our relationships to space and time, and thinking about these spaces that we occupy mentally, physically, and otherwise, it's always just important to think about what are our emotions in these spaces? What are we thinking in these spaces? And how is it changing us as we move forward? And I think about, again, our technologies, and I think it's a worthwhile exercise when we do either take breaks from them or when we do engage with them to really think about how our technologies or are our technologies reinforcing this connection or are they enhancing connection? And how are you feeling as you're engaging in these spaces? Rayla 2212 is the first novel that I wrote, inspired by my work when I was writing the book Afrofuturism. And one of the quotes from the book comes from a character named Milan Shakur. And she says, humankind has always been obsessed with the great beyond, but what's out there is really in here, she said, clutching her hand to her breast. Our outer space is inner space. And in the storytelling world, when we're crafting stories for plays or for film or in short stories and narrative, you're creating your characters, and your characters usually want something. And these characters are seeking to achieve this goal. And sometimes there's some antagonists, right? That's one of the basic sort of formats for a storyline. But this character is in a world. And in building this world, there's an intricate relationship between the character and the world that they're in. And I like to remind you that you too are in a world. We are in a world. And there is a symbiotic relationship between us and the worlds that we're in. We are constantly co-creating with the spaces around us. Our visions, our dreams, our actions are shaping futures that we move into. And we are as informed by the past that we're aware of. We are as informed by the past that we aren't aware of, the geopolitical dynamics, which lent itself to our birth or where we were born. But we're also informed by our dreams and our aspirations. We make decisions based on what we think is possible. And to the extent that we don't, there are other people who are dreaming worlds for us to step into. So I encourage you, as you think about Afrofuturism, as you engage in science fiction, as you face, as you're in moments that can feel challenging, that you remember the level of resilience that has come through holding dear to a future and the actions that we take when we believe in a future that values humanity and then do the work to bring it about. So with that, I would like to see if there are any questions. I'm going to stop share here. See. Okay.
Thank you so much for that. Let's see. We did have another thing pop up from Vivian's class. Can you recommend a book or books for someone just getting into the genre of Afrofuturism?
Yes, I can. Actually, I have a couple over here that I can recommend for you. Of course, I like my book, Afrofuturism. But there's another book in Afrofuturism, which I contributed to, called Afrofuturism, A History of Black Futures, which is a companion book that goes with the exhibit that is at the Smithsonian. So that's a great book that you can purchase at your favorite bookstore or you can get online. If you're a Black Panther fan, I also have this book, Black Panther, A Cultural Exploration. And it talks about the history of the comic book. So many of us have seen the film. We have diehard fans of the comic. But if you haven't read the comic and you want to do a deep dive, or you're trying to figure out where to start, this book can give you some insights into some things that have happened in the past, some storylines, the symbolism, the cultural references, how Wakanda informed, or rather how the culture informed the Black Panther mythos and how the Black Panther mythos has in turn shaped us. So I would suggest that book. It also came out last month, so I'm really excited about it. And another fun one, I know I'm giving you some nonfiction here, but if you're into music, I like this book, Assembling a Black Counterculture. And it's really about the history of techno music in Detroit and really places it. There's some people who think of techno, they sometimes placed it as maybe outside of the bounds of how Black music evolved in America. But the reality is, as DeForest Brown emphasizes, is that it's very much a reflection of both the Great Migration, but also this relationship that Black cultures have had to technology, whether people were viewed as technologies, in the sense of them being like these robot workers enslaved and on plantations, or whether you're literally thinking about people working in factories, the culture of Detroit sort of shifting, like many spaces, from this sort of factory culture to evolving into a newer space, and the role that utilizing technology played in shaping music that reflected probable futures. A lot of techno music was looking to create a new world. And I'll stop there.
We have a great question from Professor Dion Bennett in the comments. Can you elaborate on the role of gender in the spatial politics of Afrofuturism?
Sure. Well, when it comes to gender, I would say Afrofuturism is very feminist. Afrofuturist is very queer. Afrofuturist is a space that values humanity and is, even in stories like, I think about Wakanda in some ways, and how just Wakanda has expanded in these issues, where in the comic book, where the question becomes, what does a protopia look like, right? When Ta-Nehisi Coates is writing the comic, he's questioning, does the ultimate Black society have democracy? Would you have a monarch? And then, the next iteration of that, you had different writers saying, well, the ultimate Black society has to value queer relationships. The ultimate Black society has to value trans relationships. So I've always, noted, in books, whether we're looking at, the works of Samuel Delany, who is as known for his books on queer culture, queer expression, as he is for his writings of science fiction, giving way to Afrofuturism. I think about Octavia Butler's work, and how various characters are always sort of pushing norms. And I think about how the beauty of Afrofuturist spaces is that everyone can show up in a way through which they see themselves. There is no one aesthetic. There is no one look. There is no one way of being other than valuing humanity and valuing the contributions of the African continent and diaspora. So when I think about, this, I just see it as a pretty open space. I mean, a lot of the creators and innovators of Afrofuturism have been women. We talk about Mark Derry coining the term, but the term was very much popularized by Alondra Nelson and her listserv. When she, a lot of the conferences, those early conferences that were put together using the term Afrofuturism, were in part, started by Alondra Nelson and many women who were putting together conferences, exploring technology. I would even say today, a lot of the organizing, a great deal of the organizing around Afrofuturist events sometimes is put together by a lot of women as well. So, from Octavia Butler to even some of our, our African futurists like Anadia Korafor and others, I think that women are well represented and queerness is very much centered as well.
Thank you so much. I think that maybe covers one additional question we have here. What commonalities are there between Afrofuturism and ideas surrounding gender and space relations? That was such a full answer. But do you have anything additional you want to add about this specific question?
Gender and space relations? No, I don't think so.
Okay. So we also have another question about books. This one is from Jacob Adler, who's a fellow librarian, who is wondering if there are any recent teen or YA Afrofuturist novels out that he could recommend to a teen librarian, and that he remembers reading The Ear, the Eye, and the Arm as a child and quite enjoying it. That, I think between us, Jacob, we probably could figure that out. But do you have specific recommendations that gear, lean younger?
I do. There's a book called Maddie's Rocket that's put together by Tim Fielder, and it follows a young girl who grew up in the segregated South, but she grows up to fly spaceships. And so it's sort of an alternate telling of, pre-40s America, but it's through the eyes of a young girl who grows up. So that's a graphic novel that I think is really cool. And there's another book that is top of mind. Let me try to look it up here and try to have it for you by the end of the questioning section. People always ask me about children's books, and I'm so into like the theory and the hard hitting. I'm like, oh yeah, the kid books. So give me 1 second. I'll have another one for you.
Sure. I mean, but I guess that begs a good question. Are we limiting younger readers by looking for things specifically for them? You know, I guess in light of banned books and everything. And because Afrofuturism is so expansive as regards to sex and gender and who's in power and how power is yielded, would it not be better, you know, to have teens and young adults read wider of that, regardless of the intended audience?
Well, I would say absolutely. And the reason I say that is because I, as a young reader, I mean, the joy of going to the adult section of the library is, um, one that's indescribable. But I think I was going to the adult section of the library, maybe it's seventh grade.
Me too.
I was going there at seventh grade. I was going through my parents' books in the attic. I'm reading Chariots of the Gods. I'm reading Thursday's Child by Eartha Kitt, her biography. I read Song of Solomon. I read, by Toni Morrison. I read The Bluest Eye, when I was in the seventh grade. I read Black Boy when I was an eighth grader. And these weren't required reading. This was just me looking for, stories with Black characters and finding them to be really interesting. And I started reading nonfiction. The library I went to as a kid, and thank you for asking this question because I love libraries, but the library I went to as a kid, the children's section didn't have as much fiction with Black characters. They had a few, but not as many as we have now. And so I found myself gravitating towards the nonfiction section of the children's library because, at least there, I could find, they had a whole section on African American biographies. And so I started reading nonfiction really early, and started reading about science really early. And those science books, they get pretty heady pretty soon. So, yeah, I don't know what to, the banned book conversation. Clearly, I'm not for banning books. I think that you want to be aware of what someone's kind of reading up until third, fourth grade. You don't, but beyond that, when it comes to reading about our culture, the wealth of stories out there are not going to fit neatly in anyone's box. If you're reading some of the classics, I think, as soon as someone's able to actually read them, it's okay. And if it's talking about things that they don't quite understand, it'll go over their head, or, as a parent, you can take a look and sort of discuss it, a lot of our science fiction, even the books that are, I would say, more young adult friendly, but I get the impression you're asking about kids. But I mean, as you start moving into young adult and you're talking about science fiction, it's always going to push the envelope. But I think the thing to recognize is our kids are living in worlds where they're engaging with a lot of information. And, you want them to have some sort of working understanding around what they're bumping into because they're bumping into it anyway.
We have a question from Lee. Well, two interesting questions. One, thinking about Sun Ra as musician, music, and time space, can you talk a little bit about how dance can fit in? Specifically, can dance, even as a metaphor, help us return more to the inner space?
Absolutely. And usually I always talk about dance in my talks. And so I'm glad you asked this question because I grew up as a dancer. I am a dancer. And a lot of my relationship to understanding Afrofuturism came because I grew up in metaphysics, a philosophy that centered metaphysics, but also because I grew up dancing. And, when you take tap from the age of, say, 6 to 17, or you're taking ballet and all these African classes, modern classes, pom-pom, rhythm, it's just encoded in you. You can hear, beats and patterns in the wind. So what dance is probably the ultimate, well, I'm a little biased here, but I would say it's the ultimate relationship to space and time, because you're literally moving in a space to these measured times and beats. You're finding a way to flow either over a rhythm or between beats and rhythms, hitting things on beats and rhythms. And you might say, well, what difference does any of that make? Well, when you learn dances from different cultural vantage points, there's different rhythms and tempos, and those different rhythms and tempos have a meaning. So we can find ourselves, dancing to, say, one set of music, and that's what we do. We move to one set of music. Then you hear another set of music, and you're like, oh my goodness, I don't know how to move to this, or how do I approach this? And to me, being able to shift from one to the other, or to become comfortable moving to one set of rhythms as you move, as you're sort of shifting, it allows you to break past barriers that you have, that you didn't even know you had, around not just how you can move or how you relate in a space, but you're sort of physically pushing past barriers that become symbols for other barriers you might have, because many of the approaches people have to life are embraced, are reflected in the rhythms and the movements and the kinds of dances that come out of these cultures, ancient and contemporary. A lot of African American dances are variations of ancient dances, just sort of mishmashed together. And as you learn various cultures and some of the traditional dances, or even looking at the contemporary dances, you can see where things come from. You could see those different trains and of those spaces of influence that came across the water through the transatlantic slave trade, but also as we inform one another, in our newfound freedoms in the past several decades, right? So I think of dance as something that could be both a personal practice and a communal way of recognizing that we are shared human beings in a universe. And our relationship to space and time, our shared relationship to space and time, is that we're literally on this earth, in this space, at this time, in this universe, at this time. We're communing with those who've done these kinds of movements before. We're giving an homage and some respect to ancestors. We are connected to people who will do these movements in the future. And whether we're conscious of that or not, the joy and the sense of celebration that we have is an outgrowth of those motions.
Thank you. So we have another question in the Q&A from Professor Lavelle Porter. You mentioned that Afrofuturism is having a moment. Since you have been following and writing about Afrofuturism for a long time, do you ever feel any reservations or skepticism about its new popularity? And then a parenthetical that says, I guess that's a tired question about going mainstream, but would still like to know what you think about it.
Well, I think it's great because it opens the doors of opportunity for people to create stories and to get them out to the public. So the popularity of it just enables people to create works and have an audience. There was a science fiction conference, and I think it was called a Black Science Fiction Conference. It was at Clark Atlanta University, I believe in 1997, 98. And there were just a handful of Black science fiction writers there. They weren't even using the term Afrofuturism necessarily. And, among them are Tananarive Due and Octavia Butler, and literally you're just dealing with a handful of people. Now, if you had a room of people who call themselves Afrofuturists, who are writers and creators and musicians, it would be a pretty big room. They might not even be able to fit in the same room. You might not even be able to get everybody there at the same time. So I don't think we understand how difficult it was, even before the film Black Panther, which was the first film just came out several years ago, how difficult it was to have a Black science fiction story and pitch it to a publisher. I mean, it sounds wild, but it's, to pitch a story to a publisher in a futuristic world with Black characters, to draw pictures. I mean, one of the reasons that the independent comic book scene for Black creators became so big, once social media and the internet became more of a thing, in the 2010-ish, 11, 12, etc. One of the reasons it became so popular was because people wanted to create these works and they couldn't get them out. And now they're in a time where it's easier to publish on demand and to print your work digitally. And as soon as people were able to do that, they created these comic book conventions, and then we're in some of the major comic book conventions and we're able to connect. So, this is no small thing. In very real time, in very real time, I saw people's careers elevate, people get new audiences, and people who were excited about these ideas realize, oh, wait, there's a term called Afrofuturism. And if I find things associated with that term, I'll be able to find more works that I like, whether it's in Botswana or it's in Chicago. So the ability to have audiences who are excited about these works, that is a newer phenomenon, and not something to take for granted.
Thank you. We do have one last question here that came up in the chat that I think in a way is connected to what you're saying, even though I'm not sure that I agree that this film, it says, or that I'm aware of this film. Can we say that the movie Hidden Spaces falls into this genre? This is from Elizabeth Cruz, that they really liked the movie and thought it sent a great message. I am not familiar with this film.
Haven't seen it yet either. I haven't seen it yet. Forgive me. But one way to see if it is to think about, does it integrate imagination, technology, liberation, and mysticism, and center Black cultures, African diasporic cultures? That would be the big question. If it does, then you could say it's Afrofuturist. And sometimes, too, something doesn't have to be Afrofuturist, but it can reference Afrofuturism, or it can be aligned with Afrofuturism. There are a lot of music artists, I might not describe them as Afrofuturist, but they might have said things or performed a song that you could say, oh, all right, that falls within how one would talk about Afrofuturism. Because Afrofuturism, I talk about it as a relationship to space and time, but it's an aesthetic, but it's also a way of perceiving life. And so to that extent, it's not like just a genre, right? And that's something to sort of keep in mind. There are people who, their way of approaching things can be very much Afrofuturist. It could be an aesthetic. You see it like with Parliament Funkadelic or Janelle Monáe, or it really pops out when you're reading certain books like the Black Panther comic book, right? Or Tim Felder's Infinitum, right? You're like, oh wow, okay, this is Afrofuturism. But it's not just a genre and an aesthetic. And I think that's something to keep in mind.
Okay, maybe that's a good note to end on. There was a miscommunication with the title of the film, but I think that your answer is helps me to put it in context. I mean, I guess the only thing that can be a little bit difficult for me when thinking about Afrofuturism is that it's maybe I can equate it more to the steampunk genre, right? Like steampunk books are not always set in the future. And so I understand that kind of instinctively, but with Afrofuturism, I have a tendency to want to push it. It's not a looking back and reimagining the past, but it is. It can be.
Well, right. And, one of the things that makes Afrofuturism different from, other takes on sci-fi is that it recognizes that the future, the past, and present can happen simultaneously. That these times are all related, right? And you see that in a lot of the storytelling. You see that in a lot of the imagery, where you're looking at, say, a futuristic image, or even if you're looking at Sun Ra, right? I mean, he's the quintessential person to reference because just symbolically, he looks like he is from future space. He's literally saying he's from the altered destiny, and simultaneously, he's naming himself after an ancient Egyptian deity. So he's pulling from two different aesthetics at the same time. And we see that if you're looking at the costuming in the film Black Panther, you see that, I would say with most Afrofuturist images, you see this sort of conscious mixing of things that we think of as ancient, future, and present. And depending on the world that they're creating, it's an altered reality, but not always a future space.
Right.
So I think as long as we think it could be a future or an alternate reality, right? As when we think of it in that way, I think you say, oh, okay, that's what Afrofuturism is. Now, that said, you can have something that's Black speculative fiction that might not squarely be Afrofuturist from an aesthetic standpoint. So if something's very Afro-surrealist, for example, where it's not technology and it seems very present, that sort of work, sort of an Afro-surrealist work. I mean, I think of Boots Riley and some of the work that he does is sort of falling in that category.
Thank you so much for closing out a very packed day of learning and sharing. Thank you, one final time to our keynote speaker. Thank you to my co-organizers, Lee and Lucas, Kel, Jill, Sean, and Vivian. Thank you to the Dean of Arts and Sciences, Justin Vasquez-Ports, for his continuing support. Thank you to our new sponsor who provided funding to hold this event this year from the LGBTQIA+ working group that we have here on our campus. And thank you to everyone who participated today and who joined us and who stuck it out for the whole day with us. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good evening and enjoy your weekend.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.